What?
She said you did.
Good morning, everybody. Let's get started with the Safety Committee meeting. Welcome to members of the public. Can we play the safety announcement first, please?
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Thank you. Before we hear from public comment, I just want to recognize a couple things. One is we're joined by Mr. Herbst and Mr. Gorodnik. I think their first rodeo with the board meeting, so welcome, as well as other board members, and also welcome back former Chair and CEO Tom Prendergast, who's a longtime safety expert and is here talking about some of the work he's been doing with the MTA. So welcome to you as well. Okay, with that, Mr. Diodato, may we hear from our friends in the public?
Yes, thank you, Chair Lieber, and good morning. We have 8 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. Also, in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker will be James Anthony, followed by Jesse Figueroa.
That would be Jason Anthony.
Good morning, General. Good morning, board members, and welcome back to our beloved Tom Prendergast. Jason Anthony, member of the Long Island Railroad 88 Task Force. Let's start with a incident that yours truly witnessed right before he went to spring recess along the flushing line between Hunters Point Avenue and Court Square. It was a group of teenagers that were unfortunately subway surfing on top of the 7 train. We know that this is a long-time trend that's been going on that line, but we should prevent this from happening. And what is that we have to do? We have to put fencing along the Hunters Point portal and the R Street shop facility to prevent this from happening, because these teenagers are using this as a point of entry to get on top of the train to do their travesty. And the other point of entry, as we all know, is the Williamsburg Bridge. And this, folks, we have to get a partnership with Giannis Rodriguez from the DOT to put a complete fence along the Williamsburg Bridge. Because incidents like this, folks, is way too common. And this is the first time that I see teenagers subway surfing with my own eyes.
Please conclude your remarks.
So I hope that we do something soon, and That's all I have to say for this month.
Our next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by Maddie Butchis Highland.
Ready? Good. Oh, y'all ready? Good morning, everybody. Jesse Figueroa here. Happy Passover and Mazel Tov to you. I'm here to talk about what's going on. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I am a member of the Long Island Railroad Accessibility Task Force. I'm just here to say thank you to the NYPD and MTA Police for combating on subway surfing and fare evasion. So the only thing I'm here to talk about is my home station on 4th Avenue in Brooklyn, 86th Street. I am asking that there'll be more safety put in place as the homelessness continues to go on, and I've seen couples camp out at the platform during the nighttime hours and other things that need to be improved on. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maddie Butchis Highland, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning, Chairman. I'm Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. Happy Autism Awareness Month, everybody. For today's topic, I'm going to speak about safety. First of all, I'd like to applaud the MTA for doing a good job of safety. This committee should meet every month rather than meeting in February, April, July, and November. Second of all, we have to make sure that safety is a top concern. Folks, Folks, we're here to ride the subway. We're not here to watch the Jerry Springer show in the audience. But we have to keep safety at top of mind as always. Hold on. See this book? It's called A Criminal Justice Today book, which was written in 2007. I took back in high school. We have to be aware of that safety is an important mind so that people can trust the system. We need stricter laws and tougher bail measures, though, for that, because we need to keep our subways safe and our transit safe so people could rely on it. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Christopher Greif.
Good morning. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. So on Saturday into Sunday morning, I rode the subway trains for several hours till about 4 o'clock in the morning. And what did I see at subway stations? I saw at the 50th Street subway station on the C train and E train, on the E lower level platform, I saw 7 individuals shooting up needles, using heroin right out in the open. Yep, that's what I saw. 7th Avenue, I saw the same thing. I was on subway cars where the police came in, and guess what? They did not wake people up, stretched out, lying across the benches. This is not acceptable for people who have to ride the subway. And we just had a big meeting with Chief Kemper about a month ago. Nothing has changed. It's gotten worse. How is that? So you guys keep telling the media the subways are safe. The subways are safe. They're not safe. You can compare your crime statistics all you want, but the conditions that people are seeing in subway stations are out of control. And I spoke to many police officers and I asked them, how come nobody's engaging these individuals? One of the things that the police officers are scared is that they're going to get attacked or they're going to get pricked with a needle by these people. So you need teams of National Guard people, National Guard members, security, police, going down there, pulling these people out, even if they have the emergency responders have to have straitjackets on, send them down there and kick these people out. They do not belong at the edges of platforms. That is a danger. That is a safety hazard. Because when these people start using drugs, they start committing suicide and they get on the tracks and that delays service. So how do you guys expect congestion pricing to succeed? And no one's going to ride the subway. This is not right to us, guys. This is really bad. You need to do your job.
Conclude your remarks. Thank you. Our next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, everyone. Christopher D. Grive. Hope everyone's doing well. I want to thank the NYPD MTA Police because the last days I have seen is our officers been catching people sneaking in the subways, especially when my mother's trying to get on the train who does pay the fare. We want to thank them because we are getting rid of fare invasions. They need to remember that paying the fare is important to keep the trains running, the buses moving, and the railroads. One thing I hope we can work together is, since we have community councils at local precincts, we need to hope in the future that we can have precinct councils at transit precinct areas so we can work together to keep our subways safe, like to build elevators and ramps and a lot of things. But I do want to welcome our legendary, a lot of famous people are here today. I want to say thank you because we did start a lot of accessibility in the past and safety. And we want to continue doing that because you know what? The warm weathers are coming up, beaches are coming up. We want to get on a train safe, which they are safe. We have cameras on the train, we see. Not all, but there are some. But it does help. If we see something, we're supposed to say something. We just need to work together with our officers, our elected officials, and our local community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Maury Bowden.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Jano Lieber and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds and talk about safety. I looked over the reports, safety reports, they're looking good. I think we are working hard to build a safer system, and especially with employee injuries and a lot of other metrics, reducing slip and falls, things like that. But as I think about safety, this has been on my mind. I would like to see a culture of safety, in my estimation, that emphasizes inclusion most of all. Because there are cultures involved in safety-related communities. And I hate to say it, but sometimes I think people in safety and enforcement don't know what to do with people like me. They're skittish around people like me because I'm different and I wear a skirt. And I see the soldiers, and I mean, I was a soldier once. I was in the Army, and I have the utmost respect for our soldiers, and I haven't gotten to talk to them. But you know, when you're 17, 18, 19 years old, and you come from a small town, you end up in basic training. Now you find yourself in New York. You grow up really fast. How do we show people from other states who come here how we do things here in New York? It's culture shock. I saw that when I was in basic training, about 40 states represented in my basic training platoon. So really what I would like to see from safety is a safety department that will know what to do with me by including me. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Bowden, followed by Joseph Morles.
The Federal Highway Administration in December released the 2023 Manual Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And he said that we understand one size doesn't fit all. When you go out there and you see something and it's not right, document it, fix it, and you don't need my permission anymore. 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I'm going with the team from the Westchester County, I don't know, they're going to take me around to look at the roads and how to make them safer at less cost. People today don't pay attention. There's an assumption by the people who wrote that book that said, well, we'll make the line wider because they'll recognize that it's for emphasis. You all sat there at a traffic light when it turned green and nobody moved. Well, when they start to move and they look up, they're not going to notice the width of the line. So to use a line that's wider for emphasis doesn't work today. I don't know if any of you have a Princess phone at home with the push buttons or even a dial phone. They were very important at the time. But the rules changed. The world changed. The rules that were written 30 years ago, 20 years ago, don't work today. Unless you're prepared to change and do what's appropriate in today's world, time to retire and get out of here and let my grandchildren's generation take over. There's a few of us my age that are still out here working to get it right. It's not easy. Thank you for being here, for letting me be here.
Thank you. That concludes our public speaking session for today. Yes, Joseph Marlis is our last speaker for the day.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Morales. I attend Bronx Engineering and Technology Academy in Marble Hill. I read the safety book, and the MTA has a significant list of possible mechanisms in order to continue our downward trends in crime. I noticed that these included de-escalation training for employees and tracking worker assault cases with DA offices. And these are all great things. However, I feel like there needs to be more done beyond reducing index crime in order to increase the sense of safety and community on our subways. The MTA has had several effective crackdowns on crime in the last 2 years, and the NYPD has been an excellent partner in these crackdowns. However, subway crime is often seen as separate from the other issues that occur above ground in our local streets. For instance, I've always seen more individuals who suffer from mental illness at the 125th Street 456 station than at any other station. And one day I had my student Metro card in my pocket and I planned to swipe it in, but I saw one of these individuals just hovering over the turnstile, and as a result, I wasn't going to take out my wallet. I just tapped, paid $2.90 with Omni that day. And why does this happen at 125th and not other stations? At one point, I saw we had the monthly pulse survey here, and all East Harlem stations ranked the worst in practically all the safety metrics. Why in that neighborhood are there any organizations we could partner with to improve the conditions there, above ground, and hence below ground in our subway system? The subway system in New York is truly an extension of the street system, and the issues that occur there often do not originate or stop there. Also, I feel like NYPD Transit, we should have a bureau similar to how the NYPD does school safety. I feel like where we have a couple of the same officers in our subway stations every day, they'll know the individuals that regularly pass through, who need certain supports, and really be able to, they'll get to know certain passengers regularly, and that'll create a sense of security similar to what we have in our schools. And a lot of parents, students, teachers use the subway to get to school every day. Therefore, our subway should be treated with the same sense of care and sensitivity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers for today.
Thank you. And thank you to Mr. Morales, who I know is a high school student, but always brings a lot of insight to his comments from the podium. So thank you to all our public speakers. Approval of the minutes. We have the minutes from the February meeting were circulated. Any comments or corrections? None from Mr. Alber. I have a motion to approve. Second. Minutes are approved. Mr. Heyman, are there changes to the work plan?
Yes, Chair. There's a change to the work plan. The CCTV program will be briefed at a later time this year.
Okay. And when we have a report on safety and security metrics?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and good morning. Key safety metrics start on page 9 of the committee book, and agency safety and security statistics can be found on pages 9 through 36. Statistics for the authority's safety metrics remain strong, highlighting the attention that each agency places on this topic. Generally, accident and injury rates for both employees and customers are trending down and remain low. Of note, the number of fires in the subway system had a marked reduction last year of 17%, highlighting the success of the Executive Committee on Track Fires, which includes, among other efforts, the aggressive track cleaning performed by the maintenance way cleaning teams. Regarding security, the MTA's focus remains unwavering. We saw a significant downtrend in major crimes beginning in March. April month to date, we're lower than 2019 in major crimes per rider. This downtrend speaks directly to the collaborative efforts with federal, state, and local partners. We're also encouraged by a long-term downtrend in crime. In 2023, we saw the average number of reported crimes drop below pre-pandemic levels, both on a pure count as well as a per-rider basis. Together with the MTA PD and our partners at NYPD, we are confident we will achieve a similar result this year. Now, unless there's any questions, I'd like to turn it over to
I just want to underscore one thing, which is, and Chief Muller's here because obviously there are very positive MTA PD stats about commuter rail index crimes, but index crimes, and this is this morning's report, the weekly report, the index crimes on the subway are down. This past week, we're down 33% from the prior week. Year to date, we're down 6.5%. Recall that we had a tough January. The mayor and the NYPD brought a lot of additional personnel into the system, and now we're down for the year 6.5%. And importantly, we are down almost 11% versus pre-COVID, which is, I think, a meaningful benchmark. Now, that doesn't mean that our riders aren't encountering conditions that concern them, and we heard about some of those from the podium just now, but we have to keep pushing to make sure that this overall trend is maintained. And I thank the mayor and the NYPD as well as our own MTA PD for the work that's gone into those results. Back to you, Carl.
Thank you. Is there any questions? I would like to turn it over to Ozzy, the VP of Safety of C&D, for their presentation.
Great. Thank you, Chair, Acting Chief, board members, and good morning, everyone. I am pleased to present an overview of C&D's new safety management system. This new system is intended to standardize policies, procedures, and enhance our safety culture throughout the program. The safety management system aims to achieve a best-in-class safety program that enhances our current safety practices. The program focuses on the people who work at the sites and manages our programs. It emphasizes a clear understanding of everyone's roles and responsibilities for safety while ensuing a positive change in our safety culture. We are enhancing our program to identify and prevent risk associated with our work from the design phase throughout construction and maintenance. We are streamlining the process by setting a standard for all C&D contracts, creating an overarching program in which contractors and our staff can work efficiently. Our digital transformation involved using data to proactively monitor our safety progress on each contract to identify leading trends and support the mitigation of safety concerns. Enhancing the safety systems for multiple savings across the board, not only to reduce and minimize incidents occurrences, but also adding construction and development's faster, better, and under budget goals. Before I continue, I would like to introduce Tom Prendergast, former chairperson of MTA and part of the team that is helping C&D create this program, and to speak on the following slides.
Not the slide. There you go.
Organizations that are considered best in class or aspiring to be best in class make sure that one of the basic tenets of safety is part of its core values. The achievement of zero incidents, unsafe actions, or accidents is not an easily reached goal. It requires a significant commitment of time and effort on all parts of the organization to get there. So no matter where you are on the scale of evolution to be best in class, it's going to take a high level of effort and commitment of management to be able to get there. Most people shirk away from zero as sustainable because they think it's almost impossible when you compare it against statistics. You must disclose information and make sure that there's a full set of experience in terms of what's occurring on the system. In terms of construction and development, doing work on active railroads, doing work on active bus depots is extremely challenging given the nature of the work. The last item I'd like to talk about on this slide is the responsibilities that C&D is going to pass down appropriately to its contractors and consultants. In order to hold someone accountable for safety, performance standards have to be set so you can evaluate that performance against those standards. They have to be communicated to contractors and consultants and included as contract requirements. It's pretty much a given. Scope, schedule, and budget have been the measures that most entities that are foreseeing and overseeing work being done are the standards. Safety needs to be part of that. And then formal mechanisms need to be put in place so that you can have a dashboard of that performance while the project is going on. A dashboard that tells you where trends are changing, where trends are satisfactory, going up or going down, and management can insist that the contractor or consultant take action. Next slide. Historically, in agencies like the MTA, when you're evaluating different contractors or consultants for competitive work, you look at scope, schedule, and budget on work that was prior performed. If a particular entity, firm, had a very high-level incident, accident, something that was brought notoriety to that firm, that was factored into the equation. But it was not necessarily a standard form. And so what we need to do now is make sure that safety is one of those factors like scope, schedule, and budget. In terms of designing for safety, it's based on MIL standard, I think it's 882C now. It was 882A back in the 70s, but it's 882C now. And the hierarchy is designed to eliminate a standard first. The second is to substitute some material, process, or procedure to avoid the hazard. The third is to have engineering controls in place to make sure that you're protecting the work and the employees as it's going on, and the riding public. The fourth category is a procedural control, and the fifth and the least effective is personal protective equipment. Those are established principles that are used in system safety and have been for the last 30 years. In terms of the other thing I would like to say is that focus on leading indicators. Historically, you looked at the empirical evidence from a particular contractor or consultants in terms of the number of injuries, incidents, accidents they had, and evaluated. But the practice now is to look at leading indicators before they materialize into an incident or a after the fact event. You have to track unsafe acts and incidents. Make sure you're monitoring them. If the trend line is going up, insist that the contractor take effective action. And adhere to the basic principles of best-in-class status. This is a whole cultural change within an organization, from the people who manage the projects as well as the people who are affected as they're running the agency.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom. To continue on this slide, we show our active construction volume. Given the current process of collecting data and capturing incidences once they have occurred, this process of managing lagging indicators is an incident-based approach. Although we are working with a high volume of active projects, we are trending with low incident rates. The total incident line includes first aids and general notifications that may not be construction-related. This general total includes incidents that also resulted in lost time and recordable incidences, shown on the lower lines. Lost time is defined as a case resulting in days in which an employee would have worked but could not because of a work-related injury or illness. And a recordable incident is an incident that resulted in a fatality, injury, or illness. In 2023, we recorded only 3 serious injuries across our projects. Currently this year, we are trending 0 incident recordables. The incident-based approach has its drawbacks, as these events have already occurred. Managing in this approach can result in increased incident rates, higher premiums, and project delays. Our goal with the new safety management system is to decrease all incidences. To further show, we have been tracking our incident types while enhancing our current programs and using the standard incident types to measure the impacts. In 2023, we were able to reduce the overall incident types in almost all the categories from the previous year. Currently in 2024, although the entire year is not completed, we are still maintaining lower trends due to our observational-based approach, which include announced and unannounced inspections, managed tiered inspections, and increased safety collaboration. Highlighting one of our ADA projects, which is enhancing 8 stations across our network for accessibility, use the same principles in using observational approach inspections, which provided negative and positive observations to mitigate the risk before they occurred. With increased safety presence at all levels at the project team, we were able to decrease the contractor's negative findings and build lessons learned from the other stations' projects to improve their program safety and mitigate the delays. This graph represents inspections we performed during construction on several of our contractors. This approach of negative observations provided insight into the approaches each contractor uses to manage safety. This enhancement in the observational-based approach collectively leading indicators that can be used to mitigate the risk and prevent incidences from potentially occurring. Although this approach, we identify several contractors with a high number of negative observations, C&D leadership, along with the project team, collectively engaged the individual contractors in the main office to discuss their safety concerns and ours, and discuss the contractors' corrective actions in order to address the safety risk across their portfolio. This process has proven to bring attention and collaboration to improve the individual contractor safety within the projects. This enhancement has the potential to further decrease incident rates, project costs, and avoiding project delays. These small steps are preventive incidences from actually happening. Highlighting another observational-based meeting, this project example is one of the many corrective actions one contractor took on their project to improve their numerous negative observations throughout their site. Changing include hiring a new safety director, reducing the number of current active work sites, increasing managerial personnel on the sites, performing housekeeping throughout the project prior to the start of work, and dedicating specific personnel to safety-specific tasks throughout the day. These are just a few of the positive outcomes from the collaboration efforts from these dedicated safety meetings. Our implementation plan is an ongoing phased approach. This consists of training the project teams at all phases. We are currently completing phase 1 and beginning phase 2. Phase 1 included program feedback and conducting outreach to our contractors, our staff, and the new processes of enhancing safety, effectiveness, and efficiency. Our fundamental goal is to ensure everyone understands the commitments to C&D safety management system. Phase 2 will address the additional enhancements and new programs to our processes, which are currently being developed and finalized to start training. Additionally, the data integration is phase 3, which is included in the automation of data, incorporated into our proposed agency-wide enterprise safety system. This automation of the SMS will maximize efficiency and minimize project disruptions while collecting safety statistics in real time. At C&D, we want to ensure that the labor force, our staff, and the public are provided with the best safety planning, the program implementation available while working in and using our system. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments from the board? Mr. Garodnik.
Thank you. First of all, it's my first meeting. I think it's good to be here. Thank you for the hospitality, and it's good to be with you all. Just one question on, and it's slide 5, on the incident-based approach. I noted the overall number of contracts went from 387 to 466, going from December to January, and the number of incidents reported also went up. Can you just help me understand how to interpret what I'm looking at here? The numbers are more in line to what had been the case for most of 2023, but they also had dropped down toward the end of last year. If you could help me understand and put that in context, I would appreciate it.
Sure. So the projects that were trending down are the projects that were closing out and coming to a close while the new ones were being set up. As far as the trends you wanted to know, I'm sorry, because they were asking me a question.
So I want to know what we should explain, how we should explain the increase in numbers of incidents from the end of December to January, February, and March. It's a much higher percentage basis of the total number of contracts than it was in November and December, but it is also more in line with what had been reported previously. Just give me a sense of how to interpret that.
Sure. So the increase is really just an enhancement of what we've been working on with our contractors to notify near misses, general first aids, and even incidences that occurred near our projects. So during my presentation, I also stated that some of these incidents that were captured in the total were maybe not related to construction itself. However, the increase is just more of a notification of our contractors being more proactive and advising when situations are occurring on our sites. However, it doesn't, when you look at the actual lost time and recordables, we've still been trending at a low number rate, even with the increased number of volume that we've been having.
I'll also just jump in and good morning, everyone. Just to say that we don't have the slide in front of us, but I think we do. It's also a function of we get lower productivity from our contractors in November and December because of the holidays. So it's a combination of a critical thing that Ozzy is describing is we've used this safety management system to become much more vigilant about incident reporting and monitoring, and also, more importantly, maybe, to create these leading indicators that are not incident-based, that are looking ahead through our safety inspections and registering issues. But in terms of the incident reporting, I think it's a combination of increased reporting and also just a seasonal trend, which we'll see now that we have the safety management system in place and we're able to track this data year over year.
Any other questions? Mr. Herbst.
Yes, good morning. Just a question. One of the slides you showed in the observational-based results of the contractors. There are numbers where you compare different contractors and the numbers. Is that based on I see the actual incidents, but is that also a reflective of the size of the contract, or is it really just an indication of one contractor just not being diligent enough?
So the numbers that we're showing are not actual incidences. Those are actual observations that are tallied up from going to the site visits across their portfolio. So they're not actually incidences, but they're more finding negative observations that we want them to work on and to correct them before anything happens.
But is that based on the size of the contract when you compare one contract to another, the contractors?
So it's not based on the contracts. It's based on their total portfolio that's been awarded to them. So, but it's not specific to that.
But I think that Mr. Herbst's point is that the number of observations should be evaluated proportional to maybe the value and size of the work that they're doing. I think it's a relevant point. And one of the reasons that you're anonymized, this is anonymized, is the purpose is not to, cast any contractor in a poor light, but rather just to demonstrate how aggressive I think C&D is being about evaluating contractor safety performance through this system of, really inspections.
I think this is an excellent approach. I'm in favor of it. But I also just curious, do you see this playing in the future in looking at pre-qualifications of contractors?
The pre-qualification is part of the SMS program that we are introducing to track every contractor at the individual contract level of their program, of their process of safety, and will also be used during the award process as part of the qualifications.
Okay, thank you.
Good discussion on key issues. Anybody else? Okay, we're eating into our railroad time, so I'm going to ask other comments or questions. Random thoughts, Mr. Albert.
Under prevention metrics, leading indicators on page 17 of the safety book, I notice a huge discrepancy between the amount of the target goal for the amount of continuous welded rail to be installed and the amount that was actually installed. Is that due to a lack of personnel or GOs, or why would there be such a big discrepancy?
We can get back to you on exactly the reason for it.
Thank you.
Anything else folks want to raise before we move to adjournment? Okay. With that, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Thank you, Ms. Soren. Thank you for the second, Ms. Herbst. We're in adjournment. Thanks.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC, and then from there going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off.
Good morning. I would like to convene the April 2024 Bridges and Tunnels Committee meeting. Ms. Pascone, are there any public speakers?
Good morning. We have 8 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware of the clock in the front of the room and the warning light you will see reminding you that you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Michael Cohen. Following will be Maddie Bucas-Hyland, followed by Jack Nierenberg.
Hi, I'm Michael Cohen. I would like to say that I feel that I'm glad that congestion pricing is going to be implemented. But what I also ask is, what will be done to improve the bridges and tunnels to make them more accessible for pedestrians and bicyclists, and also to have decreased congestion in tunnels? Because even though we're reducing congestion on the streets, I think it's important to reduce congestion in tunnels and bridges as well, and to improve them so that they can be used for more than just vehicles, so that there can also be pedestrian access and all sorts of things like that on all the tunnels and bridges. And I noticed because a lot of them are they go straight to the highways, and there's no, if you look at the Brooklyn Queens Tunnel, there's no, the Queens Midtown Tunnel, there's no access for pedestrians. And I'm wondering, would it be possible to also include pedestrian access so that, I know that most of the ones that are maintained by the city include pedestrian and bicycle access, and I wonder why the same can't be done for the MTA's facilities, so that more people can use those facilities to get across the rivers and go to other places as well. And I'd like to see that done with some of the funds raised from congestion pricing, so that there can be more options.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jack Nierenberg. I'm sorry, the next speaker is Maddie Buckies-Hyland, followed by Jack Nierenberg.
You got it right this time, Ms. Pascone. Good morning, everybody. This is Maddie W. Buckies-Hyland. For today, I want to speak about fare evasion. I would like to first thank President Kathy Sheridan and our lawmakers by making fare evasion. Listen, no one likes to pay the fares. In fact, some of us, the workers that live in New Jersey in this boardroom right now, have to pay $13.38 or even $17.63 to get from New York from a crossing from an operation by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Speaking of, I would like to also thank the Director of Tunnels, Bridges, and Tunnels, Diane Eller, at the Port Authority for doing their part as well. And I would also like to thank our partners at the New York State Department of Transportation, as well as the New York State Bridge Authority, under its chair, Joan McDonald, and the New York State Thruway Authority, under its chair, Joanne Joni Mahoney. That's all I'll have to say. Last thing I want is to thank Jamie Barbas, for being a co-chair along with David Mack. I applaud you for your service, Ms. Barbas. Thank you very much, and God bless each and everybody. Ms. Pascone?
Thank you. The next speaker is Jack Nierenberg, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg, the Vice President of Passengers United. So it looks like we have a start date for the congestion pricing program, June 30th. Now, again, I want to reiterate that what was promised to the public by the MTA was that the funds that would be generated from congestion pricing would go specifically toward capital programs for the MTA. Now, unfortunately, given the MTA's track record of mismanagement, I'm not confident that that's going to happen. And unfortunately, many New Yorkers and many of the commuting public share this concern. So I'm just letting everyone know ahead of time that at the end of every month, through Freedom of Information Law requests, I'm going to be submitting those requests, and I want to see where exactly the money is going, how much has been raised, and if that money is staying within what was promised, which was the capital program dedicated funding stream. I don't want to see any of that money going anywhere else. I don't want to see any embezzlement, not saying that's going to happen, but at the same time, I want to make sure that the money that's being used from congestion pricing is going exactly where it was promised to the commuting public and to New Yorkers, which was for capital programs. So that's going to be happening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Joseph Morales.
Good morning, Kathy. Mic is not on. Good morning, Kathy. Good morning, Jamie. I don't see David Mack here or on Zoom. But good morning, everyone. Jason Anthony from the Long Island Railroad 88 Task Force. For everyone's knowledge, this past Thursday, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey met on Thursday on its headquarters in the financial district in Lower Manhattan. And I asked all of their board members, including its President Rick Cotton, what was their position regarding congestion pricing. Their response, none. As we all know, this upcoming January, they will approve once again, like they do every year, a toll hike of 3% due to, quotation marks, inflation. Since that congestion pricing will be implemented on June 30th, we told them as New Yorkers, we don't want another toll hike because this is totally unfair. And we did not receive any response for the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. So, Kathy, you're doing a good job. Keep putting pressure on those toll evaders, because since that they're not paying their tolls, they should be fined or sending them to jail and sending their cars to the toll pound. So
Please
that's all I have
conclude
to
your
say for this month.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joseph Morales, followed by Murray Bowden.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Morales. I'm from Bronx Engineering and Technology Academy. I must say, I saw the procurement for this month. I'm really glad that the MTA is finding ways to save on EasyPass transponders by transitioning to sticker tags in the new contract. However, as EasyPass is a multi-state alliance and other states have separate toll programs, for example, Florida has the SunPass, I think that the MTA should work with other states to develop a national toll pass for anyone that anyone can use anywhere in the country, simply because a lot of people travel into and through New York for all sorts of purposes, and vice versa. So when there's less confusion, a universal system will help ensure that more tolls are paid and that they're paid on time. And as the MTA, like a few other speakers today have mentioned, is really focusing efforts on reducing toll evasion, I feel like that would be a great step in the right direction. Also, the MTA should look to increase EasyPass use. We all know that is a more efficient and affordable system, and yet tens of thousands of motorists, I saw the statistics, still pay by mail daily. And if you look at between January the rate increased from between 30,000 and 50,000 motorists a day between February 22 and February 2023, before surging to levels of mostly between 65K and 70K between June of last year and February of this year. Lastly, I noticed there was a significant drop in collisions at the Thorax Neck Bridge, even as major reconstruction continues. And several more projects are planned and underway at almost all bridges and tunnels facilities as per the MTA capital plan. Hence, the MTA, because I noticed there was some fluctuation in our collision statistics, should continue reviewing construction and traffic plans to ensure that motorists can operate safely on all our bridges, especially with congestion pricing on the way as well. Traffic at some of our facilities may change. Thank you for your time this month.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mary Bowden, followed by Alita Dupree.
That's okay. 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I'm meeting a team from Westchester County. We're going out to look at the road markings to see how they can be made safer for pedestrians and drivers and how to reduce costs. Please set up a meeting for me with the team from the Bridges and Tunnels to go around and see what can be done. I can make suggestions. You have to implement it. The world has changed. Discussion. I'm here because nothing works like discussing in person. I could never do this on Zoom. What I learned this morning is incredible to my future and my health. And I want to thank those people who spoke to me this morning and helped. So please set up a meeting. Nothing works like in person. I can only make suggestions. You choose what works and you implement it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Jesse Figueroa.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair, Jamie Barbas, and members. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds can talk about bridges and tunnels. The reports look good. We're doing well with our fare recovery. We can always do better. Enforcement is essential because that money helps to keep these bridges safe. We have to pay our bonding. We got bills to pay. Did see in the report that we have some electricity and we also have some fuel. So can we get some electric vehicles and we can use less fuel and more electricity for our system? And how do we get more people interested in Easy Pass? I don't have a car, I don't have Easy Pass, but I actually had a Pike Pass in Oklahoma in 1991. That was one of the first systems to do this type of electronic tolling. So I was on the ground floor with that. It works. Electronic tolling is working. And I haven't gotten to do any bridges and tunnels on this day yet. Maybe later in the week I'll do some and take a bus across. But toll plazas are definitely safer when you drive under the transponders. And you no longer have the plaza's there. Yeah, this morning I went through the Lincoln Tunnel from New Jersey. The plaza's still there. Hopefully it'll come down. So having the open space there is making it safer and easier to get through. So this is working, and I'm reading your statements. I think we're running at or close to pre-COVID. So let's be ready for the future. Bridge and tunnels is important to me, even though I don't get to use it much. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by Michael Ring.
Good morning, everybody. Jesse Figueroa here, U.S. Army veteran and member of the Long Island Railroad Accessibility Task Force. I'd like to say, Kathy, good job on what you do and keep up the good work on toll evasions. And 3 options I like to quote from my fellow colleague, Jason Anthony. 3 options: pay the toll or get your car impounded, or if worse, If you have a warrant, you go to jail. Other than that, keep up the good work, especially to MTA police and the TBTA police. Thank you.
Thank you. The next and final speaker is Michael Ring.
Good morning. My name is Michael Ring, and a verbal description of my appearance would show that I'm a 60-year-old white guy wearing a hideous T-shirt that says I ran the Brooklyn Half Marathon yesterday, and that's going to be relevant in a second. I really want to say to you guys, shame on you for floating the idea of collecting money during the New York City Marathon from the participants. It would $750,000 is $15 a participant. You can't possibly be losing that much money on race day. People may not drive over the bridge that day, but they're driving another day, and the millions of dollars of tourism money that comes into the city is a big deal. You should be going in the other direction. In September, I ran the marathon in Berlin, and everyone who ran the marathon rode the subways and buses for free that weekend. They gave us a pass. You can do better. You don't have to have Kathy Hochul, who probably doesn't know how to use a MetroCard, tell you guys how to be better. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Rose. Due to the fact that we don't have a quorum this morning, we will defer the approval of the minutes of the March 2024 B&T Committee meeting. President Sheridan, are there any changes to the work plan?
Good morning, Chair Barbas. There are no changes to the work plan. I'd like to note that the fourth quarter 2023 diversity report for bridges and tunnels is included in this month's committee materials. I've been advised there will be an MTA-wide diversity report provided at the Diversity Committee later today.
Thank you. President Sheridan, will you start off with some remarks, please?
Sure. So before we move to today's agenda, I'd like to follow up on Commissioner Tessitore's request at the end of last month's meeting. As to the matter of the future of the agency's staffing needs, specifically related to enforcement, it's a little premature to actually have that discussion at this time. We don't have a comprehensive update. Last month, the agency opted into a 20-year retirement plan for both the officers and supervisors unions, but we don't know the impacts of that yet. We've been working with the New York City retirement system to offer guidance to our eligible employees, but none have actually taken advantage of the opportunity yet, so we don't know what that's going to look like. Is it going to be, considerable, or is it manageable? So we will give an update to the committee when we do have more information. That said, we've gained flexibility with the supervisors union and have increased the frequency and intensity of our enforcement activities against toll evasion via our own targeted operations, as well as participation in the joint task force with our city and state partners. As you may have seen in the news coverage, we continue our dynamic interagency law enforcement partnership in the crackdown on the use of covered or fraudulent license plates and persistent toll evaders. In the past month, we've had 8 targeted joint operations resulting in the interdiction of 425 vehicles, more than 3,000 summonses issued, and 89 arrests. For those who were B&T toll violators, they owed more than $1.8 million. I congratulate our bridge and tunnel officers, as well as our task force partners, and I'll be sure to keep updating you on these efforts as we go along. So for the first time, B&T had a presence at the New York Auto Show held at the Jacob Javits Center. Our display area, which featured one of our fully equipped patrol vehicles as part of the Hometown Heroes presentation, was a big hit with visitors of all ages. Employees who staffed the booth also sold almost 100 Easy Pass on-the-go tags, provided agency information at an on-site career fair, and answered all manner of questions about our facilities, tolling operations, and congestion pricing. It was a positive educational experience on all fronts. Shifting to a historic note, 85 years ago today marked the opening of the Bronx Whitestone Bridge, which is our committee focus this month. The bridge was constructed in just under 2 years and opened on April 29, 1939. Commuters and visitors who pass through or spend time in Grand Central Terminal will be treated to a display featuring bridge images and artifacts in our Vanderbilt Passage window space. I want to thank our Metro North colleagues for facilitating this installation. working with our central maintenance carpentry crew and the B&T Special Archive. Any history or profile of the Whitestone Bridge would not be complete without a nod to our facility teams. These employees know their facilities like the back of their hand, and it's reassuring to me, as it should be to our customers, that they're on the ground every day making sure customers cross our roadways safely and efficiently. And speaking of customer service, I'm pleased to note our customers can now subscribe to notifications for bridges and tunnels as part of the MTA's upgraded email and text alert system to stay informed of traffic impacts or planned closures at our facilities. The system enables subscribers to easily set up service alerts for any of our 9 crossings and tailor the days and times to individual preferences. We're pleased to offer this enhanced information tool, which anyone can sign up for at mta.info. So now we'll return to the Bronx-Whitestone Bridge theme, and this month we've asked our C&D colleague, Senior Vice President and TBTA Chief Engineer Joe Keene, to discuss a history of capital improvements to the Whitestone Bridge. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you, Kathy. The Bronx-Whitestone Bridge connecting the Bronx to Queens, designed by the great Othmar Ammann, opened to traffic in April 1939, just in time for the World's Fair in Flushing Meadow Park. The opening of what was at the time the 4th longest suspension bridge in the world, with a central span of 2,300 feet and a total length of 7,100 feet, after less than 2 years of construction, was a monumental achievement of the young Triborough Bridge Authority. The bridge's long, slender, and spare design was an aesthetic triumph. The Bronx-Whitestone Bridge was described on opening day as the finest suspension bridge of them all, without comparison in lightness and absence of pretentious ornamentation. The bridge connects the Hutchinson River Parkway in the Bronx and the Whitestone Expressway and Cross Island Parkway in Queens. The residential communities of Whitestone and Malba flank the south side of the span in Queens, while Ferry Point Park is adjacent to the bridge's administration building in the Bronx. The bridge was originally a 4-lane bridge with 2 more travel lanes added in 1947, giving the current configuration of 3 lanes in each direction. The slim, elegant design of the bridge shared many of the characteristics of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, which collapsed in 1940 as a result of wind-induced oscillations. Thereafter, several retrofits were made to the Bronx-Whitestone Bridge to mitigate against any similar issues. These included the addition of diagonal stay cables, as well as heavy steel stiffening trusses on both sides of the bridge, and later the addition of dampers, which are essentially weights that are released in a high wind event to add stability. While these measures helped, they added considerable weight to the bridge without fully addressing wind vulnerabilities. TBTA subsequently implemented a series of major retrofits starting in 2002 to reduce the weight on the bridge's cables and install a lighter and more effective solution to improve the bridge's aerodynamic performance. The heavy stiffening trusses were removed, and an innovative lightweight fiberglass fairing designed to minimize wind-induced oscillation was added, restoring the bridge to its original spare and graceful appearance. Replacement of the original concrete-filled steel grid deck with a lighter prefabricated steel deck followed in 2004. Combined with previous improvements, this project alleviated thousands of tons of weight from the span, significantly reducing load on the main cable and resulting in a more robust and durable suspension span. Attention next turned to the approach spans, from the on-grade highway connections to the suspended span. These approaches were aging and deteriorating after 7 decades of use when we embarked on a program to completely replace them with new modern structures that were wider, more redundant, and resilient, with 12-foot lanes and safety shoulders. The Bronx approach was replaced in 2012, and the Queens approach was replaced in 2015. The new approach structures comprise a more redundant 3-pier configuration with 4-foot inside shoulders and 12-foot right shoulders meeting modern standards. These replacement projects, as well as the suspended span deck reconstruction, were carried out while maintaining full peak direction travel capacity through use of a movable barrier and diversions to the nearby Throgs Neck Bridge. In 2017, TBTA implemented cashless open road tolling, a first in our region, at all facilities, in an accelerated 10-month program that transformed the customer experience at our bridges and tunnels, reduced collisions, vehicle emissions, and saved countless hours of travel time. While the Bronx-Whitestone and neighboring Throgs Neck Bridge were the final crossings to convert operations both on September 30, 2017, the last cash toll in B&T history was collected at the Bronx-Whitestone. Demolition of the old toll booths followed immediately thereafter. As we continue to evolve and meet the needs of customers in a changed traffic environment, we focused on a southbound traffic merge area between the Whitestone Expressway and the Cross Island Parkway in Queens. In July of 2020, during the height of the COVID pandemic, taking full advantage of reduced traffic volumes, B&T implemented a small but consequential improvement in the diverge area by widening and reconfiguring lanes. The results have been dramatic and have resulted in a 75% reduction in vehicle collisions at this location. In the last 4 years, as part of an overall resiliency project, new marine vessel pier protection was constructed at the tower piers. This project also added supplementary fire standpipes that can be supplied with water via FDNY fireboats. The most significant current project at the bridge is a resiliency project that adds redundant power feeds from Queens and automatic switching of electrical power, allowing full interborough electrical redundancy. The work also entails installation of flood protection and improvements that will enhance overall facility resiliency and state of good repair. This project is planned for completion in 2016. The Bronx-Whitestone Bridge has undergone quite a transformation over the past 85 years, adapting to the ever-changing needs of the region. In the past 32 years, the MTA has invested over $1 billion at the Bronx-Whitestone Bridge, and we continue to plan for future investments to ensure it remains the vital and essential link it has always been. I want to acknowledge the success of the Bronx-Whitestone Bridge in remaining dynamic and meeting customer needs is due to a team effort by the entire TBTA and MTA family of engineers, maintainers, operations, and other support staff, all working together to continue to make this graceful suspension bridge the best that it can be. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Joe. Here's to many more decades ahead for the Bronx-Whitestone Bridge. Are there any questions by any of the commissioners? Okay, we're going to move on to procurements. We have an information item. Since we don't have a quorum, we will be moving this to the board meeting tomorrow, but Lynn Gore, our Deputy Chief Procurement Officer, will present the information item.
Thank you, Kathy. Procurements start on page 44 of the committee book. There are no non-competitive procurements or ratifications. There are 3 competitive contracts in a total amount of $25 million. MTA Bridges and Tunnels requests board approval to award 3 competitively solicited miscellaneous estimated quantity procurement contracts to Transcor LP, Neology Inc., and Star Systems America, LLC, to provide electronic transponders and related equipment and services for the EasyPass electronic toll collection system in the aggregated not-to-exceed amount of $25 million over a period of 5 years. Unless there are questions, these procurements are described and detailed in enclosed staff summary. I submit these procurement actions to the committee for approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Any questions on the procurements? Okay, so as I said, those will go to the board tomorrow. So before we conclude, I'd like to say a few words about our longtime colleague, Lynn Gore. He's retiring after an impressive 38 years of service to the MTA and B&T. In fact, Lynn's last day is tomorrow, and it's a testament to his unwavering dedication that he's here now, continuing to work up until his final hours, wrapping up our important B&T matters. And while I've known Lynn for a relatively short time in his long tenure, I can attest from my frequent dealings with him over this very busy past year we've had, his professionalism, his institutional knowledge are just boundless. And that goes for his patience, mostly with me, his reassuring manner, and his sense of humor. So speaking on behalf of the entire TVTA agency, we will miss you, and we wish you well in your retirement. So if there are no further questions, this concludes B&T's committee report.
This concludes the meeting. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Motley. I'm a stock worker here at East New York Depot. I've been with MTA Bus for 1 year, 4 months. As a stock worker, typical day in the job is issue parts to the maintenance facility. I process transactions. I do express issues, inter-unit transfers. I also help. We stock parts, we receive parts from different manufacturers, give them their respective locations. We do cycle counts to find any discrepancies within our inventory also. Here at the East New York Depot, which is the central maintenance facility, we actually process a lot of parts for various depots.
Here in this stock room, it's a CMF, Central Maintenance Facility. Buses come in for major work, so we store bigger items, high dollar value items, engines, radiators, transmissions, generators, motors. Because when the buses come here, they're here for an extended period of time to get a complete overhaul. So whatever buses that are active in our fleet right now, we have the parts for it.
We also store cleaning products for our cleaners that are located in the depot to help them get their job done. We help the maintainers get the correct parts needed for the buses to make service. You know, we have our regular chores of making sure that the stockroom is clean, no tripping hazards on the floor. That's one of our daily chores as stock workers to ensure the safety of the operation in the stockroom itself.
In order to be a good stock worker, one of the best qualities you need to have, the top ones are good retention, safety, responsibility. You know, you want to have that kind of characteristic in you to try to do your best in everything you do and deliver the best. You know, it makes me smile. It makes me feel good knowing that I work for a company where has a lot to offer. We all play a different role in what we do to keep the buses rolling out.
Without these parts, these buses will be out of service and the customers
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the joint Metro North Long Island Committee's meeting. We would like to start off by hearing this morning's speakers. Andy?
Good morning, Chair. This morning we have 13 speakers, both online and in person. We'd like to remind everyone that speakers are limited to 2 minutes in a matter of fairness. Our first speaker will be Murray Bowden, followed by Adam Winenstein. Murray Bowden.
We got here fast. Where's Rob? Rob? I'm meeting with Westchester County tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, and we're driving around to see the road markings. Please set up a meeting for me with your team. I'll come out to East Hampton. There are 6 railroad crossings. They all sound as a horn. I think that with discussion in person with your team, I'm willing to drive out there. We can figure out a different, your team may be able to figure out a different way to warn people so that people know which crossing, because right now, when a horn sounds, nobody knows which of the 6 crossings it is. So I'd like to meet with their team. I'm meeting with Westchester. It's worth driving out there. Jano's right. Nothing works like being there in person. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Winenstein, followed by Christopher Greif. We'll come back to Adam. And next is Christopher Greif, followed by Maddie W. Bucky's Highland.
Good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif. First, I want to congratulate Rob, our new president, which I already said it at the anniversary. But I still want to thank him. It was a great event as we celebrated the 190th birthday of the Long Island Railroad. So I hope everyone gets a chance to go down there, get some history, because you know we had a lot of those kids were there. But getting to business, I want to thank the railroads because we have been working on a lot of Long Island cares, Metro North cares, and you know what? It's glad to know they're getting help and assistance. But we still need to make sure that walkie-talkies for the Metro North end, we need to make sure they have walkie-talkies. So in case of an emergency, to let them know that where the passenger could be in a platform, could be in the middle, could be in the rear, could be in the front, or it could be between the middle and the front. We know that Gesundheit, as you know, it is important. We know that Grand Central has it, but outside of Grand Central, they don't have them. Safety is very important, and also to make sure that they have the safety and we are safe as well, so the conductor can get the bridge plate out quick and keep the train running on time. So all I have to say is safety is very important for us, and we want to thank the MTA Police because we have seen them responding very quickly on the Metro North New Haven line, very much. Some of my friends are saying, thank you, Chief, to please pass that word out because working together, we have to accomplish a lot. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Maddie W. Bucky's Highland, followed by Jason Anthony.
I would like to know what that kid's middle initial is. But anyway, good morning, everybody. I'm Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Rob Freed of becoming a permanent MTA Long Island Railroad president. Rob is going to do a great job. Second, happy Autism Awareness Month, folks. As you can see on my shirt, we have something called reduced fare. So the seniors, the disabled, the poor, for that. We also have the $1 fare for children ages 5 through 11. Children who are 12 and older who have autism should be automatically eligible for reduced fare, not applying for like a reduced fare Metro card. and send it to Brooklyn at a processing facility. Facility. We have to realize, though, that that accessibility is a right, not a privilege. So we should consider for anyone 12 and older who should be eligible for an automatic reduced fare at that rate. I thank you very much, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you, Mr. Butter.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Joseph Morales.
Good morning, Committee Rail meeting. Good morning, President Rob, President Kathy, and the rest of the Committee Rail meeting. Jason Anthony here once again this month. A couple of things that I want to mention. I was on the 190th anniversary of the Long Island Railroad. A lot of things that I learned that I didn't knew about the Long Island Railroad. As a matter of fact, it has been 9 years since I moved from the Florida Panhandle to live into New York City. It has been 9 years that I've been using the transit system in general. That includes both commuter rails. I have learned a lot. But throughout those 9 years, I've been bonding a lot with the MTA in general. This month, I want to thank Kathy, especially Rob. I want to thank Chief Mueller. Especially, I want to give kudos to Officer Parks, who is at Penn Station, who is doing a magnificent job over there. I want to give a shout out to the Long Island Cares over there in Jamaica, especially to Sean, who is doing a magnificent job. But we need more presence, especially that I was aware that there's going to be a huge protest at Penn Station. So, Chief, be prepared, have more presence over there at Penn Station because something might happen during the PM rush. So, guys, keep doing the great work. So, that's all I have to say for this month. I'll see you next month.
Our next speaker is Joseph Kelly, followed by Charlton D'Souza. Morales, sorry.
Morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Morales. I would like to begin by saying that I noticed in this month's statistics that for the Metro North West of Hudson lines, service delivered and on-time performance rates are generally lower than the rest of the lines, and there's some particularly sharp drop-offs in certain months. I understand that those lines are operated by New Jersey Transit, and they have a history, I feel like, of more like they have these days where there's like major service meltdowns that at the MTA we tend to be able to avoid. I definitely think we should work with them to develop some sort of solution, since they are offering an MTA service. And in Rockland and Orange County, their big frustration with congestion pricing is that they don't have a reliable mass transit way to get into the city. So by improving their Metro North service, we could definitely help compensate for that as much as we can. Also, I'd like to talk about the Grand Central signage project. I feel like it's very important because Grand Central is large, especially with Grand Central Madison opening just a year ago. It can be tough to navigate for New Yorkers and tourists alike. So definitely happy about that, but I feel like the MTA should also develop wayfinding plans for all large complexes such as Penn Station and Atlantic Terminal, because especially at Penn, when Penn Station access opens, and we're going to have thousands of new passengers there. The MTA should also continue posting artwork from youth like they've done at the Poughkeepsie Station. I noticed that in the book for this month. This gives people happiness when they're commuting, and it gives them pride in their home stations. A lot of times, especially with hybrid work, people aren't necessarily looking forward to going into the city. Some are, some aren't. So when they could go into the station and see that, it gives them that sense of happiness. And the pride is very important because A lot of these stations in suburban downtowns, they're basically at the center of their community, and it's the first thing a lot of people see. So I feel like the artwork is very valuable in that regard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your remarks. Next, we have Charleston D'Souza, followed by Iris Kelly.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. So the MTA is playing a new con game on all of us in Southeast Queens and the Bronx. And that is the 10% monthly discounts that are being proposed. So it's bad enough you guys took away the Atlantic Ticket weekly program we had for $60, which gave us a subway and bus transfer. And then you guys raised the fares on LIR and MTA. So the fares went up 4%. So now you're claiming to give us a 10% deduction because of congestion pricing, but that's only for a monthly ticket for the commuter rails between Zone 3 and Zone 1. So instead of paying $222, you're now paying $198. But there are no subway and bus transfers included. Why? There should be a monthly pass that people pay for like $145 for the railroad, subway, and bus, and it should include everything. That's what we should be doing. We should have a weekly pass for $45 for the railroads. It should be a 7-day unlimited MetroCard. This gaslighting is really horrible. I don't know why the elected officials are not pleading with you guys for more discounts, but we at Passengers United are not going to support this proposal. It's good for now, obviously. Any discount helps. But it really has to have a city ticket weekly, a city ticket monthly, and we need a day pass. All the other cities like SEPTA in Philadelphia, they figured this out with their regional rail. Look at Chicago. They have discounts. Boston has discounts. Los Angeles has discounts. But the MTA wants people to pay $15 for congestion pricing to pull them out of their cars. Southeast Queens and parts of the Bronx are in transit deserts. But what do we get? Nothing. We're all begging for crumbs. This is ridiculous, and I oppose this.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Jack Connors.
Yes, there's problems with the railroad in terms of timing and for just being able to get home. On the other night, I get around midnight, and they said there's a train at 12:04 to get to connect into Brooklyn. I get up and over, and I'm almost three-quarters way down, and then see the train pulling away. That meant a 40-minute wait for the next train out. That train that comes in 40 minutes later comes in 20 after, and then has to stay 20 minutes just to get out of Jamaica going to Brooklyn. That is terrible. That should be our time for us. Our connection from Manhattan to Brooklyn, we always had between 2 and 3. There's no reason why you can't make from 2 over the track 12 and 12. That is a disgrace. It made it harder for me getting home that night, and I missed my sister ride, and I had to go extra time for them to get me home. Getting home after 2 o'clock in the morning was a disgrace. Try to think about what you're doing to people. I mean, people need to make connections. If you make a connection, it's a huge wait time for everything else, and get home real late. That is not good for anybody. Try to think about what you're doing to people with this connection time. You should compromise Brooklyn people because we had the longest way walk over from track 2 to track 12. That is a disgrace, and think about it, what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jack Connors, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good morning. I'm Jack Connors, Research and Communications Associate at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. First, happy 190th birthday to the LIRR. This legislative session, PCAC advocated for a slew of fare discounts for riders on the LIRR and Metro North. Riders around the system, but particularly on the commuter railroads, shared in the most recent Customers Count survey that creative fare discounts and deals rank at the top of the list of improvements that would get them to ride transit more. While we're disappointed that our proposals, creating a weekly city ticket with transfers to subways and buses, expanding fares to the commuter railroads within New York City, and extending the seniors, disabled, and Medicare discount to the AM peak did not end up in the enacted state budget this year, we're thrilled that you'll be taking action on 10% discounts for monthly tickets for the LIRR and Metro North within New York City in advance of congestion pricing. It's what the OBTA was created for as part of the original 2019 legislation. We're not giving up on the other discounts, which will increase equitable and affordable access to transit for more New Yorkers, and look forward to working with the MTA, the city, and elected leaders across both to make them a reality for riders. The sad irony is that rider reps won't be able to vote on the discounts today. Hopefully, one day that will change too. In many of our conversations over fares over the last few years, we've received the same response over and over again when explaining that senior, disabled, and Medicare eligible riders currently cannot use their discount during the morning peak. How does that make any sense? We agree, it doesn't make any sense. We're hoping to work with the MTA board and leadership to close this legacy gap in the fare structure. We're also looking forward to working with the City Council to expand fares to the LIRR and Metro North within New York City and raise the eligibility threshold to 200% of the federal poverty level. There's still work to be done to make sure that all riders can afford the fastest transit available to them, and we're thankful for the strides that have been made this budget season. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Dave Morandi.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
We can.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Can we reset to 2 minutes because my mic cracked out? So anyhow, restart to 2 minutes. Good morning, everyone. Andy Pollock here, Passengers United. So a couple of things I want to note for this morning. Number one, this morning, I saw a very disturbing video on YouTube about Jamaica. What's going on in Jamaica, you may be wondering? Well, the escalators and elevators are not properly working. And that's a very big problem. That's an Americans with Disabilities Act violation to not have the escalators and elevators not properly working. So I don't know if the MTA controls the escalators and elevators on the Long Island Railroad platform, but that needs to be fixed immediately. And one more thing before I conclude my remarks this morning. I agree with what our President Charlton D'Souza just said about the discount programs. This is not really a discount. It's basically a slim discount. It should be $140 a month for the city ticket. And I don't know who came up with this idea, but this needs to be reevaluated. So with that being all said, I'm here at Auburndale. I have a westbound train to catch, so I'm going to conclude my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Dave Morandi, followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning. My name is Dave Morandi. I live in the town of Phillipstown. I was a former mayor of the village of Cold Spring from 2015 to 2022. I'm here today representing the non-for-profit group Protect the Highlands, which was established last year to oppose the proposed fjord trail. Recently, with the assistance of your finance chair, Neil Zuckerman, a letter and photos with a link to a video were sent to the members of the committee. I'm not sure if you received it. If not, I brought hard copies with me today to share. If not familiar with the Fjord Trail, it's a 7.5-mile project which started as a simple community-backed trail to address hiker safety and has morphed into a major attraction with an elevated boardwalk and bridge. Approximately 1.5 miles of this trail runs parallel to MTA tracks and the Hudson River and is currently designed, will be on MTA property and need MTA approval. I'm here to reinforce the concerns expressed in the letter. This project is poorly designed and creates more problems than it solves. We urge MTA not to issue permits for this project. From an April 17th meeting between the MTA officials and Supervisor Van Tassel, Mayor Foley, and Mayor Winward, Supervisor Van Tassel's takeaway from that MTA meeting was that the MTA would not allow the trail along the shoreline because it would prevent planned and future maintenance. This is in an April 17th YouTube, if you'd like to take a look. This project has divided our small community and it's pitted friends against friends, and huge amounts of monies will be wasted from both those defending and opposing it if allowed to continue. If MTA's intention is to deny the use of its property for this project, then I urge you, please make that intention public immediately. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Alita Dupree, followed by Adam Wittenstein.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair, Sam and Blanca. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds can talk about railroad today. I did read over the metrics. They're looking good. I think we're tracking about 75% now on maybe 80% on our ridership compared to pre-COVID, so that's good. We want to get more people on the train. I got to add to that a couple of times last week on both railroads. And it looks like our safety is doing okay, and I used escalators and elevators. Didn't run across any inoperative equipment, so that's helping me to navigate the system, especially in Grand Central Madison, doing those big escalators, and I'm afraid of escalators. And I did fine. One reason I go to Grand Central Madison is, one is to do the big escalators, and also it's our house. It's the MTA house, Grand Central Madison, so I want to be a part of that. But I think about Eclipse Day. What brings me back? The day before Eclipse Day, I was walking toward Grand Central Terminal, and the clock was about to strike 9:29, and I took a picture of it. Reminded of Jeff Lynne's Last Train to London, mention of 9:29. I came back the next day to take the picture of the clock inside the main concourse. And but in thinking of that, I did get to go to Stamford because I have to have some Metro North, and I did have a couple of Metro Norths, and also some Jamaica and Flushing and Woodside. But this is not just about the means to the end, but enjoying the journey. And so I just said this as I was going through the tunnel, Park Avenue tunnel, into the light. I got right down the line. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Adam Wittenstein, followed by Jesse Figueroa. Please unmute your microphone. You should be able to do so now. Current speaker is having technical difficulties. We'll go to Jesse Figueroa and return to him now.
Morning, everybody. Jesse Figueroa here, U.S. Army veteran and member of the Long Island Railroad's Accessibility Task Force. I'm here to say that keep up the good work, and especially to the MTA police to crack down on fare evaders on the railroads. And congratulations to Rob as president of the Long Island Railroad. I was happy to be at the 190th anniversary of the Long Island Railroad. I'm very pleased. And other than that, accessibility is our highest priority, as well as safety. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker will be Michael Cohen, followed by Andy Quito.
Hi, my name is Michael Cohen, and I applaud the efforts of the MTA to connect Metro North to Penn Station and provide more access to commuter rail and to increase the number of train stations in the Bronx. However, I question why the city ticket is not valid during the week. Like, there's an off-peak and on-peak fare for the train, but like on the weekends, it's cheaper to travel between stations if in New York City. And I wonder why the same is not true during the week. And I'm thinking like there has to be an option, there should be an option to have cheaper fare for New York City during the week. Maybe a little more than the weekend city ticket, but I think it should be the same throughout the week. I think that you should be able to get a city ticket for any day during the week, so that it always costs less to use the state train in the city. And I was wondering when the railroads will get Omni support, like when you can finally start using Omni on the train. Like, it was initially promised that Omni would be rolled out on the Long Island Railroad and Metro North. And I don't know what's delaying that, but it's been a couple years since Omni has been fully rolled out on the subway and buses. And I don't know why it hasn't yet come to the railroads yet, and why that's delayed. So I would appreciate knowing the reason for that.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Andy Quito, followed by Jack Nuremberg.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you for putting me ahead of person. So yeah, you guys pushed me around again to all the way to the back of the line. But yeah, let's get onto the Long Island Railroad. Why are the escalators and elevators are broken at that station? But this is just absolutely despicable for a main station like Jamaica. Escalators and elevators broken everywhere, and we got homeless just hanging around. A lot of them are mentally ill. Why you guys don't partner yourself with the Port Authority to get them out and get everything fixed up? It's just completely unacceptable. And there's a lot of creepy people that hang around there, including Pine Power Ally, John Mitch, hanging around there, creeping out, just like they did yesterday. Got to go to 129 Lincoln Avenue. You got to go and get this. It's just very, very unacceptable. Very, very creepy. These guys just hanging around too much. So yeah. Lastly, we got to get to the 10% discount. It's just another con way to screw us over. It should be $145 a monthly city ticket. And why are you charging peak city ticket for? It should be $5, just like the predecessor, the Atlantic ticket. You guys are just absolute mess. You guys are corrupt. You guys don't care about the riders. And you guys are destroying the car culture with this congestion pricing. I'm against it. I'm against all these discounts. Reevaluate it and make it better. Thank you for your time. Get John Mitchell arrested. Free Palestine and Trump 2024.
Thank you for your remarks. Our next speaker is Jack Nuremberg, followed by Adam Wittenstein.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Nierenberg. I'm the Vice President of Passengers United. First, I do want to say a very happy birthday to the Long Island Railroad, 190. And also congratulations to President Rob Free. And unfortunately, the Long Island Railroad and Long Island Railroad commuters and also Metro North commuters deserve a lot better than the 10% discount that is being voted on tomorrow for the monthly city tickets. Now, it's barely an incentive for all these people, and it only makes a trivial difference for all these transit riders, and commuters are still worse off than they were at the beginning of 2023. So we've been pleading over and over again for a weekly city ticket and also a monthly city ticket, which has a free subway and bus transfer included. And we've been hearing more of those calls echoed by other people. Unfortunately, it's really a shame that we weren't seeing those same calls being made when the Atlantic ticket last year, when it was being eliminated, which also had that free subway and bus transfer. So that should be a priority for the Long Island Railroad and Metro North and the MTA in general, getting that reinstated for a city ticket. And the Long Island Railroad, I want to make one thing clear. The Long Island Railroad is not in any way a luxury service, despite claims by some who don't take the trains that it is a luxury service. It's a necessity for so many people, especially those who are in disenfranchised communities. It's a connector for many of those communities as well. And if the Long Island Railroad and the Metro North and the MTA really wants to institutionalize equity and put equity at the forefront of their efforts, restoring the benefits of Atlantic Ticket, the free subway and bus transfer would be a priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your remarks. Our final speaker, we will once again try Adam Widenstein.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for accommodating me and the technical issues this morning. Ironically, one of the things I wanted to talk about today was the lack of communication and being able to contact the MTA. Today, I am glad that you absolutely came through accommodating me in this meeting. But whether it be the feedback page, the train time app, it's very rare to get any response, and any response is very like a form letter, usually not related to the inquiry. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the LIR keeps making statements about using customer feedback and data regarding train adjustments. And in my opinion, there have been very, very few train adjustments the last 14 months, especially on what remains of the Port Washington branch. I mean, it just continues to be devastating. The lack of trains during key times, no trains between 5:10 and 5:50 out of Penn in the evening. No trains to Woodside or Penn between 7:36 and 8:16 in the morning. And the one train that was added 2 weeks ago, last week, of course, was a vacation. Understandably, a lot of trains were empty, but even 2 weeks ago, nobody is using this train that's added. And I can never get an answer as to what kind of data is used to make these decisions. It always that the conditions, as well as the feedback that everybody gives, are the exact opposite of any changes or lack thereof the LIR makes, including the debacle back in November with the Port Washington branch, where they made changes and then had to undo them right afterward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your remarks. Madam Chair, that concludes our public comments.
Thank you, Andy, and thank you to this morning's speakers. My name is Blanca Lopez, co-chair, and this month Metro North Rail has the lead. I would also, before we begin, I would like to give a warm welcome to our two new committee members, Dan Garodnick as well as Mark Herbst. I know my co-chair, Sammy Chu, had officially welcomed you last month, but I didn't get a chance to, so I'm going to repeat it again. Moving on to administrative items. The approval of the minutes for last month's March 25th meeting. All of you have had a chance to review them. Are there any corrections or omissions? If not, I move to approve the meeting minutes. Second? Thank you, Sammy. All in favor? The meeting minutes are approved. Moving on to the work plans. Kathy, Rob, are there any changes to your respective work plans?
There are no changes to the Metro North work plan.
And no changes along Island Railroad.
Thank you very much. We move on to hear the president's reports. Kathy will go first.
Okay, thank you. Before I get started, I too would like to congratulate Rob on his permanent appointment as president of the Long Island Railroad. I really am thrilled for him and thrilled to be able to continue to work with him in delivering regional rail service to all of our customers. So congratulations to Rob. On the topic of ridership, our ridership continues strong. On April 9th, we set a post-COVID ridership record of 228,390. On that day, for the first time, Metro North and Long Island Railroad, upstairs and downstairs in Grand Central, combined to serve over 250,000 customers in a single day. In March of 2023, Metro North's ridership was 53 million, which represents an increase of 9.3% from last March, representing 75% of March 2019 ridership. And now that baseball season has resumed, our overall ridership figures are being boosted by Yankee homestands, as thousands of fans know that Metro North is the best way to get to the Bronx to go to the game. Both railroads have a work plan item this month on ridership for 2023. Ben Cornelius will be presenting that information for Metro North, and Yanis Takos for Long Island later on in the agenda today. Another boost to Metro North's discretionary ridership is travel to the world-class dining destinations that we have in Metro North territory, and we are proud to continue our partnership with Hudson Valley Restaurant Week. There are many, many restaurants in our region that are easy walking distance from Metro North stations, and from April 8th through April 21st, diners were able to order from special Restaurant Week menus that highlighted all the Hudson Valley has to offer. Hudson Valley Restaurant Week kicked off a few weeks back with a press event at Goosefeather Restaurant in Tarrytown, where I joined Westchester County Executive George Latimer and other restaurant enthusiasts in reaffirming the Hudson Valley's reputation as a culinary destination. Last week, on Tuesday the 23rd, we hosted our first Connect With Us session of 2024 at Fordham. Metro North leaders were there, along with partners from the MTA Office of the Customer and the MTA People Organization. Fordham is one of our busiest reverse commute stations, and our northbound ridership in the morning peak is actually 100% of what it was pre-COVID. At Tuesday's session, we were able to engage with customers regarding our service. We also had information regarding job opportunities at Metro North, and we talked to several people who are interested in career opportunities with us. Last week's celebration of Earth Day provided us with a significant opportunity to reiterate our dedication to environmental stewardship. In pursuit of this objective, MTA has embarked on the creation of a new climate resiliency roadmap. This comprehensive strategy will necessitate a $6 billion investment over the next decade to fortify our infrastructure against the challenges posed by climate change. I was happy to join Chairman Lieber, MTA C&D President Jamie Torres Springer, and other local officials at an event at our Mott Haven facility in the Bronx, highlighting the particular vulnerability of that low-lying location, where all three of our east of Hudson lines converge, as well as the importance of future investments to fortify our system. I'd also note that we were thrilled to receive $20 million in the recent state budget for an initial investment in Hudson Line resiliency. I want to point out, though, that Metro North is not waiting to take action to improve the ability of our system to withstand the effects of climate change. Last month, we highlighted work to elevate tracks near Garrison on the Hudson Line. This month, we want to show another example of our proactive approach. Here's the Harlem Line signal box elevation at milepost 25.7. That signal box is located within the grade crossing starting at Cleveland Street and Lakeview Avenue. This elevation project addressed recurring flooding issues at that location, which have become more frequent and more severe. By elevating the box with additional standard 4-foot signal foundations and repurposing available materials such as reclaimed concrete ties and recycled ballast, we minimize waste and maximize sustainability while protecting this very important asset. This commitment and projects like this underscore our dedication to fostering a more resilient transportation network. MTA C&D is currently in the midst of a large-scale replacement project for the Park Avenue Viaduct. We've briefed the committee on this before. This structure dates back to the late 1800s and carries approximately 750 trains and thousands of customers to and from Grand Central every weekday. Phase 1 of the construction spans from 115th to 123rd Street. Substantial progress has already been achieved, including replacement of 2,200 feet of steel third rail with new aluminum third rail and relocation of signal power feeder and communication cables to support Track 3 and Track 1 bridge replacements. One of two gantry systems, which are specialized overhead structures used for lifting and positioning heavy materials during construction, have been erected. The first weekend bridge replacement outage will commence in the coming weeks, and we have developed a special schedule in conjunction with our colleagues at C&D to support this critical state of good repair project. This month, as one of our speakers noted, marked Autism Acceptance Month, and on April 2nd, Pershing Square was lit in blue, which embodies the railroad's steadfast dedication to fostering inclusion and understanding. Last Friday, April 26, I was happy to join the New York State Department of Agriculture and Markets Commissioner Richard Ball at an event in Grand Central Terminal celebrating the reopening of the Taste New York store back in Grand Central Terminal. The store features food and beverages grown, produced, or processed in New York State. The reopening of the store provides a great amenity not just for Metro North customers, but for Long Island Railroad customers who come upstairs. We're really pleased to see so much new activity in the terminal, especially as our discretionary ridership continues to grow as weather gets warmer. On April 20th, we held a recruitment event open house at Croton Harmon to highlight opportunities for skilled craft opportunities at the railroad. The event was an amazing success. We had anticipated that approximately 300 people would be there, but we actually welcomed 585 potential job applicants to this event, which was just a phenomenal turnout. I want to thank our talent acquisition team from the People Department as well as the Metro North departmental staff that worked so hard to make this event a success. And finally, we got a bit of good news last week. We got the great news that John Klazowski of our Maintenance of Way Department has been recognized by the publication Progressive Railroading as an industry rising star. Yay, Johnny. He's one of only 25 rising railroad employees across the nation to receive this prestigious recognition. He's been a rising star at the railroad since he began as a track worker in the M&W department. For a time, he worked as a field safety manager in the safety department before assuming his current position as Assistant Deputy Director of Maintenance of Way Compliance. His leadership in establishing a new roadway worker protection audit group has led to a remarkable 38% reduction in operational incidents since its inception in 2021. John is well known around the railroad for his spirit of collaboration and his subject matter expertise, and we couldn't be prouder that Progressive Railroading has recognized his contributions to the safety and reliability of our railroad. And with that, I'll take any questions that the committee might have.
Questions? Okay, moving on to Long Island Rail. Rob?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Before I begin, I would like to thank the Chairman for appointing me Long Island Railroad President on a permanent basis. It has been an incredible journey so far, for which I am truly humbled, grateful, and blessed. I would also like to thank all of you for your support, and of course Kathy for making it a smooth transition. Our organizations will continue to work collaboratively and ensure our region has a world-class rail service. And to our customers, my commitment and dedication to providing a safe, reliable, accessible, and customer-oriented transportation service will not waver. Now to business. Looking at performance and ridership, March total on-time performance, we achieved the 95.95% mark, which was our third best in recorded history. And on to ridership, March 2024 ridership increased 17.2% over March of last year and 18% year-to-date as compared to last year. And non-commutation ridership once again surpassed the same month in 2019, this time by 13.9%. This marks 7 months in a row that we surpassed 2019 ridership and non-commutation. We also achieved the second highest total past pandemic COVID weekday ridership on April 9th, where we accommodated 251,964 customers. It's nice to see all this ridership increasing. And Long Island Railroad customers continue to take advantage of Grand Central Madison service. We are regularly seeing a 60-40 split between Penn Station and Grand Central Madison. It's literally happening several times a week. I believe it was 2 weeks ago, 4 of the 5 days were a 60-40 split, and on the 5th day was a 61-39 split. So customers are definitely gravitating towards Grand Central. And in March, Grand Central Madison ridership reached over 1.5 million customers for the month. That's the highest mark since the opening of Grand Central Madison, and this is all based on loadway data. We also hit an AM peak ridership record to Grand Central Madison with 25,800 customers on March 19th. People are really realizing the benefits of Grand Central Madison. The summer travel season is quickly approaching, and that means our summer timetables will be introduced in time for Memorial Day weekend. The May 20th timetable change will feature our extra service to the East End, but this year we are extending the 5:13 p.m. train from Penn Station to Montauk on summer Thursdays. This is in addition to what normally takes place on summer Fridays. So what we've seen, comparing to historical ridership trends, is that customers now, what used to happen in the past, customers would go out on a Friday and come back on a Sunday. What we're seeing now is customers going out on a Thursday or even a Wednesday and coming back on a Monday and Tuesday. So this schedule adjustment will help accommodate those shifts in ridership. We have also added a new Port Washington branch train to the daily schedule on April 15th. This new train from Great Neck to Grand Central is meant to help alleviate loading on an existing Port Washington train to Penn Station. Both trains will depart at 7:53 from their initial terminals. As always, we'll be watching and analyzing the results on these and all other trains, making adjustments when necessary and feasible. Our efforts to build a better railroad continue as we recently completed 7 grade crossing rehabilitations between Ronkonkoma and Greenport, and 4 others between the Montauk and Port Jefferson branches. I wanted to highlight this effort, in particular the work east of Ronkonkoma, as it also illustrates our efforts to run an efficient railroad. Though this work was originally planned for 6 crossings, we actually completed 7 crossings. The work would have historically taken place off hours, adding additional costs, so we performed the work on weekdays. And the work was completed 3 weeks earlier than planned, which enabled us to return the track to passenger service, lessening the impact to our customers. That is being an efficient railroad. Congratulations and thank you to our engineering team. We are also in the middle of a 4-weekend project to waterproof and repair 11 leaky joints along the Valley Stream Viaduct. This work coincides with many other activities taking place at Valley Stream, and we are confident our customers will notice the positive change once the work is complete. On Sunday, April 21st, our Corporate Safety Department hosted Operation Eastbound and Down, an emergency preparedness drill in coordination with Stony Brook Southampton Hospital, East End Emergency Response Organizations, and East Hampton Town. The exercise took place on and about our right-of-way in Amagansett and simulated a train versus vehicle strike. Excuse me. The exercise is designed to test the emergency planning and response of the various local first responder teams, hospital, and state and county OEMs. Thank you to our safety team and to everyone who took part in this highly successful drill. As you heard from many of our people in attendance, happy birthday, Long Island Railroad. On April 24th, 1834, the Long Island Railroad was chartered, making us the oldest railroad in the country operating under its original name. I was going to give a little history lesson, but in the interest of time, I'll spare you. You can say a lot has changed since our founding, and to honor our birthday, we hosted a celebration last Wednesday at Grand Central Madison. That day, we were joined by labor leaders, customers, former employees, board members Mark Herbst, Andrew Abel, and Randy Glucksman. And of course, Kathy joined us as well. We heard from preeminent Long Island Railroad historian Steve Quigley and former employee Dave Morrison. Historical photos were displayed, and we debuted our special anniversary historical artifact showcase of the Long Island Railroad. Our incredible 190th anniversary video premiered, and if you haven't done so already, we encourage you to come to Grand Central Madison and see these spectacular displays of our history. It was an incredible celebration, and I want to thank everyone who made the day possible, especially the Long Island Railroad 190th Anniversary Committee, led by Yanis Takos, who's in the building today. Here's to another 190 years and beyond. Grand Central Madison has certainly been quite busy lately, and not just in terms of ridership. April is World Autism Month, and to help bring attention to this very worthy cause, Grand Central Madison is being lit up in blue all month long. On April 2nd, Chairman Jano Lieber held an event announcing that the MTA has released an RFP seeking a developer to bring retail and dining to Grand Central Madison. And on April 10th, MTA Arts and Design held an event celebrating the April 24th release of its new book entitled Contemporary Art Underground, written by Arts and Design's own Sandra Bloodworth and Cheryl Hageman. Both were great events and well attended, which allowed us to showcase the magnificent Grand Central Madison. As you know, I'm extremely proud and appreciative of our employees, but it's always nice when others recognize what I witness every day. So on April 13th, our own community relations specialist, Chrisanne Fabio, was recognized by Nassau County and by the Trainville Hobby Depot for her involvement with the community and her tireless work with the TRACS program. Chrisanne has been an outstanding advocate for children's safety for a number of years. Congratulations, Chrisanne. And this month, Grand Central Madison usher Pete Sciolino and training specialist Charter Caladine were honored as ABC7 MTA Heroes of the Week. Chances are you've heard Pete's fantastic station announcements, and Charter does a wonderful job training our transportation department employees. She was also recognized by the MTA during Women's History Month for her mentoring spirit. Thanks for making us proud, Charter, Pete, and Chrisanne, and keep up the incredible work. That concludes my report for this month, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Rob? Okay. Oh, yes, Sammy.
I don't have any questions. I just did want to, formally welcome Rob to dropping the act and coming to the full presidency. And I'm sorry I missed the celebration. I was away. But I also wanted to just make note of the 60-40, split between Grand Central Madison and Penn Station. And this speaks to you, Kathy, as well, that, that's where the numbers were originally projected, and they're really starting to settle in. So although everyone, thought everyone was crazy when it was happening, it shows that, the modeling and the predictions were well, and it's really good to see everything, falling into groove, and it will be really nice to, get something other than a cold ham sandwich too very shortly. So looking forward to that.
Just to add to that, Sammy, if you look at the ridership data, Penn Station has remained relatively flat or increased slightly since the opening of Grand Central Madison. But ridership is increasing to Grand Central Madison itself. People are choosing to go to Grand Central Madison, and that's where we're seeing the peak ridership increases. So it's incredible to see. I mean, if you go there in the morning, that station is bustling with people, so it's great.
And I personally have embraced the 90-second escalator ride as a moment of zen, which I encourage everyone else to.
We're moving on to the operations reports for both rails. We'll start off with Justin Vonishek for a report on Metro North operations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. The operation report begins on page 12. I am pleased to report that our service delivered rate for March reached 99.9% for the second month in a row. Our system-wide on-time performance for the month was 98.9%, exceeding our goal of 94%. And our on-time performance for the first quarter of 2024 is the highest in Metro North history at 98.8%. In terms of fleet reliability, the mean distance between failures for February was over 637,000 miles, surpassing our goal of 200,000 miles. And year-to-date MDBF is above goal at 373,000 miles. And finally, baseball season is in full swing, and the Yankees opening day service took place on Friday, April 5th, with Metro North providing a variety of extra services to enhance our customer experience. We are providing a range of additional services, including our popular Yankee Clipper trains, providing one-seat rides to and from the stadium on all three lines, catering to both weekday evening games and weekend matchups. We are also operating shuttle trains and facilitating transfers at key junctions such as Grand Central and 125th Street. And to ensure maximum convenience for fans, we've arranged for several additional Hudson Line trains to make stops at Yankees 153rd before and after games. That concludes the remarks, unless there's any questions.
Thank you, Justin. Any questions? Yes, Norm.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I just want to compliment Metro North on the very high on-time performance numbers. In fact, I don't think you guys, I mean, it's not a question of taking credit or not, but there's not much higher you can go. I believe statistically this is in effect 100% on-time performance. No one would use a dirty word like 100%, but it's a very high, consistent on-time performance, and just pointing out that that's probably not what's going to drive customer behavior going forward. I mean, if you're already at the top, improving on-time performance is really not going to draw us many more customers, so it's more trains is what we're looking for to run to actually attract more customers.
Randy?
Congratulations. Yes, that's quite an amazing accomplishment, and keep up the good work, please.
It's a great team effort.
Thank you, Justin. Now we move on to Tom Coast for a report on Long Island Rail operations.
Good morning, everyone. Total on-time performance for the month of March was 95.9, above goal of 94%, and year-to-date as of March is 95.8, above goal of 94%. For the month of March, 9 branches operated at or above goal, and year-to-date as of March, 10 branches operated at or above goal. For major events, which result in 10 or more late trains, there were 9 incidents for the month of March. The most significant event occurred on March 6 when there was switch trouble at Harold Interlocking. This event resulted in 25 delays, negatively impacting on-time performance by 0.09%. For our fleet performance, the MDBF for the month of February was 172,398 miles, above goal of 150,000 miles, and MDBF year-to-date as of February is 151,903 miles, above goal of 150,000 miles. For service delivery, we completed 99.8% of our trips for the month of March and we've completed 99.5% of our trips year to date. For upcoming work that will impact service, on the weekends of May 4th and 5th and May 18th and 19th, ADA work will take place at St. Albans Station. Buses will replace trains at St. Albans for approximately 48 hours, along with schedule adjustments on the Babylon, Long Beach, Far Rockaway, and West Hempstead branches. Please check the website and Train Time app for updated schedules. That concludes my report. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions or comments? Okay, moving on to safety. Shelley Prettyman will give the report for Metro North.
Thank you and good morning. Metro North Safety Report is on page 16 of the Performance Metrics book, and I'm pleased to report that Metro North's customer and employee injury rates have continued to show improvement over the prior reporting period. The current 12-month period ends February 2024 and is compared to the prior 12 months ending February 2023. The reportable customer injury rate decreased from 2.23 to 2.00 per 1 million customers, and the reportable employee lost time injury rate decreased from 2.23 to 1.80 per 200,000 working hours. I want to highlight briefly some of the safety education efforts through Metro North's TRACS program. In-person customer and community safety outreach through TRACS reached over 7,000 individuals through the first quarter of 2024. In-person events include educational presentations at schools, libraries, and community events. And those events, of course, are going to be increasing as the warmer months come upon us. And we also do outreach at stations and grade crossings. And that's in addition to contacts through the TRACS website and social media, which already number in the hundreds of thousands for the year to date. That concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Questions or comments? If not, moving on to Lori Ebbighausen's report. I apologize, Lori.
No, very well done, very well done. Good morning, everyone. So our safety report starts on page 30. Our reportable customer injury rate was 2.38 per 1 million customers, and our employee reportable lost time injury rate was 4.38 per 200,000 hours worked. In addition to highlighting the drill, and I do want to acknowledge and especially express appreciation to the MTA Police and Chief Muller, that TRACS program does not happen without the 2 dedicated officers from the MTA Police Force. And I'm also pleased to highlight as well that we're getting 4 dedicated officers for our right-of-way task force. So that support was expanded, and we're truly grateful for that. I also wanted to highlight that on April 10th, in addition to hosting our quarterly, and Metro North and Long Island Railroad meet quarterly with the Federal Railroad Administration Safety Management Team Region 1, we were pleased to host Carl Alexi, who's the Federal Railroad Administration Associate Administrator for Railroad Safety and Chief Safety Officer, who toured our Incident Command Center as well as viewed our Jamaica Central Control Operating Theater. So we were happy to host him on April 10th. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Lori. Moving on to the MTA Police report. Chief Mueller.
Good morning. For the month of March 2024, we had 31 major crimes in the categories. We had 1 grand larceny auto, 1 burglary, 4 robberies, 8 grand larcenies, and 17 felony assaults. Of the felony assaults, 8 of those were perpetrated upon police officers and 4 upon MTA staff. So 12 out of the 17 felony assaults were against MTA workers. And as a result of the really great work that our men and women of the MTAP are doing, we're continuing to summons and arrest and making sure we're enforcing fare evasion. And this is an expected consequence of that felony assaults on police officers will be up. But they continue to do tremendous work regardless, and we're seeing some really great increases in quality of life. Thank you.
Any questions or comments for the Chief's report? If not, thank you. Moving on to agency information items. Kathy, can you take us through items for Metro North?
Sure. As I mentioned in my remarks, there's a work plan item for both railroads for the annual ridership report. So Ben Cornelius is going to deliver that first for Metro North, and then he's going to hand it over to Giannis to deliver for Long Island Railroad.
Thank you, and good morning. Metro North's 2023 ridership was 23.4% higher than it was in 2022. In terms of people, that means we carried 13.3 million more riders last year than we did in the previous year, reaching nearly 70% of our pre-COVID ridership level. In a sign of workers returning to the office, Metro North's commutation ridership was 24% higher than it was in 2022, and non-commutation ridership was 23% higher. In the last 4 months of the year, our non-commutation ridership was actually higher than it was pre-COVID, a signal that a growing number of riders are purchasing traditional non-commutation fare media such as 10-trip tickets. Metro North's service levels in 2023 were increased incrementally and surgically to anticipate and meet returning and rising demand. We initiated such service improvements as the restoration of half-hourly service between Grand Central and Croton Harmon on the lower Hudson Line on both weekends and weekdays. We analyzed and adjusted the schedules of Upper Harlem Line trains serving Southeast Station to eliminate some station congestion and to reduce train delays. We're happy to say it was the first full year of the New Haven Line Super Express trains between Grand Central and New Haven, which make the trip in as little as an hour and 39 minutes. It was also the first year of increased service on the Waterbury branch after we partnered with Connecticut DOT to make significant infrastructure improvements on that line. We increased the number of trains from 15 to 22 on the branch, and with the increased frequencies, the Waterbury branch is now carrying almost 10% more passengers than it carried pre-COVID. We also restored the popular fall foliage leaf peeper trains on the Hudson Line, which on a typical beautiful fall day transport thousands of day trippers from New York City and Lower Westchester to the towns and parks along the Upper Hudson Line, such as Cold Spring, Beacon, and Poughkeepsie, and to the popular trails at Breakneck Ridge. Metro North's ridership growth was driven both by increased return-to-work policies and by attractive new fare offerings, such as the Peak City ticket, as well as by the new connections between Metro North and the Long Island Railroad with the opening of Grand Central Madison. We also see ridership growth for New York Yankees and New York Football Club events at Yankee Stadium, as well as for the concerts there too. Metro North's safety, frequency, and reliability play a significant role in our attractiveness to the region's residents. We operated at nearly 97.5% on-time performance throughout 2023, which provides our constituents with the confidence that we'll get them where they want to go when they want to get there. And we expect that all of these factors will continue to drive further growth in 2024. Thank you, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Okay. If not, we can move on to Long Island's report.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present the Long Island Railroad 2023 ridership overview. The Long Island Railroad finished the year with increased ridership, continuing the upward trend after the end of the pandemic. Ridership was over 65 million customers, going up 24% above 2022. When compared to 2019, total ridership was almost 72% of our pre-pandemic ridership. Commutation ridership reached 26 million customers, an increase of 22% over last year. The gradual return to work in the office and improved on-time performance helped this growth, although it remains 51% of our pre-pandemic commutation ridership. On the other hand, non-commutation has been scoring significant gains, indicating high demand for Long Island Railroad off-peak travel. Non-commutation ridership went almost 26% above 2022, with 40 million customers, nearly matching the 2019 ridership at 98%, which actually was exceeded in the last 4 months of 2023 and continued in 24 for 7 consecutive months. History was made in 23 with the opening of Grand Central Madison on February 27th, offering 41% increased service and new travel opportunities for all customers. All service segments increased, with AM peak and reverse commute service going up significantly. In total, weekday and weekend service increased with 275 additional trains. Service improvements contributed to the ridership growth as well. On-time performance has been increasing steadily, exceeding 95% in several months, and more recently had the best February in 12 years with 96.3%. Schedules were continually monitored and adjustments were made to match changing patterns and reflect customer comments. The report outlines the detailed changes. These improvements also drove customer satisfaction up to 70% in the fall of 23 from 68% in the spring. Looking ahead, the future seems bright, and the Long Island Railroad is expected to increase as the on-time performance and customer satisfaction improve. Commutation ridership will grow as the return to the office rate increases and fare offerings such as the Peak City ticket and the additional discount on monthly tickets continue. With Grand Central Madison, the cross-travel opportunities between Metro North and Long Island Railroad will continue to increase, while non-commutation and discretionary travel is expected to hit new highs with many new events already planned for this year, including the Cricket World Cup in Nassau County in June and the just-announced MTV Awards coming to UBS Arena in September, just to name a few in addition to all local sports games. And of course, Long Island will continue to be a major attraction, boosting summer ridership, visiting North and South Shore, popular destinations from the Rockaways to Montauk. That concludes our ridership overview. If there are no questions, thank you very much.
Thank you. Comments, questions? If not, Kathy, are there additional items?
There's one additional Metro North information item. It's the Diversity and EEO report for the fourth quarter. It's in the book, and it will be discussed at the Diversity Committee meeting.
Thank you. The finance reports for the railroads are in the book as well. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize, Rob.
It's okay. Just before I respond to that, I did forget in my quick report that the Long Island Railroad ADA Task Force also was in attendance for the 190th anniversary, so thank you very much for your support. As far as information items, the May timetable change and track work programs will be in there as well as the diversity report.
Thank you so much. As I mentioned before, finance reports are in the book, and there's one procurement for the railroads. Jackie, please take us through the procurements.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. The Long Island Railroad procurement package includes one action this month. This item is an award of a public works contract to Sperry Rail for rail floor testing and joint bar inspection services. The term for this contract is a period of 5 years. The board is requested to approve a joint agency award on behalf of the Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad. Work under this contract covers the performance of FRA-mandated rail testing services throughout both railroads' operating territories, utilizing the latest technologies in ultrasonic testing, joint bar detection, and eddy current testing to identify and detect internal and external flaws and fractures in track and rail that may not be visible to the naked eye. These services are a critical element of the railroad's integrity testing program necessary to maintain the track in a state of good repair. Proposals were submitted by Sperry Rail and Protrax. The selection committee reviewed the proposals in accordance with the evaluation criteria and unanimously determined that Sperry Rail, the incumbent, was best able to meet the requirements of both railroads based on their qualifications and significant resources, and voted to recommend that the contract be awarded to Sperry, as Sperry's proposal provides the best overall value for the MTA. Sperry's initial proposed price for both railroads was in the amount of $43.8 million. Subsequent to negotiations A cost avoidance in the amount of $2.5 million was achieved for the contract. The final award amount for both railroads is approximately $41.3 million for the full 5-year term. I submit this procurement for board approval.
Thank you, Jackie, for your reports. Any questions on this procurement? If not, may I have a motion and a second? Thank you, Mark. Second. Thank you, Sammy. All in favor? Motion passes. Thank you. And with that, we will be adjourning this meeting. I have a motion to adjourn the meeting. Motion, second. All in favor? Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Sometimes the public may call us train drivers. Honestly, it doesn't bother me because I know they don't know. My name is Keisha Cole. I'm a train operator, and I've been with MTA for 6 years. I work on the 7 line. It's approximately 21 stops from Main Street to 34th Street, and it takes about 36 minutes from end to end.
My name is Jim Van Name. I'm a train operator for New York City Transit. I've been here about 3.5 years. I operate the train on the Q line, which end to end is approximately 44 stops, and it takes me about an hour to complete.
My earliest train memory is I was a kid. I got on the F train with my mom. The first time I was on the train, I was excited. It was fun.
I was raised on Staten Island, and my friends and I used to take the Staten Island ferry over to the city, and we used to ride the train all over the place. That's probably where I got my first love of the subways.
As a train operator, there are 2 different ways you can pick up your train. You can pick up your train in the yard as a put-in, which means you okay your train for service and bring it into the terminal station, which is the last stop on the train line. Or you can actually pick it up from the terminal station. When preparing my train for service, I do various checks to make sure it's safe for myself and for the public. Once my day starts, I have about 3 round trips. I take passengers from Main Street to 34th Street and back to Main Street. That's 1 round trip.
I start over at the yard, and then I have to do what we call a put-in. I have to prep the train for service, and then they send me out over to Stillwell Terminal, and then I go into service. I do my 2 trips up to 96th Street and back, and that pretty much completes my day. It usually takes anywhere from 8 to 8.5 hours. At the end of the day, the 2 ways of finishing the job is to just walk off the train at the terminal station at the last stop and just sign out and go home, or to do a layup, take the train from the terminal station back to the yard, lay it up, put it away for the evening, and go home from there.
I love the fact that I'm moving this big machine by myself. There have been times when I'm operating the train and I think that this is the greatest job ever. The things that I get to see when I'm going down the line and I'm seeing the sun come up, it's just so beautiful.
This is my dream job. I love this job. And some of the amazing moments I see in this job is when I'm going over the Manhattan Bridge, sometimes at sunrise to see the sun coming up, or even better, sunset, to see the sun setting behind the Manhattan Bridge is quite a sight.
Everyone. I'd like to call to order the New York City Transit Committee meeting, and we'll get started with safety announcements.
Your safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Okay, thank you, everybody. We're next going to move to our public speakers.
Good morning. We have 15 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I'd also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep to remind you when you have 30 seconds left to conclude your remarks. Today, the first speaker will be Marie Bowden, followed by Tasha Larabors.
Good morning. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock, I'll be going on a road trip with the team from the Westchester County Department looking at road lines and how to make the markings on a road more obvious to distracted and aggressive drivers. What would that, Rich, I would like to have you set up a meeting with me and a team from your department to discuss updating the markings on the road. I would expect that those markings that we're using now were designed 50 years ago, and they are not appropriate for today's world. I would expect that a reconfigured road plan would save maybe 5% of the time that your buses go. And every accident, because the information would be clearer and given to the driver earlier so that the decision point could be moved back and not at the last moment. Every time there's an accident prevented or doesn't have to happen, it increases the speed of your buses. You want people to use the transit. You want it to be safer. It's time you updated lines that were designed 50 years ago. You don't use a Princess phone today. You use a smartphone, right? Okay. That's my point. Please set up a meeting. I'll present some information. The decisions are your team's, not mine. I'm done. Thank you all for letting me speak today.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Tasha Larabors, followed by Joseph Morales.
Good morning. My name's Tasha Larabors. I work for a Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York, and I'm an accessorized user. Would like to talk again about the importance of assessment centers. I have, heard a lot of issues from consumers about their issues during assessment centers, especially those with the invisible disabilities. And it's not, like, once again, they do not have a problem. The problem is not going up and down the stairs or holding the pole. person with an invisible disability. It could be a mental disability. It could be a neurological disability. There's a long list. Just would like for you guys to take that into consideration, because oftentimes those with the invisible disabilities tend to get denied easily. So please, once again, take a look at the assessment centers and also how the staff are treating the consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Joseph Morales, followed by Maddie Bucky's Highland.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Morales. A few things I want to talk about today. Number one, I'm really happy that the MTA is reemphasizing the role of group station managers and trying to make them more visible in the stations. However, I feel like it should be a little more often than twice a month, and perhaps at more of the stations if possible, just so that more passengers can interact with them. And since many currently feel unsafe in the system, we want passengers to be able to see their group station manager and know that there's truly is somebody looking out for their subway station, which is the case. For paratransit, I noticed that broker service generally had substantially lower on-time performance rates and higher no-show rates than the primary service. And since access to ride is the only way to get around for many, it's important that we realize why the broker service is less reliable and be able to hold brokers accountable and determine plans to improve service to help these riders get where they need to go. Also, I read on the Queens Bus Network redesign, and the report for a public hearing says that the MTA's proposal improves interborough connections to the Brooklyn, Manhattan, and the Bronx. And while this is the case, especially I feel like we added a few Brooklyn and Manhattan stuff, I feel like there wasn't so many Bronx stuff added. I really like the proposal for the Q50 extension to LaGuardia. I feel like that will be very valuable, but at the same time, there's no connection between the South Bronx and Western Queens, despite there being a high population density on both sides of the bridge. And in addition, the Q40, there was a lot of people requested for the Q44 to be extended to Bronx Science. I understand why we may not want to pursue that, but because of the length of that route already. But I do really recommend that we try and find another way, whether it's an express bus route or maybe, like I mentioned at the last committee meetings I attended, a Q44 that ran between the school and maybe like Flushing Main Street or Jewel Avenue. That way we really serve that population, because that's a really popular destination between Bronx, Queens travelers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Maddie Bucky's Highland, followed by Yuki Endo.
Good morning, folks. This Maddie W. Bucky's Highland. For today, I want to talk about reduced fares. First of all, it's Autism Awareness Month, as you could see on my shirt. And second of all, we have to be aware of reduced fares. If you were listening to the last committee on the Long Island Railroad Metro North, I spoke about how there's a $1 fare for children ages 5 to 11. But when they turn 12, and if you don't have, they have to pay the full fare. So, for example, we would consider your conscious to have reduced fare for people with autism, even children under the age of 18. Children under 5 can ride for free, I think. I could be wrong. Having this is critical since, look, we face a very high unemployment rate and must rely on public transit to get to point A to point B. And even for taking us to New Jersey, Connecticut, Long Island, or Westchester. But the last topic I'm going to talk about is safety. You know, while I do applaud we're making some progress, we need to have stricter penalties in place. We come to ride the subways and buses, not to see the audience of Jerry Springer show. Now, I'm not here to see the Jerry Springer show and have these fights. I came to ride the subway. Anyway, that's all I'll have to say for this month. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Yuki Endo, followed by Jean Ryan.
My name is Yuki Endo, passenger United in Kobe, Japan. But I'm speaking behalf of the New York City bus passenger regarding the bus redesign. And in addition to express buses, access line for the new buses are to 11 months. And I was excited to say that safety platform barriers from the YouTube. RPC Kawasaki Heavy Industry in behalf of the MTA for building the new R211 cars. As part of the congregation passing, I suggest all express buses should run oblique or both direction, work with the B line buses to decrease BX and 4C to $7 to notch the MTA Express bus fare. For the bus redesign, B57 bus need to be extended to northern Q29, Q66 need to leave alone, Q44 also extended to Fordham and Bronx Science. I do not support Q33, Q47 northern Tennessee, Q23 shared leading so for this year. And Q8 bus just to save gateway center to fund Nila Avenue Street Station support B71 bus comeback. Also, the New York City sightseeing buses in Manhattan, including the expensive line New York City on location tour, should be considered part of the commuter buses exit from the congestion pricing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jean Ryan, followed by Jesse Figuera.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan. I'm president of Disabled in Action, DIA for short. I'm coming up here to say something that we've complained about a lot, and that's the lack of safe securement with the broker cars, especially with CTG, and also with Uber and Lyft that we get through the on-demand e-hail program. Taking an Uber or a Lyft or a CTG trip, if you're in a wheelchair, is like a crapshoot. You never know if you're going to get the lucky number or not. And be secured, have your chair be secured in a 4-point tie-down, and get the shoulder and waist strap. It's highly unlikely that you're going to get it no matter what you ask for, no matter how much you insist. The drivers just say, don't worry, and they just run to the front and get back behind the wheel and leave you there. The other day I had a guy that he secured me in the front but not the back. And I said, well, what about the back? And he said, the door. Like the door is going to keep me safe. I want to hit the back of the door of the cargo section if we're in an accident. No, and then it's just super frustrating and it's dangerous. And the MTA has to get involved in this because we can't do it ourselves and we keep complaining it's not safe. Please get involved and do something. Don't just throw it on the TLC because obviously they're not doing anything about it. And their classes are ineffective in teaching drivers because the drivers don't do it that much, and also because the drivers tell each other, oh, you don't really need to do it. So please get involved. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by David Kupferberg.
Hello, everybody. Jesse Figueroa here, U.S. Army veteran, member of the Long Island Railroad Accessibility Task Force. Happy Passover and Mazel Tov. Reason I'm here, one thing, happy birthday, Richard. Second, accessibility is our highest priority. Number 3, I appreciate the efforts of the NYPD to continue to do what they do on a daily basis. And last but not least, My home station, 86th Street, 4th Avenue in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. I am asking for improvements on safety. And during the nighttime hours, there's some homeless couples camping out on the platform facing the north, like in the front end, but facing north. I'm just asking that it's a concern for our customers and other things. Other than that, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker today is David Kupferberg, followed by Monique Johnson.
My name is David Kupferberg, Vice President of Bus Advocacy, Passengers United. As said at a previous meeting, I believe that to determine the success or failure of any bus network redesign is local riders and how they are treated. Building upon what I had said about the Rockaways, where the Q22 stops were spaced further apart, the Q66 was also affected by such policies via Northern Boulevard and 35th Avenue. The surrounding neighborhoods hate it. Some are calling for bus stops to be restored. It's obvious that service is less convenient for local riders. Therefore, I think that the distance between local stops should be no less than 500 feet, but no more than 750 feet. Limited stop service should only be considered where feasible for corridors with a trunk frequency of every 5 minutes or less. Limited stop service would operate every 10 minutes and local service every 10 minutes. For example, the existing B38, B41, M2, M5, Q10, and Q17. Standalone limited stop service should only be considered if it would complement local service. For example, the existing M98, S89, and S92. Members of Passengers United have proposed the Q80, which would operate between the Rockaways and the Long Island Jewish Medical Center, and the Q91 via the Throgs Neck Bridge, as well as the local route, the Q90, that would operate via the Queens Midtown Tunnel. We know that the MTA was severely affected by the COVID pandemic, especially within NYCT's operations planning department. Most of the experienced service planners have either retired or went to other agencies. I think the new service planners must respect advocates in their own neighborhoods who are out and know community needs. New planners must have the passion, foresight, and take in the criticism to use it for the greater good. In conclusion, seniors being able to have better access to the bus network redesign books and more engagements with bus advocates are needed to turn out more people to the bus network redesign meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Monique Johnson, followed by Carl Para.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm here to talk about the bus service downtown Brooklyn. They're not pulling up to the curves. Not over there on J Street, not over there by Atlantic. The only way they pulling up to the curve because of that tag team that y'all have out there that be at 9 Bond Street, over there by Bond Street area, and over there by the Livingston area. If them tag team people are not out there, the ones that take the people off the bus, then the bus don't pull up to the curb. As long as they out there, they pull up to the curb. But when they're not out there, they pull so far from the curb, it's hard for a person even with a wheelchair, blind, or even a straight person to have to get up and down off the curb. Accessoride. I want to talk to you about Accessoride. I took Accessoride a couple of weeks ago. The man took me to the wrong location. I tried to direct him and tell him to take me to the right location. He refused to. His dispatcher, CTG dispatcher, got on the phone with Accessoride and they arguing back and forth. This man refused to let me out. Wanted to call the police on me if I didn't get out his car in the area that I was unfamiliar with. And I didn't get out. I left the door open and told him he could call the police. He gave me back my money, then I got out because I had to take transportation because I had a next place I had to be at. But if we're gonna have these car service here, riding us, y'all putting our lives in jeopardy. If they taking us places that okay, I say 505. If I don't say 43rd or 38th Street, it's still 8th Avenue. For them to take you to another place and then threaten to call police on you if you don't get out their car, knowing that they didn't take you to your destination, to where you needed to be dropped off, it's priceless to me. I don't understand how y'all okay with that.
Thank you. Our next speaker today is Carl Para, followed by Charlton D'Souza.
Good morning, everyone. This is Carl Pereira. I'm treasurer of Passengers United, and I'm here today to speak about the Queens Bus redesign plan. It's great that they're moving forward with a public hearing soon, and we're looking forward to that. Some issues they talk about in the new plan. They're going to be more interborough connections and rush routes and a lot of things like that. A lot of improvements. But with these improvements, some improvement that hasn't been made yet is to change the transfer policy between buses and subways. Right now, most passengers are only allowed one transfer. With the new interborough connections, people are going to definitely, absolutely need more than one transfer to get to some locations. Right now, even in Queens, sometimes people need 3 or 4 buses to get from one area of Queens to the other area of Queens. Nice Bus out in Nassau County already has a 2 transfer policy. They let their passengers ride for up to 3 buses for 1 fare. This is what we need in New York City. We need more than that. We have 5 boroughs here, not 1 county. We have 5 counties. So I think that a better transfer policy, like unlimited transfers for up to 2 hours and 30 minutes on all buses, subways, the Staten Island Railway, and the Roosevelt Island Tram needs to be implemented, and it needs to be implemented as soon as possible. We don't have to wait till the bus redesign is finished to do this, because it's very unfair to a lot of riders. A lot of seniors can't take subways, climb steps. They need to take 3 or 4 buses to get to their doctor's appointments. They can't wait for fare capping 7 days in a row. They only take buses and subways maybe 1 or 2 days a week. So we really need this unlimited 2-hour and 30-minute time-based transfer policy. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you. The next speaker is Charlton D'Souza, followed by Andy Pollock.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And so you guys made this big announcement over the weekend that you're adding more buses for congestion pricing. Really? So I looked at the item on the agenda, and I looked at the details of the fine plans. And it's only 1 bus or 2 buses per route. So like the 723, the X64, the M35. So that is not good enough. Congestion pricing is going to move thousands and thousands of people in the subway system, because people are going to be ditching their cars to get on the subway because they have no other alternative, because you guys have raised the prices on the railroad, and that's too expensive for people. And so this is not going to work out for us. They should have approved the 160 million or the 180 million in Albany. And what we really need are more bus drivers, because if you don't have enough bus drivers to fill the runs and to fill the trips, you're not doing anyone a favor. You could pretend to say you're going to put all the service out, but if you don't have drivers to physically work those runs, and now you guys are cutting overtime, which has already happened. Many bus trips are not getting filled. So I want a clarification from this board today. Is the overtime cuts going to be affecting the substitute list for bus drivers? And will all bus trips be filled, on the overnights, on the night hops, and the weekend runs? Because we're seeing a lot of express bus trips eliminated, and that's not good for anyone. So if you want people to use mass transit, you really have to change all the schedules and have more service and more bus drivers. Again, thank you so much. My name is Charlton D'Souza, president of Passengers United. Bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Pollock, followed by Jason Anthony.
Thank you, Kate. Good morning, Richard. Good morning, Hada, and good morning, members of the New York City Transit Committee. Andy Pollock, member of Passengers United. So I'm here today to discuss the Queens Bus redesign. And there's a couple of issues that I personally have with this bus redesign. The first issue, and Passengers United's been getting a lot of complaints about this recently. The first issue is in Long Island City. You're proposing to eliminate the direct bus route from Roosevelt Island that goes directly to the Queens Plaza, EM, and R train station. That is completely unacceptable. A lot of the people on Roosevelt Island have been reaching out to us personally, and they feel that this is not necessary as part of the Queens Bus redesign. And in Whitestone, you're proposing to eliminate the Q34. You know, the Q34 should not be cut under any circumstances. And on the Q31 eastbound, why are you guys proposing to eliminate the bus stop at 32nd Avenue and 202nd Street where Korean Community Church service is? You know, that's completely unacceptable. So those are my three issues with the Queens Bus redesign that I have. Before I wrap up my comments, I'm here on 8th Avenue in Midtown, and you guys are proposing to enact congestion pricing on June 30th. Well, all I'm going to say is I don't know if there'll be a summer of hell with congestion pricing coming, but I'll believe it when I see it, when there's no traffic always approaching the busy 8th Avenue and 40th Street crossing here on the west side. I like to see how you guys are thinking that it's going to eliminate most of the traffic in the middle of the day, because it's Monday. What's with all the traffic today? Is congestion pricing going to help eliminate that? So with that being all said, I'm going to conclude my remarks. Thank you for letting me speak today, Kate, and I plan to speak again in May.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jason Anthony, who will be followed by Alita Dupree.
Good morning, everybody. Happy belated birthday, Richard. I hope that you enjoyed it. And that regarding congestion pricing, that is an early birthday gift for me, because congestion pricing will start on June 30th, and my birthday is Juneteenth. And speaking a little bit of everything, where's John Samuelson? He is a member of this committee. He has been missing in action for so long. Where is he? I haven't seen him in a long time. But anyways, as a longtime Yankees fan, I would love to see an announcement on the 4 train, because last year the Mets had a treat of announcements on board the 7. Why not the Yankees fans like myself don't get a treat along the 4 train? Because recently the Yankee announcer John Sterling recently retired. It is not fair that the Mets fans get a treat on the 7, but not the Yankees fans like myself don't get on the 4. One last thing. We would love to see more NYPD presence on board the trains, especially in the hours between midnight and 5 a.m., because I use the train during weekends, during those hours when I commute between downtown Brooklyn and the West Shore of Staten Island. Demetrius, your team are doing the excellent job. I want to give kudos to a station agent at 42nd Street Port Authority Bus Terminal that she works during the hours of 2 p.m. and 10. So
Please conclude your remarks.
Let's keep doing the job. I'll see you guys in diversity.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alita Dupree, and our final speaker today will be Christopher Grafe.
Thank you. Good morning to the chair, Alita Dupree for the record. She and her with Team Folds. I made it. Faster, cleaner, safer. Well, it's true. I've been getting some fast subway rides, especially on the A line in Brooklyn. And the system is generally clean. It's not perfect, but we want to keep working on it. And I generally do feel safe on the system, though. As with anywhere in a big city, I do have to keep my wits about me. I'm a Desert Storm veteran, so I know what it's like to be vigilant. And I did read through these reports. We're doing some good things and want to get our fare revenue up. We're close to budget, but a little behind, but not by much. And haven't run across any inoperative elevators all over the system. I haven't used any, but shows that we're working on our elevators. I was riding buses, too. I mean, I love riding the subway, but I rode buses with B and Q prefixes. And I did it because I wanted to go to some Zoom meetings while riding the bus. Buses do take a long time in the boroughs, but I got to thinking, the subway is really fast. So this is all the more reason to get these accessible stations built so we can have full participation, so more people can use the subway and get to places quicker, and that takes pressure off of the buses, especially because we need to have wheelchair positions, which is all the more reason to get congestion pricing turned on at the end of June. But to me, the subway is not just about getting somewhere, not just the means to the end, but to enjoy the journey, to be reminded of the words of Jerry Rafferty, and to enjoy the system that is legendary and stately. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Christopher Grave, and the last speaker will be Michael Ring.
Good morning. First, I want to congratulate the awardees, but also I want to congratulate a lot of things. For the last 5 years, MTA has been working on a lot of new things. Signages, accessibility, buses, not just trains being updated R211s, but there is something else. We ask questions, we ask about things, but the one question that needs to be always been asked is, how can we help about congestion pricing of agencies, different agencies outside of MTA? How can we work together and get the right questions out to our communities, not just the veterans, not just the seniors, and the disabilities? We need to do a lot of working together, starting now and before June 30th. And thank God June 30th, which is one more day tomorrow, which is April 30th, which, yes, it is my birthday. I know, Richard, happy belated birthday for you as Taurus the Bulls. We are going to be running people over saying congestion price is important. But very important is, how can we work together? And regarding Queens redesign, not only MTA, we need to also remember DOT is part of this too. If you know a bus stop is being removed, please contact DOT as well, accessibility, because we need to hear that. That is one thing we need to remind. Answering, outreaching, communities that need to hear the right facts, but always complaining, but don't solve the complaints. How can we work together? And I'm going to say this, as an advocate for 30 years, I've been telling people since day one, if you have a concern, please put it into the MTA app or the DOT app or 311. The more advocacy we put in, the more things will get done. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker today is Michael Ring.
Good morning. My name is Michael Ring. Right now I'm wearing a green hat that says Disabled in Action. That is the organization I'm representing now. A few months ago, I mentioned that a very free way to improve accessoride service and reduce a lot of traffic jams would be to not have MTA vehicles parking in the bus stop right outside this building, an MTA bus stop that's used for people who come here, go to the museum across the street, go to the school at 25 Broadway across the park there. So I noticed that during these meetings, you have a staffer out there keeping anyone from parking in that bus stop. But I have to tell you, there's a mini-me out there. My son walks up the stairs of that subway station 5 days a week to go to work on Governor's Island, taking pictures of who's parked in that bus stop. And when you don't have meetings, you're letting your own vehicles that aren't having anything to do with the accessoride vehicles park in that bus stop. And right now, there's 2 accessoride vehicles parked there that aren't dropping anyone off. They're electric vehicles that I'm sure you're going to talk about in the next part of this meeting. So I'd like to talk about the electric vehicles for accessoride. I'm really glad you're moving in a way of sustainability, but if you want to be sustainable, you really have to work on the computer engine that arranges for when accessoride vehicles pick me up. It's a massively inefficient system. It's taking people on these 2 and 3 borough tours of the city when they don't need to be driven around so much. Empty vehicles are driving very far to pick people up, when there's much better systems for the nearest vehicle to pick up the next passenger. It doesn't have to be a manifest that's written out the night before where people just sit in a van all day. So we can do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair, this concludes the public comment session.
Thank you to all of our speakers. We appreciate your advocacy and your time.
Now want to make a motion to approve the minutes from the March 2024 meeting. Second. And with that, it is the meeting minutes. Second. Oh, do you have a comment? Sorry
Yes,
about that.
no problem. On page 49, under President's Report, it should say President Davies' remarks about Transit Employee Appreciation Day, not Appreciate Day.
Ah, okay. We get the conjugations right. Second, with that amendment? Approved. Next, we'll move on to the work plan. Are there any changes to the work plan?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the final review of the 2023 operating results will take place in May instead of this month. Also, we included 2 staff summaries in the committee book for the chair and the board's approval, a request for public hearing for the Queens Bus redesign as required by board policy, and express bus additions for the summer of 2024. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Rich, and we'll move on to the president's report.
Great. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for chairing today, Mayor. We appreciate you stepping in for Haida. So, in April, we had some interesting things, not necessarily that were discussed at the podium. My birthday, not so much, but seismic and celestial challenges here at New York City Transit. You see a picture here of a customer looking at with appropriate glasses, we hope. For the solar eclipse, we had a strong earthquake, but notwithstanding those two, items that occurred here in New York, we had a very strong month, which I'll be talking about now over the next few minutes. One thing I do want to talk about is the promotion of equity through fair fares, something that, as you know, the Blue Ribbon Commission and their 4 E's spoke about. One was equity, and we continue to drive as best we can, letting our customers know that the Fair Fares program that the City of New York offers is something that is available to over 1 million New Yorkers. We continue to work and partner with the city very closely. We actually had a day of action on March 29th, as noted here, with the DSS staff to show both awareness and enrollment. But Fair Fares is a lifeline for hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers, and we continue to push that at our customer service centers, but it will continue to be central to all we do, which is ensuring that there are equitable fares that are available to our customers, and they know about that. Not an April Fool's joke, but on April 1st, we welcomed back F-Line customers, modernized tracks throughout the 63rd Street corridor and the tunnel in particular. Direct track fixation, it is a very complicated project. It's done on time thanks to the C&D team. There were certainly challenges to that, but as I said, my hope is that our customers won't see us there for another 40 years. So probably a new president and some other new folks will be doing direct track fixation then. But again, thanks to our customers for their patience and to the C&D team for getting that project done on time and on budget. We also celebrated 1 year of enhanced customer service within our stations. Demetrius and Sheila in a moment will talk a little more deeply about, on the subway side, what we're doing around customer service. But we celebrated a year of bringing our station agents out of the booth. And it's clear a year later that our customers love the change. 78% of our customers are satisfied or very satisfied with our station staff when interacting with them out of the booth, as opposed to behind the glass and those microphones where, for me at least in the day, it sounded like Charlie Brown's teacher, where you couldn't understand the direction or the answers necessarily that our agents were trying to give because of that poor technology. So we've seen an increase in customer satisfaction as a result. And by the way, our employees like it as well. We had 3 of our excellent station agents with us at this event, and not to be outdone, the TW as well. Robert Kelly, who represents the station's employees, was also there to talk about improvement. And finally, as you can see, we've had nearly a 600% increase in customer commendations of our station agents as well. So we want to applaud these 2,300 men and women who are out in our system, helping our customers every single day. As mentioned as well from the podium, we're making transit greener. And so we, for the first time, debuted an accessorized vehicle that is all electric. We've purchased 15 of those, and we'll be piloting those over the coming months to ensure that they have enough power and charging capability to not only make sure that the vehicles can go around the city, but our customers can be comfortable. And obviously, the cutaway and the ramps in particular will work. But we're excited about this new amenity and look forward to testing it, as I mentioned, in the months to come. There are 2 vehicles downstairs. If the committee or board members or frankly anyone in the public wishes to get a sneak peek. We continue our station renovations, and so we're up to almost 80 now stations across the system where we have, quote, renovated them. And as a reminder, this is somewhere between a deep clean and an actual major capital project, but we're taking advantage of weekend shutdowns, GOs, so to speak, where stations are closed and getting in and doing deep cleans, lighting improvements, and you can see here some before and after pictures, in particular with tile and leak remediation we did at Jamaica Van Wyck, but really improving, again, the environment that our customers are coming into, and we continue to see improved customer satisfaction numbers as a result of that work. Andrew, I'm sorry.
Rich, I've gotten comments from some people that know I'm active in this field about some of these renovations, and in the case, and I'll use the one that I went and visited to make sure they knew what they were talking about, Fort Hamilton Parkway on the F and G. While there were major improvements there, some of the historic tile work on the columns along the platforms were painted over. That's not going to be a regular thing, is it? We're going to preserve the historic identity of some of these stations, I'm hoping.
We are absolutely preserving the historic nature. We're also looking at other ways to clean up the system as well. So for most of our subway tiles, which are just a sort of a classic white, I think we're looking at opportunities to clean those up. That doesn't require a full, bore tile change out, if you will. So, but no, we'll be careful to ensure, as you know, there's lots of historic elements to our stations, a lot of public art in our stations that we want to make sure we're preserving. Sure. And then spring ridership is fully blooming. So we have seen an uptick in paid ridership across subways in particular. We've eclipsed 4 million. No pun intended on eclipse, 4 million paying customers 5 times in April compared to 3 times last year. So customers continue to vote with their feet by using, the services that we're providing. And last, or a couple more slides here, but this is not our first rodeo. We have a team out of bus employees competing literally right now in Portland, Oregon. The APTA, which is the American Public Transportation Association, has an annual bus rodeo, which we stopped participating in a few years ago. COVID also interrupted that as well. But this year, for the first time, Frank, in maybe 6 years or 7, we had our own internal rodeo back in the fall. Folks might remember that. And we sent the winners out to Portland. So they are competing right now. I'm told they're doing well. You have.
The results are in, but they haven't released them yet. So. Fingers
results
crossed.
are in, but they're not in. All right. Well, Frank, there's still time for you to make sure the results are the ones we want. But in all seriousness, I think driving a bus in this business is the toughest job in transit, and I think driving a bus in New York City is the toughest of the tough. So we were really proud to send some of our best bus operators and our maintainers out to compete again at the national level. And as folks know, customer satisfaction is our North Star, but our employee engagement, making sure our employees feel appreciated as well is part of that. And we're grateful to have sent this team out to APTA to compete. Moving the needle on transit safety, Chief Grandstaff is here. He'll be speaking to this momentarily, but I wanted to reiterate, I'm sure, what he's going to say, which is subway crime is down. Year to date, crime is down 5.4% compared to last year. I think he's going to have an update momentarily, which is even better than that, as is the 28-day rolling average. The Chief Kemper and his team continue to expand their presence in the system, which we are grateful for. It is paying dividends, given our difficult January we had. We're accelerating camera deployment on trains and stations, as folks know. We're closing in to about 30% now, close to, of all of our trains in the system have at least 2 cameras on them. Our scout teams continue to make great progress. This is really helping those folks who are suffering some of the most acute mental health challenges in our system, which our customers continue to tell us is the #1 issue for them in the subway system. The platform barrier expansion, we've done that now at 4 stations, and as we look at budget and some other things, we'll look to accelerate that rollout, but we've had positive comments there. And notwithstanding, we have had some very ugly and high-profile assaults of our employees this first quarter. Assaults are actually down from last year, about 36%, and harassments are down 28%. One of those is too many. You've heard me say that often. We're going to continue to work with NYPD to catch anyone who does any harm to our people, or certainly harass our folks. But the good news is overall, our employee safety is also improved in the first quarter. A couple of personnel announcements I want to make. First, Chris Pangilinan has done, we think, such a good job, or I think, at Paratransit. I've asked him to become our new Chief of Operations Planning. As you all know, Judy McLean retired last fall, and we've had a vacancy there. So Chris has agreed. He actually started here 10 years ago in that very department, so he is familiar with that. And Rachel Cohen, hiding behind her 2 kids, learning roadway worker protection and track safety, has agreed to become our acting chief of paratransit. So, again, kudos to this team. I want to thank Sarah Weiss, who's been, please, yeah. Sarah Weiss, who's been our acting OP chief. And then finally, too, Carl Hammond, you probably noticed, has snuck up to the desk here with us. With Pat Warren's retirement, Carl is ably acting as our acting chief of safety, though I hope to have a new appointment there in the coming weeks as well. So, as we have folks retire and leave us, we continue to build a very, very strong team at New York City Transit, of whom I am very proud of. I think that is it, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? And congratulations to all of the promotees. Now we'll turn to SVP of Subways, Demetrius Critchlow, and Stations Environment and Operations VP, Sheila Hudson, to present the customer service update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So reflecting back on the past few years working with Rich, this amazing Subways team, we've really made some transformational changes to what we do on many fronts. One of them that I'm very proud of is what the team has done on customer service side. These efforts are in part due to the work of Jim Compton in the gallery and Sheila Hudson at my left. As a flashback to what was, ridership was low. We had come out of the pandemic as an organization that was devoid of resources, short employees on multiple fronts across divisions, but notably on the customer service side and on our cleaning side. We had contractors cleaning our trains, working with our employees, and we had agents that were confined to a booth. So this presented a unique opportunity for us to revitalize what we do. Now, here in New York, things are always different, right? Revitalizing an organization or reinventing the image of an organization that's a century-old transportation system is one thing. Doing that in New York, where everybody has an opinion, whether they take public transportation or not, is troublesome even exponentially. So it's been tough, like trying to make sure that we do the right thing by our customers, but we think that we have hit a really great stride here. So to set things out, we've transitioned from contractors back to our own forces, taking the best practices that we infusing that into our new teams. That's been a key to our model for success. We've hired approximately 700 cleaners, several hundred agents, but it's not really just about hiring people, filling spots. It's what you give those folks, and that's what Sheila's going to share today. What tools have we given them? What skills have we given them to be able to do the job better, to be able to service our customers better? So Those are the core ingredients of our success. And without further ado, I will turn it over to Sheila Hudson, the Vice President and Chief Officer of Station Environment and Operations.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Demetrius. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm here to discuss the subway's customer service updates. I will start with how we began and move forward to where we are today. Our first pivotal moment was the introduction of the Group Station Managers Program, which began in September 2018. In 2019, our next step moving the needle was the new fare payment system called One Metro New York, otherwise known as Omni, was introduced into the system. In September 2022, we introduced another component of customer service that enhanced our customer cleaning efforts by implementing the 3 pillars of Station Cleaning Transformation Plan. In December 2022, working with our TWU Local 100 partners, a landmark agreement which achieved outlining station agents' new role and responsibilities of performing customer service outside of the booth. In February 2023, we opened the first 6 customer service centers throughout the 5 boroughs. In March 2023, our station agents transitioned into their new role of providing optimal customer service outside of the booth. In November 2023, we introduced our first Omni CVMs at 6 pilot stations within the system. And I'm happy to announce, as of last week on April 22nd of 2024, we expanded the capabilities of our customer service centers by processing and issuing permanent reduced fare Metro cards to our senior citizen customers. Our Group Station Managers Program. Our Group Station Managers Program was introduced with a goal to be a one-stop shop for our customers. There are currently 19 GSM zones, where each GSM serves as a single point of contact for complaints, commendations, recommendations, maintaining clean stations, maintenance improvements, partnering with our New York City Transit divisions, such as the MTA agencies and external partners, such as the Bowery Residency Committee, Homeless Outreach, and the neighborhood coordinating officers from NYPD, with the goal of improving overall customer experience. This dedicated team is making great strides and continuously moving the needle in customer satisfaction. On the screen you'll have before you, I would like to recognize 2 of our team members, one being Maria, who manages Zone 8, and the other is Monty, who manages Zone 19. Cleaning transformation. The Cleaning Transformation Plan, which outlines the 3 pillars, standards, resources, guidance, was established to support our goal of achieving excellence in station cleaning. Our first pillar, standards, introduced a new cleaning standard guide as resources to our supervisory and cleaning staff. We overhauled and completely modernized the station cleaning induction manual, introducing e-learning to our employees, as well as using videos showing how to perform critical cleaning tasks. Our second pillar, resources, we increased our resources headcount with 290 station cleaners, with a goal to decrease the average number of stations each cleaner is responsible for performing. We established and deployed 4 district height intensity tactical teams, otherwise known as HIT, to deep clean our stations from top to bottom. We partnered with the station facilities team and supported over 70 renovations by deep cleaning and installing new signage. We procured and deployed over 80 new scrubber machines with a goal of maintaining our tile stations in between mobile wash cycles. And our final and third pillar, guidance. Using customer feedback through customer count surveys and social media, we created defined cleaning schedules. We prioritized the frequency on the lowest rated stations as well as customer volumes. Cleaning lab, our cleaning lab, which develops new solutions. We implemented a cleaning lab where a dedicated team works to test and introduce new equipment and chemicals to gain efficiencies in keeping our stations clean. The team is also developing and reinforcing cleaning processes and implementing new training classes once we introduce new products into the system. As you can see, we have cleaning personnel testing new items that were introduced into the system. Our goal is to clean smarter, not harder. Customer service training. The key success for employee development is training. We have invested more resources in training than ever before. To date, over 2,300 station agents have received customer service training to ensure that they are equipped to provide optimal customer service outside of the booth. Historically, we conducted a 1 day of customer service refresher training class. We have now advanced to a 5-day intensive training program that focuses on technology, such as using the iPhone to communicate with our non-speaking English customers, providing real-time accessibility updates, and using Slack to provide alternate travel directions during service disruptions. Safety and situational awareness by seeing something, saying something. Customer service role play to master de-escalation techniques, accessibility procedures, and the new fair media equipment functions and options that we currently have in the system. Our customer service centers. Today, we currently have 15 customer service centers, 11 are enhanced booths, and 4 retail build-outs, which offer our customers a seated waiting area and an iPad stand that displays real-time train service updates and also assists with reduced fare Metro cards processing and enrollment. Coming soon, we will be converting both the Roosevelt Avenue and the Parkchester Avenue station to retail build-outs. Station agents assigned to customer service centers offer customers the 3 Stone Street experience without traveling too far and also providing assistance with wayfinding, fare payment functions and options, omni promotion information, accessibility, and reduced fare enrollment. Our permanent reduced fare Metro card. In an effort to improve customer satisfaction, we have expanded our customer service center capabilities by processing and issuing reduced fare Metro cards to our senior citizen customers. This enhancement provides greater access for our seniors to receive permanent reduced fare Metro cards closer to home. It eliminates the paper application process, which is a cost-saving factor for our seniors, as we provide headshots and issuance of permanent reduced fare Metro cards on the spot. The process ultimately gets us closer to our goal of permanent reduced fare Metro card users converting to Omni. Our GSM office hours. This is the final component of customer service, is being visible and engaging. In order to show our customers that their feedback and opinions matter, we are implementing the GSM office hours program in late May. Each GSM will hold office hours twice per month at select stations and within their respective zones. Hours of engagement will be conducted during the AM and PM peak hours from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. GSMs, their respective staff, NYPD partners will also be on hand to hear our customers, provide answers to their questions, and document their suggestions. GSM office hours will be announced via digital screens and via marketing posters days leading to the scheduled engagement. GSMs will take documented feedback and initiate actions on feasible quick wins within their goal by improving customer satisfaction. I would like to also highlight Mr. Vladimir, who handles Zone 10, and he is pictured in one of the marketing materials that will be coming to you soon. And finally, customer satisfaction. Over the course of the last year as a team, we have collectively moved the needle by increasing customer satisfaction by providing optimal customer service. We've reopened 122 public restrooms at 64 stations, expanded our customer service center capabilities, standardized our cleaning practices, implemented a cleaning lab, and added additional resources and equipment to ensure we have cleaner stations for our customers. We will keep moving the needle forward in customer satisfaction by providing also a one-on-one experience with the introduction of the GSM office hours coming soon.
Thank you very much, Demetrius and Sheila. I especially like the cleaning lab. I want to try some of those products at home.
And next, we're going to move to the crime report and Chief Grandstaff.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, President Davey, and members of the board. My name is Deputy Chief Norman Grandstaff. I'm one of the executive officers of the NYPD's Transit Bureau. Unfortunately, Chief Kemper couldn't be with us today. He's out of town, but he sends his regards, and he asked me to brief you today. So what a difference a few months make. In January, Chief Kemper was here, and he spoke to you about how challenging the start of the year was for us in the Transit Bureau, with subway system experiencing a highly publicized increase in crime. But he also told you the Bureau's plan in addressing this concerning and unacceptable crime trend. The difference between then and now is achieved through the department's collective hard work, and namely the deployment of over 1,000 additional uniformed officers into transit every day since the beginning of February. This investment immediately paid dividends and continues to do so to this day. In front of you, you have the crime stats for the month of March. And just really to establish a timeline, at the end of January, crime in the subway system was up 45%. A plan was established, and really one of the main points of that plan was the assignment of, at the direction of Mayor Adams and Police Officer Caban, over 1,000 uniformed members into the subway system. And that plan paid off immediate dividends. For the month of February, crime was down 13%, and where we sit today, March down 23%, and then actually today, for the month of April, crime is down 24.7%, and the year-to-date number is down 6.4%. So it is actually has gone down since the last week. These numbers show a positive downward trend in crime, but we have not taken our foot off the pedal. Instead, we've capitalized on our momentum. Again, for the month of April, we've seen a 24.7% decrease in crime. Again, year-to-date, we are down 6.4% in crime. But make no mistake, we are not waving the flag of victory. We are encouraged by this trend, and our strategies to combat crime are working. We will continue our increased officer deployment to transit with these highly visible cops deployed to turnstiles, on subway platforms, and inside moving trains. We'll also continue our enhanced focus on fare evasion enforcement, as it brings so much value in our pursuit of public safety, especially at the turnstiles are the gateway for the rider's journey through the subway. Fare evasion contributes to the sense of lawlessness in the system, and it isn't fair to the paying riders, and as you know, it consistently is a top complaint of our riders. Additionally, fare evasion is directly related to crime. In fact, so far this year in the subway system, we've recovered 24 guns, 14 of which were found on someone evading the fare. We've seen time and time again that while not all people who evade the fare are criminals, nearly all criminals who come into the system to prey on our riders evade the fare. That's why earlier this month we dedicated over 100 officers each day for a week in a joint effort by both Patrol Services Bureau and Transit Bureau to Operation Fair Play, an initiative focusing on the turnstiles and those not paying their fare. For this initiative alone, over 700 summonses were issued and 175 arrests were made, including 2 for gun possession. This is not petty enforcement. This is about correcting behavior and stopping those with bad intentions at the fare gates. And to be clear, our focus on fare evasion is not limited to this initiative. Your transit cops are out there every day facing lawlessness head on and working hard to make the subway safer. We continue to capitalize on our momentum. All categories of enforcement continue to be up at or near historic highs. Year to date, there have been over 6,500 arrests made in the subway system. This is a nearly 57% increase. Tab summonses are up 24% with over 63,000 issued. As I spoke about before, we've continued our emphasis on confronting fare evasion, with over 43,000 fare evasion contacts so far this year. This is over a 7% increase from last year. In addition to the 24 people we've arrested for carrying a gun in the subway system, which is a 60% increase from last year, we've made nearly 600 arrests for other weapons in the system, a 63% increase. So for transit, for the week, last week we had 24 major crimes. We average about 44 crimes per week, so that's 20 less victims. For the month, again, we're down nearly 25%, and the year, we're down over 6%. As you can see, our hard work is paying off, and the subway system is all the safer for it. But there's still work to do, and our job is never done. We'll continue to face lawlessness head-on until every person who depends on the system not only knows that they're statistically safe, but they feel safe as well. Thank you. I'll now answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Okay, with that, we'll move on to Q for the accessibility update.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon. Earlier this month, we were thrilled to open
to open new elevators at Metropolitan Avenue and Lower Merch stations in Brooklyn in one day, making and surpassing 150 accessible stations here in New York City Transit. This represents a major milestone in the work towards reaching greater than 95% accessibility for the subway system. The work at Metropolitan Avenue and Lower Merch Station Complex included constructing 6 new elevators, updating staircases, lighting, and extensive fare control and platform work. North Brooklyn is a great example of the huge strides we have made in accessibility in just the last few years. Since 2020, we have opened 5 new accessible stations in Greenpoint and Williamsburg, unlocking new potentials, accessibility for these growing communities and neighborhoods and our L and G line riders. MTA Accessibility congratulates our Deputy Chief, Rachel Cohen, and on her acting appointment as Vice President at Paratransit, and Chris on his promotion to Operations Planning. I cannot think of a better candidate to take over at Paratransit than Rachel, with her experience at TOC, with you and the team, Mira, and with her almost 6 years here in accessibility. We in accessibility congratulate her and look forward to continuing to be working with both Rachel and Chris in their next roles. Thank you.
Any questions? And I'm no longer angry that you stole Rachel from the TLC. And now we'll turn over to procurement for this month's transit procurements.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The New York City Transit procurement package includes one action item this month. This item is to request board's ratification of an immediate operating need, which resulted in the award of contracts to Hayden AI and Sion USA for automated bus lane enforcement, ABLE. Bus lane enforcement is a critical element of the MTA's efforts to increase bus speeds, improve customer service, and ensure the success of both bus lanes and select bus service. The awards to both Hayden and Sion are for the purchase, installation, operation, and maintenance of ABLE systems up to 1,023 for Hayden and 1,000 for Sion. Both of these vendors were identified through a request for information seeking vendors capable of furnishing ABLE systems. Department of Buses entered into test agreements with Hayden and Sion and worked closely with both in the development of their ABLE systems and completion of the required certification testing. Proposals were submitted by both Hayden and Sion, and both were invited for negotiations. For comparative purposes, price was calculated on the capital equipment acquisition and then the recurring costs for operation and maintenance of the system, resulting in an average price per system per year. Hayden's initial 3-year proposal averaged $34,297 per bus per year. Subsequent to negotiations, that was reduced to $14,430 per bus per year, a reduction of 42%. Sion's initial proposal averaged $22,976 a year, and subsequent to negotiations, the contract for 1,000 units was reduced to $19,469 per year, a reduction of 15%. The total combined award amount for Sion and Hayden is $141.5 million, and prices submitted by both companies were deemed fair and reasonable. The MTA received legislative approval to begin monitoring and ticketing vehicles obstructing bus stops as well as double-parked vehicles in mid-2024. As a result, DOB has updated the scope of work and renamed this project to Automated Camera Enforcement, or ACE. Procurement is actively engaged in negotiations with both vendors to add the enforcement of bus stop and double-parked vehicles to these contracts. As these modifications are being conducted under the ION, they will be presented to a future board for ratification following negotiation and award. I submit this ratification for board approval.
Any questions?
Yes, can you, do you know how large a geographic area the ACE system will be covering?
Frank, could I defer to you on that?
Yes, at the end of 24, it'll be 500 miles of coverage with ACE, and then we're expanding further through 2028, an additional 30 routes to be determined and mileage to be determined. Yeah.
Thank you.
And when will the cameras start being operable on the buses?
So right now, we have over 600 buses with the system on. It's just a matter of converting it from able to ACE to be able to enforce actually the actual bus stops and the double park cars. So at the end of May, early June is when we anticipate we will begin capturing the new ACE and able and begin giving warnings.
By statute, I think it was May 27th-ish?
Yeah, I'm not sure. exactly.
There's a specific statutory date, so we'll be a week or two from that.
And you do a warning period first and then the violations?
Yes, it's a 60-day warning period, and then we begin the violations.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. A motion to approve this procurement? Yes. Second? Second, okay. The procurement is, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? Okay, with that, the procurement is approved. The next, and I'm going to turn it over to Rich to do an introduction, will be a vote on whether or not to hold public hearings on the Queens bus redesign.
Correct. So as mentioned, we want to ask the committee to vote to allow staff to have a public hearing. By board policy, I think you all know we've been having lots of public meetings and lots of public conversations over the last now couple of years as a start from what was happening in 2019. So, but as board policy, so that's the ask.
Do we have a motion to approve? Yes. Second? All in favor? Aye. Any abstentions or oppositions? And with that, the motion to hold public hearings on the Queens bus redesign is approved.
Great. And then lastly, just want as an information item for the committee regarding additional express bus service to commence in June of 2024. This item will add trips to express bus routes with the highest ridership per bus during any single hour of an average weekday. Trips would be added on the BM2, BM5, the SIM 1C, the SIM 4C, the SIM 23, and the SIM 24. You know, as we prepare for the commencement of congestion pricing, the new service will give commuters on higher ridership express bus corridors in Brooklyn and Staten Island additional trips to get to and from Manhattan. And we hope to see a rise in ridership. The additional funding is about $880,000 from the out-of-borough transportation account. And I would just say for us, this is belt and suspenders. You've often heard us say that we have capacity on both the subway system and the bus system, largely because of COVID. But this is an opportunity for us to continue to improve express bus service in these corridors. And, you know, as congestion pricing is implemented and continues in New York for as long as it will continue, we'll continue to monitor ridership to see if there are other adjustments. But that was an information item. We're happy to take questions, Chair, if there are any questions.
Okay. Next, we can go straight to the Transit All-Stars. Excellent.
We can. And so last but certainly not least, we want to acknowledge our Transit All-Stars who are making a difference in improving our service and our customers' satisfaction. So the folks patiently waiting in the back who actually run the service. I don't know, we're probably having a bad day today because you're all here, sadly. But there are a few folks. First, we want to recognize 4 from the Department of Buses from our College Point Depot. College Point transports customers to their destination with 158 local and 169 express buses. So first, we have cleaner John Beauregard. John, please. Thank you. John, hard to believe he has got a 42-year career at New York City Transit. Obviously, child labor laws were violated, sir, when you started, but keeping our buses and facilities clean. He's known to his coworkers as the head sanitational engineer. Thank you, John, for your work. Next, we have chassis maintainer Ken Webb. Ken, please. Thank you. Who is being honored for his success as a mechanic who's transformed his skills and abilities with each new generation of buses. You've seen several generations. We're going to be giving you a few more, by the way. He's also known to his peers at College Point as the preacher for always being willing to guide them in the right direction. Thank you, Ken. Chassis maintainer Robert McDonough. Sir. An experienced mechanic. also has transformed his skills and abilities as bus technology has changed over the decades. How long do you have with us? 50 years. Amazing. Thank you so much for your service. I appreciate it. Rowan Porter. Where's Rowan? Rowan, sir, is a chassis maintainer as well. Has 48, so he's the rookie. Only 48 years experience at New York City Transit. He's often referred to as the all-yard man by his colleagues for his expertise and his variety of knowledge. But just so thank you as well. Then we have Senna Phillips. She's a transportation planner. Where are you? There you are. Who's directing those buses that John, Ken, Robert, and Rowan maintain for us. But she's being recognized for her success as one of our most highly visible and impactful customer-facing projects, the Brooklyn bus redesign. We often talk about Queens, but we all know Brooklyn is not too far behind. Besides this, she has made significant impact in several important bus initiatives and contributing to improving our bus speeds and our service reliabilities. She loves buses, and we really appreciate all that you do. Thank you, Senna. Dwayne Thorne. Where's Dwayne? Dwayne, thank you. Is a conductor who's being recognized as a Transit All-Star for his outstanding customer care. He stopped a potential train surfing incident aboard a northbound J train. He joined us in 2017 and has proven himself to be a key contributor to our service delivery team every day. Thank you. Appreciate what you did. Elisa Hamilton. There you are. Group Station Superintendent is being celebrated for her courage and fast action to keep those around her safe during a serious incident that happened on A train at Hoyt-Schermerhorn on March 14th. She immediately alerted NYPD officers at the station and notified our OCC. Her prompt action was instrumental in facilitating a rapid police response, which ultimately led to the apprehension of a perpetrator. Thank you. I appreciate that. Where's Matt Koth? Where's Matt? There he is in the back. Staff analyst. He's being honored today for his success in developing the Winter Weather Event Project, which apparently has prevented us from having any winter weather events the last 2 years, basically. Congratulations. Which will improve tracking the Division of Station's snow response activities using our new EAM application. This work is critical to providing resource management, cost control, but more importantly, to keep our stations safe. Matt, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Next up is Sampson. Sampson, where are you? There you are. Director of Paratransit's Eligibility Determination Unit. He manages the team that processes over 4,000 AR applications and 33,000 customer calls and almost 300 AAR Metro card requests each month. He's also currently leading the opening of our new Manhattan Assessment Center, the last borough without an assessment center for our paratransit customers, which is scheduled to open in the third quarter of this year. Thank you for your work. Appreciate it. And last but not least, Natalie Garcia. Natalie, thank you. Director of our Paratransit's Project Cost Management Unit. She contributed extensively to helping our Omni pilot for 84 paratransit customers. Chair, you asked about that, but that is underway, which we're excited about. This included leading Paratransit's web and app, My MTA website, and My MTA app development and testing, resulting in an increase of a 15% online accessor ride reservations, an all-time high for paratransit. Natalie, thank you for continuing to improve the customer experience. And Chair, that is all we have.
All right, any questions? More congratulations. Okay, now I'll make a motion to adjourn the, or does somebody want to make a motion to adjourn the meeting? Thank you, and a second. All in favor? And with that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
What does an electronic equipment maintainer do?
Paul Julian, electronic equipment maintainer. I've been in transit for 5 years. I work in the Department of RSS, Radio and Security Systems. Our responsibility is to ensure that the radio system is functioning very efficiently, for that provides communication to the trains. It also provides crucial and important communication for the police in the system, the EMS in the system, and the fire department in the transit system. Also, the surveillance system must be maintained. Therefore, we can have proper security and proper recording of activities in the subway system. The intrusion alarm system must also be maintained. These security systems are responsible for preventing, and if it happens, to alert any breach, whether it's the breach of a door that has sensitive equipment beyond it, or whether someone enters the tunnel beyond the platform without permission. A key motivator in what we do is to know how important communication, surveillance, and security is to New York City Transit and New York City as a whole. That gives you a sense of duty and pride in doing what we do.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, you know, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to call the meeting of the Diversity Committee to order, please. My name is Blanca Lopez, Chair of this committee, and at this time I would like to acknowledge Dr. John Ross Rizzo, my colleagues Neil Suckerman and Mr. Chu to our meeting, and if we could hear from the members of the public, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. We have 4 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Maddie's Buck Highland, followed by Jason Anthony. Maddie Bucky's Highland, who is on Zoom.
Am I on? Hello?
Yes.
Yes. All right, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, folks. This is Matty Bucky's Highland, MATTYBUCHYSHYLAND. I would suggest, though, before I get into, I would suggest that you correct the midst of my name. It should be MATTY, not MADDIE. It should be BUCHYS and Highland HYLAND. So I would really appreciate if you can correct the minutes on that, if that's okay with the chair. Second of all, Happy Autism Awareness Month, as you could see on my shirt. I did not speak until I was the age of 4. I'm 23 right now, but there's people out there. We need to understand that we live in a world where it's accessible. Accessibility, in my view, is a right, not a privilege. We can't have it be at multimillionaires' house. We need to build it everywhere, whether they're rich or poor, or stuff like that. That accessibility should really come because people with autism do have rights like every other feelings. Anyway, that's all I'll have to say. Please make the corrections if you can. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Kayla Hazlett.
Good afternoon, Blanca. This is my 9th year being back in the Big Apple. I would love to say in the Diversity Committee, as a native New Yorker, but being 9 years being back, this is a diverse world. But I have to kind of disagree, but at the same time agree with Maddie. We have to be acceptive to one another. But at the same time, within the MTA, we have good apples, but at the same time, we have bad apples. April could be Autism Awareness Month. But people have to realize that autism is not the only disability that could be out there. I suffer from multiple mental illnesses. And I'm doing full disclosure. That could be the one of multiple people well known inside the MTA. But we could have multiple disabilities. But one thing is for certain. When we travel throughout the system, we could be acceptive. We could be appreciative with one another. But one thing is for certain. That is that we need more diverse people inside the MTA.
Thank you.
I'll see you guys later.
Our next speaker is Kayla Haslate, followed by Jesse Figueroa.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me okay? My name is Kalia Hazlett. I'm the president of the Sunshine Network, the one and only accessible travel training program here in New York, which, of course, with MTA having 150 new accessible stations is definitely a requirement, and we're not having the discussion enough about teaching all disabilities how to navigate mass transit. The other thing that I wanted to discuss was the transit's commitment to accessibility through congestion pricing. One of the things is we want to make sure that the application process for drivers with disabilities and the special class is more easily accessible. I know that it just came out last Friday, but we want to make sure that these special classes have access to those applications and to those discounts with congestion pricing. I also wanted to thank Mr. Creslow and Ms. Hudson that just left for implementing the Slack program, which is definitely furthering accessibility in transit, in the transit system, which we need. I'm always striving for new signage, new lighting, updates in elevators, and escalators, and the conductor station, which we know a lot of stations have been outdated, and it's not the old transit anymore, it's the new transit, and I'm so glad that leadership is working hard to understand that travelers with disabilities are part of the system, and they are working hard to make it accessible. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by Aletha Dupree.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jesse Figueroa here, U.S. Army veteran and member of the Long Island Railroad Accessibility Task Force. I'm here to speak about disabilities. I am a veteran with PTSD and autism and a couple of physical disabilities myself. I'm also here to speak in defense of a 16-year-old boy. 2 Fridays ago on the Q48 bus, around early in the morning on his way to school. He has a disability, and he was called derogatory names by a bus operator whom I had reported on the MTA app, and that is total disrespect on a passenger, especially children and youth who have disabilities, and it breaks my heart that way. Other than that, I support diversity in our system. We just need more and more people to step up to the plate. So if you see something, say something. You have the help point, or call 311 for city info, 511 if anybody doesn't want to use the MTA app, or in real dire emergencies, call 911. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Aletha Dupree.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. I'm going to talk, your chair, Blanca, thank you. I'm going to talk about this report that I have. It's basically about staff demographics. And we generally do a good job with our demographics, but I think we're still missing some pieces of diversity. So I have this here. We use terms separations by sex. That language concerns me. I have this thing with the little blue and pink discs. Separation, females, males. Perpetuating with blue and pink? I think we should look at our color palette. But what's even more concerning is we are an organization with almost 70,000 employees. And we have it broken down by male and female. Does this mean that we have no non-binary members in our organization? I have a little trouble buying that. But yet we're not tracking this. And so why do I say these things? Because it is how we chart our demographics that can affect how employees deal with the public. Because I am different and I don't fit definitions, there are many who don't know what to do with me. So I bring this up. I think we should have unisex bathrooms in the MTA. Because for some people, to paraphrase the old saying, you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. I think that came out in the 1600s. So I advocate for us to be an organization that serves everybody equally. No one should be disrespected at the door. It stops now. I refer to BART being the people system, and I think we need to work on our demographics to be more inclusive. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes the public comment section.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that, and thank you to this afternoon's speakers. Everybody knows that this committee meets on a quarterly basis. Therefore, with respect to the approval of the meeting minutes, we are about to approve the meeting minutes for December 18th of last year. May I have a motion, please? Thank you, Neil. Second. Any questions or comments regarding the meeting minutes? If not, all in favor? Aye. Great, thank you. Motion passes. Meeting minutes are approved. And then moving on to the committee work plan. Are there any updates on the 2024 work plan, Lourdes?
Madam Chair, the work plan can be found on pages 6 through 8 of the committee workbook. There are no updates at this time.
Wonderful. And can you take us through the executive summary?
Yes, ma'am, will do. Turn on the presentation. So this afternoon, I'll be leading our presentation and discussions with the support of my colleagues and the leadership team at DDCR. I will start with announcing that our prior Deputy Chief for the Small Business Development Program, George Cleary, retired in February. So we are pleased to have Cherie Owens join us as acting Deputy Chief. She's been an invaluable member of the Small Business Mentoring Team and seamlessly stepped into the leadership role as we seek to identify a new leader in this area. So I want to thank Cherie for her service. We're also joined by Deputy Chief Dr. Rosalind Green, who is also joined by 2 additional colleagues within our EO team, Barbara Cockfield and Alana Smith-Pizarro. We have Deputy Chief Christine Norman and Deputy Chief Ray Burke, who is joining us remotely. We also have other members of our DDCR team here in attendance this afternoon. Our primary agenda items will include some exciting information about the MTA's recent federal commitment to the MW-DBE community, update on the revised final rule for the DBE program management and delivery, and then, of course, reporting on our program activity with respect to MW-DBE activity and our small business development programs and EEO activities. I just wanted to point out 2 key important items. First is that this meeting had initially been calendared for March, and we were slated to report on data as of December 31st, 2023 at that time, or the 3rd quarter. At our next meeting, we'll be able to provide and confirm data for the full fiscal year, but as we proceed through the calendar year in our scheduled meetings, we're hope to be back on track. So the information you'll get today is a little dated. It goes through the end of December 31st. At our next meeting in June, we'll be able to provide the full fiscal year information. And we're also going to be sharing some success stories with you this afternoon. We think it's important to hear about the impact that we are having with our key MW and DBE partners. We've found it very inspiring and hope you will feel the same. And lastly, of course, welcoming Mr. Chu to the Diversity Committee. We're looking forward to working with you. With regards to the Equity and Infrastructure Pledge, the pledge itself is a commitment made by major transportation agencies throughout the United States, and I am pleased to announce that the MTA joined all of these other transportation agencies in March of this year to make 3 major commitments. One is to award $1 billion worth of work to MW and or DBE firms every year. This last year, as you may recall, the prior year, we awarded $813 million in contracts to MWBEs and $392 million in DBE firms. So we are comfortable that we will be able to meet and exceed this goal moving forward. We are also committed to awarding larger contracts to small businesses, as well as expanding the pool of MW and DBE firms that we work with. And lastly, we have a commitment to increase our discretionary contracts for design and engineering of MWBE work by 20% over the next 5 years. So we have three major commitments, and as you can see on the screen, Chairman Jano made an announcement at the 14th Street Station where we were joined by representatives from the National EIP Group as well as the Chicago Transit Authority, which chairs that committee. Wanted to share some key updates in the DBE program. Earlier this month, the US DOT announced some key changes to the management of the DBE program, which are slated to take effect on May 9th. There was a summary memorandum that was circulated both to our internal team as well as the C&D team to make sure that we are all aware of the key changes and ensure that we're continuing our compliance. Some of the highlights include an increase to the personal net worth cap for DBE firms to $2.047 million. That's an increase up from about $1.32 million prior to that. It updates also the business size for participating firms to $30.72 million, and it's important to understand that that's a DBE cap, not an SBA cap. The Small Business Administration has their own business size caps. It modernized rules for the counting of material suppliers. It added program elements related to monitoring and oversight. It updated certification provisions. It had less prescriptive rules that give certifiers some flexibility when determining eligibility, and also promulgated some rules with respect to design build contracts and the management and compliance of that. So unfortunately, the modest hike in the P&W won't make much of a change for us. There were no regional adjustments that were made to the DBE program, which we were hoping for. It's in New York City, both labor and supply costs are very expensive. It's very expensive to do business here in New York. So we were hoping to have a more substantial increase to the DBE personal net worth threshold, but we will certainly be working over the next couple of months to make sure that the DBE community within New York and within the MTA catchment area are aware of these new changes so that we can increase the availability of DBE certified firms, which, as you're aware, the MTA is a certifying authority. So with respect to MWBE and SDVOB payments, I'll ask my colleague Christine Norman to report.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. As you can see, MTA is on track to exceed the New York State MWBE goals for the fourth consecutive year. We will start with the data that represents payments to MWBEs and SDVOBs for quarters 1 through 3. As you can see, we've paid out over $500 million to certified MWBEs and SDVOBs. There is a decrease in payments as compared to the same period for 22-23, but we are still achieving the stated goals. And then we'll move to the next page. Thank you. This represents the DBE awards for 22-23. The federal fiscal year is from October 2022 to September 2023. So our next report on goal attainment for DBEs will be for June. All right, but this represents that we awarded 16% of contracts to DBE firms. It's just shy of our 20% goal, but we expect that the awards will pick up as contracts move forward in the design build. Okay. On the next slide, we are showing the largest MW DBE awards and SDVOB awards to prime and subcontractors that are certified. Normally, Ray Burke, my colleague, reports this information out, but I will represent the primes and subcontract awards this month. Okay. As you can see, CRC Associates was awarded a contract for $57 million. They are performing various construction services, self-performing and design build for fire alarm systems and fire sprinkler replacements, which is very impressive. We also have Voltamp, obviously electrical services. All of these firms are representing construction-related services with the exception of Thundercat, which is an SDVOB, and Thundercat Technology is providing to us software. It's Chronos software over the next 5 years, and it's a substantial award to SDVOBs. Okay, next slide. Okay. Okay, this should represent MW and SDVOB outreach for quarters 1 through 3 for 2023. DDCR participated in over 40 outside MW and SDVOB targeted outreach events that were sponsored by various advocacy organizations. But within that, DDCR also hosted a series of events, including 6 DBE certification workshops and 4 new quarterly new firm orientations. Those orientations are held quarterly. Okay. Over the past 9 months, we've met with over 600 firms and have separated them by industry to help us consider areas for development. Empire State Development classifies firms into 4 categories: commodities, construction consulting, and services consulting. Services consulting is a broad category that includes professional services, but it also includes standard services like pest management, rubbish removal, and other services. So you'll see here that our outreach reached a significant number of firms in the services industry, with construction-related industries as the second largest group. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Christine, and we'll present the first of our 2 MTA MWBE success stories. I'm sorry, yes. Apologies.
Could you just go back to, there was a page and 4 or 5 ago where you had the total amount of spend in our target, the 16% before that, right there, thank you.
Yes.
So that's our award in the whole fiscal year, $392 million in fiscal year 2022-23, and then a slightly different fiscal year for New York State of $700 million, basically, right? I'm reading that. That's a total MWB awarding we did.
That was DBE awards, and that is prime and subcontract awards.
And I think we should just, because you were dwelling on the fact that we were below the 20%, which obviously is our target, but I think we should acknowledge that the absolute dollar spend is an extraordinary amount of money. Like, we are, as an organization, we are spending on capital more than we've ever, I'm putting my finance hat on for a second, more than we've ever spent in any era of the MTA. And so when you look at that number, whether it's 16% or 20%, the absolute dollars flowing in the way that this committee is meant to do and the way that your department is meant to do is extraordinary. And so you could have 25% of a small number or 16% of a massive number. I'll take 16% of a massive number. So it doesn't mean there's never more work to not do, but you should be proud of the fact that the absolute dollars flowing to DBEs is a very, very large number.
Yes, agreed. And we expect those numbers to improve over time as more subcontractors are identified on the design build projects. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So back to Penda Aiken. Penda Aiken is one of our MWBE success stories. Penda Aiken Incorporated provides workforce solutions for sourcing and maintaining temporary, contingent, and permanent personnel. They have about 425 associates, over 50 clients, and they have been incredibly successful and a very key partner to the MTA over the past 3 years. Penda Aiken has had contracts exceeding $11.8 million, including their ability to provide temporary medical staff for various COVID services. And so we consider PENDA just an incredible MWBE story, I think, for the city of New York, not just for the MTA. We also wanted to introduce Jennifer Herman of MKJ Communications. MKJ primarily performs for the MTA as a subcontractor on several prime contracting opportunities for both state and federally funded programs. They've worked with some of the most notable contractors in the Northeast, including Skanska, Judd Lau Construction, Forte, and Sitnalta. They're performing over $50 million in subcontracted services on MTA contracts since 2020. So I think, both Penda and Jennifer are just shining examples of the capacity of MWBE firms that can perform on our MTA contracts, and we're very pleased to be able to highlight them this afternoon. With respect to our small business development program, I'll ask my colleague Cherie Owens to make the report.
Thank you, Lourdes. Good afternoon. Okay, so this slide represents the goals for the Small Business Development Program for 2023. The recruitment of new firms increased by 17%, which exceeds our overall departmental goal of 10%. And in 2023, we had 10 loans approved by BOC Capital, a new vendor that started in January of 2023. And to date, they've approved an amount of $1,036,760. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we want to highlight the top prime awards in the program for 2023. For Tier 1, we have Sands Construction, an MBE firm, and they performed about $900,000 on a transit stair project at Freeman Station in White Plains Road. For Tier 2, we have RK Contracting. They performed about $4.9 million for the Long Island Bethpage Employee Facility HVAC construction. And for our Small Business Federal Program, we have Orange County Engineering, a WBE and a DBE certified firm, and they performed about $2.343 million on the Spionk Parking Phase 2 project in Long Island.
Can you just quickly describe what Tier 1 and Tier 2 mean?
Okay, so our program is broken out by Tier 1, which is under the state program, Tier 1, which are projects up to $1.5 million, and you're in the program for 5 years. Tier 2 is you're still in the program for five years, but you are allowed to bid on projects up to $5 million. And for the state program, we have the Small Business Federal Program. You're in the program for 5 years, and you're allowed to bid on projects, federally funded projects up to 5 years. Next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, so we're currently out on the street with the RFP for the Small Business Development Program for a new firms to manage the program. The MTA is seeking a contract with firms that will apply its construction management and oversight experience to provide guidance to small contractors in performing of the MTA's construction projects. This firm will be an independent consultant to the MTA performing these services under the title of Construction Management and Oversight Services Consultant, which is a CM firm, and a business development construction for the Small Business Development Program. The services will be performed in accordance with the attachments, appendices found in the scope of work for the RFP. There are 2 separate scopes of work contained within the RFP that MTA may not choose to award to separate vendors based on an evaluation of the proposals received for each firm using the RFP's evaluation criteria. Scope A is construction management services that will include management of the construction management and mentoring services. They are administered by MTA Construction and Development and Small Business Unit Lead, and Scope A is responsible to develop, under the Small Business Development Program, the ability of the program's participants to perform construction projects for the MTA. Scope B, services that will include the management of the business development mentoring services aspect of the service of the Small Business Development Program, which is administered by Department of Diversity and Civil Rights. Scope B has the overall responsibility to increase the number and capabilities of the MBWBEs, the DBEs, and the SDVOBs and other small businesses to enable them to successfully bid and perform on non-small business development projects as a prime or as a subcontractor. DDCR's overall goal within the MTA is to increase the overall participation of small businesses inclusive of MWDBEs and SDVOBs in contract awards. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Sherry, if I could just add, we do have the RFP schedule timeline on the screen. We were anticipating submissions of proposals by April 29th, but I believe
Yes.
that date was just extended. What is the new
Extended
date?
to now Tuesday, May 7th.
May
Sorry.
7th, so we're expecting responses to the RFP by May 7th. I'm not sure if the rest of the schedule will slide. I think, our goal is to try to keep to it as much as possible, but unfortunately, we're just having to adjust our timeline.
Okay, these next 3 slides will highlight success projects for firms that worked in the program under the 2023 Small Business Development Program. This project is GER Contracting. They are an MWBE, and they have been in the Tier 1 program for 4 years, and they are pre-qualified for masonry and finishes trade. This was their first project, so we're happy that they were a success. Next slide, please. Jam Cobb Contracting, they are an MBE. They have been pre-qualified in Tier 1 for 2 years, and this was also their first project in the Small Business Development Program. So they got in early and got the work done. Next slide, please. And last but not least, we have MIT Brothers Construction. They are an MBE, and they are a current graduate of the Tier 2 program, so they have graduated out of the program. And they were awarded 2 projects in Tier 1 and 2 projects in Tier 2 for an overall amount of about $5.1 million. We are proud of our firms, and these are our successes. Thank you, and this concludes my presentation.
Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cherie. With respect to our workforce data, I will be asking my colleague, Dr. Green, to report.
Thank you. As of December 31st, 23, the MTA workforce was comprised of 73,470 employees. 19% of that was female employees and 73% were minority. 3% were veteran employees and 1% were self-identified as persons with disabilities. When we compare this number to fourth quarter of 2022, our net female representation has increased by 882 employees, and our net minority representation increased by 2,094 employees. The complete report of workforce activities can be found in the Diversity Committee book, pages 80 through 93. Page 85 gives a detailed demographic breakdown for employees by agency. We actively monitor agency-wide hires and separations. As of year-end 2023, the workforce data indicated that MTA hired 6,568 employees. Taking our separations into account, this resulted in an increase of 902 females employees and 2,289 minority employees. I'm going to pass it over to Barbara Cockfield to give you an update on some of the ERG, Employee Resource Group activity. I do have a question.
So I'm new to the committee. Thank you for the warm welcome. I mean, these are good stats, and I'm wondering if there's also statistics available on salary per demographic. So, this clearly demonstrates a diverse composition of the employees. I'd be interested to know where, by demographic, these groups fall in terms of salary in relation to one another.
We do monitor and track salary by demographic as well. Typically, we do go in and have a separate conversation with the committee on if we're going to publish or speak about the salaries. If we do the average salary breakdown by demographic.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then also
anonymized.
video.
It doesn't need. I'm not looking for everyone's salary. I'm just looking for an anonymized data, just to give an idea of where we are in terms of equity. Not on the salary range, not just on the workforce composition.
Absolutely. Barbara?
Next slide, please. For the second year in a row, Begin commemorated the end of Kwanzaa with a traditional gathering to pause, reflect, and celebrate the end of one year and the ushering in of a new one. Members of Begin representing employees across the agency joined in the festivities on the evening of January 18, 2024. Begin observed the Kwanzaa season with a presentation detailing the 7 principles of the cultural holiday, which were displayed on the monitors across the agency to celebrate the observance, December 26th through January 1st. Begin also created an article that was highlighted on MTA Today. Next slide, please. Begin also highlighted the significance of public transportation and its roles in civil rights movement. In February for Black History Month, they had a cultural celebration. A particular focus was placed on individuals who played significant roles in making public transportation accessible, as well as opening employment opportunities in the industry. It was a month-long celebration with messages on subway platforms and bus stops. For several weeks, digital messaging across our system reminded millions of customers that February is Black History Month, with portraits and quotes from African American leaders, heroes, and pioneers. An article in the MTA Today as well, and ended with multimedia cultural celebration. The celebration included guest speaker Jerome Horn of the Maryland Transit Administration. He discussed the intertwined histories of transportation systems, the civil rights movement, African Americans, and notable leaders in the civil rights movement. Next slide, please. In celebration of Women's History Month, Empowering Women in Transportation presented a month-long series entitled Empower Her, Bridging Generations, Building Futures. During the series opening event, a panel discussion was held on how women rise, breaking 12 habits holding you back from your next raise, promotion, or job, by Sally Helgenson and Marshall Goldsmith. A distinguished panel of speakers included Demetrius Krishlow, Senior Vice President of Subways, Cassandra Edgehill, Assistant Vice President of Bridges and Tunnels, and Brittany Montgomery, Senior Advisor to the Office of the President of New York City Transit. They also organized a shoe drive in partnership with Soul for Souls, and there were donation boxes located throughout each agency for the collection of donations. Our month ended with the celebration of 24 women for 2024 who were nominated by their respective agencies for their outstanding commitment to empower her. Resilience, commitment to inclusivity, leadership and program development, and empowerment for their roles throughout the MTA. Thank you.
Any questions? Okay, we can move on.
Thank you. During our last Diversity Committee meeting, we had a briefing on our first ever 5-year DEI strategic plan. We didn't have it available for distribution, but we do have it today, and we have given each board member a copy. So the letter from the CEO and chairman highlights the importance of the plan and clearly communicates and confirms the commitment of the MTA to the implementation of our first ever 5-year diversity, equity, and inclusion strategic plan. The plan was approved by MTA leadership, and we forwarded the plan over to the state in January 2024. So during the month of March, we rolled the plan out to all of the MTA operations and function executives and management and discuss the first year strategies. While we have just recently sent the plan over to the state, the actual year of the plan began July 1st, 2023, and the end for the first year is June 30th, 2024. So during the month of April, we have begun to review and chart the progress of our first year activities. This data will detail on the DEI strategic plan on a dashboard and it will be available and visible to all of our executive and management leadership teams. In May, we will conduct focus groups with the ERG members and employees. We will use the feedback from these sessions to contribute to the implementation of our workforce cultural strategies. June through September, we will continue to chart our progress and completion dates as we complete our first year of activities. We will revise our measures and our targets if needed and propose any initiative or budget modifications that may be necessary. In September, our next diversity committee, we will report on our achievements and the challenges during our first year of the diversity strategic initiatives that's found within the plan. I did want to bring your attention to a couple of the pages in the diversity the strategic plan book. Page 15, which actually gives the vision, and this was a vision that's customized and that was developed by the MTA leadership team. And then on page 17, we have customized definitions that are MTA specific of what do we mean when we say diversity, equity, and inclusion. On page 22, the diversity goal alignment with the strategic initiatives. We made sure that all of our strategic initiatives for the agency were properly aligned with our DEI definitions. And then you'll see on pages 25 through 37 where each agency has their agency-specific initiatives that align with each of the diversity goals. Thank you for your attention to this presentation, and I'm open for any questions that you may have.
I had one that just pops at me. Thank you for putting this together. It's a very thoughtful book, and I think it's comes at a very important time that we recognize diversity of many elements of diversity, including those of views and backgrounds. Their college campuses across this country are engulfed in flames like it's 1968, but it's worse because we're turning on ourselves now, not on things happening overseas. It's a domestic lack of acceptance that we're seeing, and so the notion of diversity, equity, inclusion that includes all groups is very important. One thing that did jump out at me, and maybe it's because I'm becoming, well, as we all do, we age. Page 10, I see a note not only about the age of the interns, upwards of to 89 years old. I'd like to meet our 89-year-old intern. What he or she is doing interning is impressive, but it is related to a question, which is, you mentioned Gen X, of which I'm a member, being our largest group. I'd be interested to hear over time how we think about older folks in our organization. I hear a number of comments, and again, as I'm getting older, maybe I'm noticing it more. I'm hearing comments of clients and colleagues talking about ageism in their companies and firms, and how people are better used and later in their careers. And so I'm asking to make a note, not for today, but to talk about this topic, because, being on this committee, you get to think of all different kinds of diversity. I'm a Jew. I'm a disabled veteran. I have my own points. My colleague to my right is both Jewish and Chinese, and is also an enormously talented weightlifter.
You're older than me.
I am older than you. I am older than you.
Say I'm old, but you're kind of.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Anyway, so how we look at diversity, and I think age is another element we don't really talk about, but it'd be interesting to bring it up at some point.
Thank you. We will brief you on that.
I think on my end, one thing to think about is really the role of the board in this plan as well. And I think if that is something we could incorporate at some point, I think that would be very helpful, because we also play a role in this organism, but also within the diversity, inclusion, and equity. So
We definitely will. Thank you.
thank you. Dr. Rizzo?
I think I'm on. Okay, thanks so much. I think this is fantastic. I really appreciated reviewing the strategic plan. One recommendation would be moving forward. You're seeing a lot of the federal agencies over the last 2 or 3 years adopt accessibility within the DEI acronym itself. So it's diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And I know that it's mentioned and delineated as a core value, but I think that would be fantastic. So NIH, NSF, DOD, all of the federal agencies are following suit, and I think it would be fantastic for us to do the same.
Thank you. We will definitely take that into consideration and probably make that modification once we update in June 30th.
Many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. We need a motion to adjourn. Second. Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
I actually love what I do. This is my 18th year on the railroad. I love instructing, which is what I'm doing now. I'm instructing student engineers. I love operating as well, so when I can, I still do operate trains, and it's just a great job to have. My name is Inade Maruga Sr. I'm currently a locomotive engineer, special duty instructor. I've been with Metro North for 5 years now.
My name is Robert Sapari, and I'm a training officer, locomotive engineer for Metro North Railroad, and I've been with the MTA for 10 years. My earliest train memory is being in the train with my dad as he was operating. I'm second generation railroad. We actually operated around the same time just before he retired, so that's probably one of my biggest memories. Responsibilities for a locomotive engineer are vast. From dealing with your crews and having a job safety briefing to checking your equipment and making sure all your safety checks are complete.
Safety plays a major role in what we do because of how many lives we're responsible for.
One of the coolest things you get to see when you're up front operating as an engineer is you'll get the best views. If there's a 4th of July, you'll see all the fireworks up and down the Hudson. You'll see eagles fly in and dip in and grab fish and fly right next to your cab.
It's cool to run the Yankees trains, especially when they win. See all those Yankee fans out there, to be able to bring them to and from the games. To just be operating a train through Harlem, to look on both.
Kevin? I'll get started, Kevin. Oh, thank you. Oh, we got. Keep me one that says chew. I'd like to call the Finance Committee meeting to order, this afternoon's Finance Committee. You may have noticed I am not Neil Zuckerman. I am sitting in for Chair Zuckerman. I let people say that. They confuse us all the time. Separated at birth is the term they usually use. That's the line too far. Well, we have a spicy crowd, so do we have any public comments to start?
Yes, Chair, we have 3 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware that there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first public speaker is Charlton D'Souza.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charlton D'Souza. I'm the president of Passengers United. And what's very important is that, we have a city ticket weekly and that we have a monthly city ticket for the Long Island Railroad. The proposed plan that's being proposed today at the Finance Committee meeting. So a 10% savings does not help city residents because it does not include a free transfer to the bus, subway, or express bus. And so we need a discount. It is very important, especially for transit deserts. And I know that this legislation was voted on in 2019, but I think that the MT and in good faith, everyone should go back to the planning table, and they really need to have a weekly city ticket that can be used on the express bus, Long Island Railroad, subway, and local bus, and that should be $45. Same thing for the monthly. You know, it should be like $145 and include a LIR unlimited pass and an express bus pass, a subway and local bus pass. That is how you get people excited about using mass transit. Other cities have figured this out, and we still have not figured this out. So I'm ashamed at the MTA, and I'm ashamed at all the other organizations because they all went up to Albany. You know, Passengers United was not allowed to work with them. We were pushed out of the way, and now look what happened. So, you know, we need these discounts. It is critical, and the subway system cannot handle the overflow crowds from congestion pricing. So we're going to need the express buses have capacity. We're going to need to fill up the express buses. We're going to need to fill up the Long Island Railroad with commuters, but they need discounts because right now the subway system is in a state of crisis and emergency, and it's not working for us. Thank you. I'm the president of Passengers United. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Maddie Bucky's Highland.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Manny W. Bucky's Highland. For today, I want to speak about fares. Earlier today, I spoke. First of all, it's Autism Awareness Month. As you can see on my shirt, I went to high school in Levittown. But, yeah, here's the thing. For fares for people with autism, for children who are 5 to 11, they can ride the Long Island Railroad for $1 if they're accompanied by a paying adult. Second of all, we need when children turn 12 and older, they should be eligible to use a reduced fare regardless of income. Second of all, I spoke earlier today about fare evasion. None of us likes to pay, but there might be members of the public as well as staff in the boardroom right now, in that very boardroom that lives in New Jersey. They have to pay a $13.38 toll or Easy Pass or $17.63 to the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey under the leadership of Chairman Kevin J. O'Toole as the Board of Commissioners chairman. Anyway, that's all I have to say for this month. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our last speaker will be Jason Anthony.
Hey, Sam. Hey, Kevin. Good afternoon to the Finance Committee. I was able to attend the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey's board meeting, and I asked a simple question. Since that you guys voted in support of congestion pricing and it was approved, we asked that what was their position regarding congestion pricing. Their response, none. We saw a presentation of their financial officer who happened to be standing within less than 10 feet from me. And what do I happen to see? A disclaimer. And one of the words that highlighted was unaudited. I was like, why? And before their board meetings, we don't get to see their own data. And why I mentioned this, why I mentioned Kevin's name in their meeting, because since a native New Yorker born in the Southview neighborhood of the Bronx, is that I want the MTA New Jersey Transit Corporation and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey to work as a regent. But it seems like New Jersey Transit Corporation and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, they're not listening. This is why we gotta approve congestion pricing. But they want to raise their fares 15 and 3%. Guess what, folks? Within the next 2 years, New Jersey residents are paying 18% more than us. So think about it, folks. I'll see you guys next month.
Thank you. This concludes the public comments portion of the agenda.
Thank you to all our public speakers. Before we move on with the agenda, I'd like to provide a warm welcome on behalf of Chairman Zuckerman to Mark Herbst and Meera Joshi. Thank you for joining the committee. We're glad to have you. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes, unless there are any. No? David, second. Second. Lisa, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed, abstentions? Motion approved. Next on the agenda, we have financial performance reports. Steve, take it away.
Thank you. April 24th, financial performance comments. Year-to-date March 2024, our preliminary results compared with the adopted budget were unfavorable by 14 million or 1%, while the month of March was unfavorable by 8 million or 6%. However, reported operating expenses were significantly impacted by a positive accounting adjustment of $43 million in March that reverses accruals related to 2023 headquarters expenses. Without this one-time adjustment, unfavorable net preliminary operating results would have been worse. The year-to-date March deficit would have been 57 million, and the deficit for the month of March would have been 51 million. Operating revenues on a year-to-date basis were $3 million favorable, less than 1%. While passenger revenues were $38 million unfavorable, this was offset by favorable toll revenues of $24 million and favorable other operating revenues of $17 million. As a reminder, the adopted budget includes below the line a farebox revenue loss provision of $100 million for 2024 to offset unfavorable passenger revenue results. For March, operating revenues were $3 million unfavorable, less than 1%. Passenger revenues were $12 million unfavorable, while toll revenue was $3 million favorable, and other operating revenue was $6 million favorable. The favorable results for the other operating revenue reflect favorable city reimbursement for paratransit operations, advertising revenue, station retail revenue, and net retail revenue in the Grand Central Terminal. The 2024 adopted budget for passenger revenue is based on the midpoint between the McKinsey-prepared high case and low case scenarios. In March, passenger revenues were above the midpoint, 72.8% versus 71.4% when compared with March 2019. Passenger revenues through March remain $398 million below passenger revenue in 2019, while toll revenue exceeded 2019 toll revenue by $44 million, 10%. These changes from 2019 are adjusted to account for rate changes in fares and tolls during this period. Operating subsidies, including investment income on a year-to-date basis, were $57 million or 3% unfavorable. This reflects unfavorable mortgage recording tax, MRT, of $40 million at 35%, urban tax of $33 million, 26%, payroll mobility tax, PMT, of $20 million, 3%, MTA aid of $13 million, 18%, and for-hire vehicle surcharge of $8 million, 9%. Partially offsetting these results were favorable petroleum business tax, the PBT, of $38 million, 27% of which $36 million was due to December receipts not transferred to the MTA until early January. Additionally, investment income was favorable by $11 million. The Connecticut subsidy was favorable by $4 million, and automated camera enforcement revenue was favorable by $3 million. For March, operating subsidies, again including investment income, were $63 million or 8% unfavorable. The capital subsidies year-to-date through March were $2 million favorable due to receipts from the real property transfer tax surcharge, also known as the mansion tax. Operating expenses were favorable by $27 million, 1%, and March expenses were $53 million 4% favorable. However, as noted previously, this result is significantly impacted by an accounting adjustment of $43 million specifically in March that reverses accruals of 2023 headquarters non-labor expenses, primarily in the IT and real estate departments. Adjusting for this impact, year-to-date March operating expenses would be unfavorable by $16 million, 0.04%, and the month of March would be favorable by $10 million, 1%. Overtime year-to-date through March was $101 million, or 50% unfavorable, while payroll was $55 million, or 4% favorable. In March, overtime was $29 million, 42% unfavorable, while payroll was $24 million, 5% favorable. Debt service expense was $13 million, 2% favorable year-to-date March, and was $5 million, 2% favorable for March, both primarily due to the timing of debt service accruals. Further details are available in this month's financial performance report.
Steve, could you repeat that?
From memory.
Before we, I just had one question. I know Kevin wants to add a few things, but I'll ask it on the record of how far we were into the $100 million, fare box contingency, and then, Kevin, you want to add a few things?
Yeah, when Steve reports out the variance on our revenue versus budget, that doesn't take into account the $100 million that we've assumed that we'd be, that we reserve for. So if you look at it, our total fare box revenue is $38 million unfavorable year to date for the first quarter, and the bus portion of that's $29 million, and so we've reserved $100 for the year, which is, we kind of said against bus, which would have been 25. So we've consumed, I would say, $38 million of the $100 of reserve. So
Yeah.
that's kind of where we are.
Proportionally, I mean, we're a month out from June.
Yeah.
This is a question of a drop in ridership, or is this fare evasion issues?
So the stories are the same, right? That the subway paid ridership subway, we're pretty close to the McKinsey midpoint. Same thing with the commuter rails. They're actually doing a little bit better. B&T's doing better. And, all the averages are being dragged down by the paid ridership on bus, which, based on the automatic people counters is mainly, the mix of unpaid riders too much, so fare evasion.
Beating a dead horse. But the focus in terms of fare evasion is almost exclusively on subways. And
we've deployed more Eagle teams.
But
yes.
Eagle teams it's good. It's switched from the sort of certain types of buses to regular buses.
Yeah.
But we just heard a report, all the emphasis is on subway. And of course, I've even stopped asking for the racial demographics because I assume it's skyrocketing, 98% probably now, black and brown. So I am concerned that we start to merge these issues together of fare evasion and subways and an over-policing, particularly of poor black and brown communities. Yet our drain is not there. So I'll get off it. I'm still concerned about this because it seems to be persistent from the 9 years I've been on this board. That again, we seem to be leaning into the public perception of who is fare evaders. It's these black and brown kids jumping over turnstiles. When in fact, that's not quite the reality here. It's everybody. It's everybody. Thank you.
No, and we had conversations, a lot of the conversations this week about the commuter rails as well, so I think, David, your point is well taken. And all fare evasion, whether it's, buses, subways, commuter rails, or the, bridges and tunnels, we have to take seriously.
Well, I mean, there is, as you know, at a part of the package in Albany, try to make some progress on toll evasion also, so we're, trying to fight where, we have a chance of actually getting good results. Just a quick takeaway again. So I think we talked about the revenue side, kind of the same story every month. And I think the real key for the year is we're still projecting some growth in ridership throughout the year, and we need the couple percent growth on you know all modes. On the other part of revenue, on the taxes and subsidies, kind of same story. The real estate taxes are really, we're about 75 million under budget through the first quarter. You know, the budget assumed a little bit of a rebound in the real estate taxes from the $600 million drop last year. We're not really seeing that. As a matter of fact, it's just continues to struggle. So that's something we have to, you know, watch closely. On the expense side, although the whole mix kind of gets us close to our budgeted expenses, you know, we are still looking, you know, particularly the overtime expense and so forth, and needing to, you know, we've gotten some of the vacancies filled and so forth, but I need to see that overtime come back. So I'd say in terms of our getting the savings we need to realize out of the expense budget, still a lot of wood to chop for the year to hit our budget numbers. So
Okay.
that's the summary.
Any I would like for future, I don't think it's too soon probably to ask for it, but, you know, at some point, understanding, I think we, touching on the tier 6 impact, you know, of our
Jay's going to talk about it.
Oh, wow,
briefly,
on
too.
demand. Look at that.
So-
How good are you? I forget Neil. This is fun. I'm going to do this. You guys are so ready for this. Jay, take it away.
So a couple things on my agenda today, so I'll go through them in a little bit of order. First is the temporary fare pilot that you've heard about on the railroads. So we're seeking MTA board approval to launch a temporary fare pilot promotion pertaining to travel on the MTA railroads within New York City. The implementation of congestion pricing presents an opportunity to attract customers to transit with additional options for travel within the congestion relief zone that are affordable, fast, and convenient. As such, the MTA is proposing a temporary fare pilot promotion for railroad customers for a discount up to 10% on monthly passes within the city zone. This fare pilot will start with the sale of monthly passes for July 2024. Those go on sale on June 25th, effective for the July monthlies. The duration of this fare pilot promotion would be at least 12 months and may continue until the next permanent fare change, provided continued funding from the Outer Borough Transportation account. We value this at approximately $4 million for the benefit of our customers that would be receiving this discount. Approximately 70,000 monthly passes are purchased in an annual year between Metro North and New York City, Metro North and Long Island Railroad within city travel. That's Zone 1 and 3 with Long Island Railroad, Zone 1, 2, and 311 for Metro North customers, and it'll also approximately benefit 12,000 monthly student tickets that are purchased annually. Any questions?
David?
Estimates on how much this is going to cost us?
$4 million approximately will be the benefit to the customers that receive the discount.
Thank you, sorry.
Okay.
Andrew?
Yeah, so I'm sure everybody knows I was a big fan of the Atlantic Ticket Weekly, which gave people transportation on commuter rail, bus, and subway. There would be no reason for anybody to drive when you had all of those means of transportation paid for. Has any investigation been done on a possibly lower point of discount, but including subways and buses in this monthly ticket?
Not at this moment. So we've just looked at the 10% on the city zones to benefit those customers at this point. We can definitely take a look at.
I'm asking because we've had much testimony from when we were talking about Atlantic Ticket and our Freedom Ticket proposal and all of that. And the majority of the folks who will utilize Long Island or Metro North in the boroughs are not just having a one-seat ride. They are changing to another form of transportation, whether it's a bus or a subway, to reach their final destination. And I think it would really, really get people on the system and out of their cars if we offered, you paid for this, you get everything.
And just as a reminder, right, customers can buy the weekly 7-day
Yep.
$33 Metro card or tap as you go and get the benefit for $33 on a weekly basis. That's not limited to
Sure.
any customer. They can use that today.
Mhm.
We encourage that usage as we've priced that benefit lower than a monthly Metro card or monthly cost of the subway and bus. So we encourage the usage of that, but understand the question at hand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Jay? Oh,
Can we vote? Yeah, we
oh,
need
we need a
a motion.
motion. Motion, Jamie, second. David, all in favor? Any abstentions or opposed? All in favor? David, do that already? Thank you, motion carries. No, we voted.
No, I know.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Is this pilot contingent on congestion pricing actually starting?
No, this is in part and parcel of offering customers a discount during the congestion pricing, but this would still move on even if congestion pricing
Okay, thank you.
didn't occur.
Right, but the idea is, the idea is to promote ways, so.
Right, and it is being funded out of the outer borough account, which is, money set aside from the for-hire vehicle fees.
Now for Tier 6.
Sure. So Tier 6, the state budget passed a change to Tier 6. The change in Tier 6 is the final average salary previously was calculated at 5 years. The change is now it will be on a 3-year final average calculation. Also, they extended the overtime cost not being included as part of your rate calculation for another 2 years. We also estimated the cost to the MTA of this change, and the majority of the change that affects the MTA Tier 6 members is the change of final average salary from 5 to 3. We approximate that this will cost the MTA about $30 million annually, which would grow by almost 5% given the sort of pension liabilities that we carry. So that's the Tier 6 update. There's an administrative issue that I'd like to have Lizette update us on for Tier 6.
Yes, we wanted to brief you on some findings related to how we had been administering the Tier 6 pension. A review of our pension system showed that the correct contribution rates weren't being consistently applied. So we took a deep dive working with an actuarial consultant to look at every Tier 6 participant to determine the impact. And what we found was that there are employees that over-contributed to their pensions, which will require them to get a refund of that over-contribution. A smaller number of employees we found under-contributed, and they will be required to make up the difference between what they contributed to what they should have contributed. And part of the plan rules require that any under-contributions be paid, have interest be paid on that delta, and the MTA will be paying for that interest to make and to keep employees whole. And the reason why we're briefing you on this is because employee communications will start in the next few weeks, letting folks know you might be hearing about it. So wanted you to have that context before you heard it elsewhere. So overall, that was my update.
Great. Any other questions on Tier 6? Norman?
Yeah, do you project any attrition effects from the changes in Tier 6?
I mean, I think we have our normal attrition built in on the actuary. Tier 6 is now, I think, 12 years old. So we will start to see some retirements from Tier 6, but originally, as you remember, I think it was last year or the prior year, it was a 10-year vesting period. They changed it from 10 years to 5 years, and now they're changing the final average salary calculation. So it usually will bring some retirements for people who actually hit those numbers. But otherwise, I think, most people that are vested in a pension say, are you here long term?
Yeah. Any other questions? Do we need a motion? No,
No
this
motion.
is
That
information
was just
item.
information. One more item?
One more.
One more, if I can just update the board. We hit a milestone in finance. We last week launched open data for finance material. So you will see, you will be able to use the open data portal for MTA to go to our different financial plans, look at the different tables by agency, the budgets by financial plan, revenues, as well as actuals will be built into that on a monthly basis. Our headcount data that we produce on a monthly basis will also be in open data format. So we're happy to announce that it's live, and we've been able to use it and provide guidance to folks internally to use the data. But it is something that we've been striving for about 6 to 12 months, I want to say, in the finance group to get this done automated, and it's a milestone for us. Thank you for the open data group at Strategic Initiatives, as well as our finance team internally that worked on this. We're really appreciative of this.
Oh, great, thanks. That is a big milestone, and transparency in government is a virtue, albeit it can be a headache too, but it's still a virtue, and it's a laudable that it's a big accomplishment. David, you had a question?
Yeah, I wonder at some point at a board meeting where we're not overwhelmed, you could actually make some presentation on it. I'd be extraordinarily interested.
We are happy to
in
do
how it's used and what
we
can
are.
be done with it.
We'll be happy to do that.
Yep. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Any other questions? Any other items? Okay, thank you, Jay. Moving on to Olga for the finance portion.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have two upcoming transactions to report. Both will price in May. The first one is $1 billion of Triborough Bridge and Tunnel Authority payroll mobility tax senior lien refunding green bonds, Series 2024B. The proceeds of this transaction will be used to retire outstanding bond anticipation notes and also refund certain outstanding transportation revenue bonds for savings. This transaction will be led by book-running senior manager, BofA Securities. And as always, we do our part in helping MTA to meet its MWB goals. So we have appointed special core senior managers, which are all MWB and SDVOB and MBE firms. That's Blaylock Van, Mishler Financial Group, and Stern Brothers. And the second transaction will be pricing in May is up to $600 million of TBTA payroll mobility bond anticipation notes, Series 2024C. Proceeds of that transaction will be used to fund approved transit and commuter projects in the current capital program, and the notes will be sold competitively. That concludes my report on the two transactions, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Olga. Any questions for Olga? And thank you, Olga. Appreciate it. And now, Steve, you take us through the MTA all agency items.
There is one item this month. Capital Funding Management is seeking board approval to file for and accept federal grants for federal fiscal year 2024. In conformance with past practices, the resolution would authorize the chairman or any of his designees to make required certifications and assurances, and authorize the filing and acceptance of grant applications for federal fiscal year 2024 federal appropriations. Olga Chernat is available if there are any questions on this topic.
We love federal grants. Any questions, David? Just supportive. Go federal grants. Yeah, I think we're all for federal grants. So, David, can I take that as an enthusiastic motion? All right. Do I have a equally enthusiastic second? Mark, we'll get you, Miriam, for one. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? So moved. Go federal grants. Thank you. And there are no agency headquarters procurements this month. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Olga. Information items. The first information item is the annual report on variable rate debt, and Olga will give a presentation.
So good afternoon again. As Chair noted, I have a presentation for you today on MTA's variable rate debt. This is an annual presentation, so we report on variable rate portfolio every year. I know we're running behind a little bit on schedule today, so in the interest of time, I'm just going to kind of highlight some of the slides of the presentation and kind of leave you with key takeaways.
Thank you.
So let me actually start with this pie chart slide. So as you know, and as we again discuss when we present our report on debt portfolio in January, most of the debt we issue is used to finance MTA capital projects. So most of the debt is issued in fixed rate, and that means that at the time of the issuance, we lock in interest rate on the debt to maturity. There is a relatively modest piece of the portfolio, and that's variable rate, highlighted on this slide as two slices, one in orange, one in greenish color. Altogether, this is approximately 6% of the outstanding portfolio, and that's variable rate debt. So in difference to fixed rate debt, variable rate debt is debt on which interest rates reset periodically. Typically for our portfolio, that's daily or weekly, and the rate fluctuates with fluctuations in prevailing short-term market rates. I just want to note that, as you can see, most of the variable rate debt that we have in the portfolio is hedged, so that reduces our exposure to interest rate fluctuations. And basically that's the orange slide. So roughly 2/3 of the overall variable rate portfolio is hedged. The remaining unhedged piece is only 2%, and that's well within our policy for variable rate debt that allows for our exposure to be up to 25%. The other key slide in this presentation, I would say, is how we're performing relative to budget. So we've been consistently assuming for a variable rate 4% for budgeting purposes. And as you can see on this slide, we basically at budget, there was like $1 million of savings that we're able to deliver last year, but essentially we very close to that. And so far through the first quarter of this year, we kind of seen a similar dynamic. There are other materials in this presentation. There are slides that talk a little bit about fixed rate versus variable rate environment, and that the upshot of that is right now it's not the most optimal time to issue variable rate debt because the benefit of it relative to fixed rate is pretty small. And so we've basically maintained our portfolio at kind of these levels, not really laying on additional variable rate debt. Again, the portfolio is performing as expected. Other materials we included are discussions about remarketing agents, banks that support our variable rate portfolio, swap information. Happy to take questions on any of that.
And just note, the full presentation is in the board book, right, if anyone wants to review and can follow up with questions. So,
That's correct.
Any questions? It seems like it's a very managed condition, you're taking the right approach.
Yes, modest piece of a portfolio that's performing on budget and as expected. No major issues.
Any questions? Well, thank you, Olga.
Thank you.
And now we turn to Lizette for agency procurements.
There's one information item for before the New York City Transit Committee this month, which was approved, requesting the board to approve the ratification of an immediate operating need for contracts with Hayden AI and Sion USA Corp. For the purchase, installation, operation, and maintenance of automated bus lane enforcement systems. Hayden will provide up to 1,023 systems and Sion up to 1,000. There is one information item for Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroad approved by their respective committee, requesting the board to approve the award of a 5-year contract for rail flaw testing and joint bar inspection services to Sperry Rail, Inc. And there is also one information item for Bridges and Tunnels, requesting the board to approve the award of 3 5-year estimated quantity contracts for the provision of electric transponders and related equipment and services for the Easy Pass electronic toll collection system to Neology Inc., TransCore LP, and Star System America LLC. The committee considered the item, however, a quorum was not present, so the item will be presented to the full board tomorrow. And there are no information items for MTA or headquarters this month. MTA headquarters this month.
Thank you, Liz. And just for the edification of our new members, these are information items. These are other items that are taken up in other committees and voted on there, but by dint of their financial impact, we get to hear about all of them. Are there any questions on any of these information items? Thank you, Lizette. Much appreciated. The monthly consolidated reports can be found in the committee book. Next, we have the real estate agenda. David?
Thank you. Real estate has 2 transactional action items for consideration and approval. The first is an action item for MTA Metro North Railroad. It's a license extension with City Winery to facilitate an assignment of its license for a restaurant at Grand Central Terminal. And the second is an action item for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. It is a letter agreement for the 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2 field office lease at 159 East 125th Street. There are, in addition, 4 information items. The first is for MTA New York City Transit. It's a license between New York City Transit and the Department of Environmental Protection for the construction of a signal tower in Queens. The second item is for MTA Bridges and Tunnels. It is an entry permit between B&T and 300 East 40th Street condominium for the placement of a shed and scaffolding on a sidewalk adjacent to that building in connection with its local law work. The third and fourth information items are for MTA and Metro North Railroad and include the report on agreements entered into directly by the Real Estate Department pursuant to board policy, and our quarterly report on Grand Central Terminal Vanderbilt Hall events. Happy to answer any questions associated with these items.
Any questions on the real estate agenda? Having seen none, I'd like to accept a motion. Anyone have make a motion? David, second. Second by Lisa. All in favor? Any abstentions? Opposed? Motion carries. I'll take a motion from Mira. Would you like to make a motion for adjourn? For your first meeting, Mark got one, so for a motion, second. Yes. Second by Lisa. All in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you.
What does a record do?
Hi, my name is Devin Mullen. I'm an assistant maintainer at the Verrazano Bridge, and I've been with Bridge and Tunnel Authority for 5 years now. Well, basically, we make sure that anything that happens on the bridge, whether it's a collision or a disabled vehicle, contractors working, we make sure everyone gets on and off the bridge safely. Any 5-minute delay turns into 20 minutes of traffic.
The city is busy. Rush hour is tough. Roadways are congested to begin with, so we want to make sure that we can keep those roadways clear, and that's, main function of a record driver. Every day they save the day. You know, that little disabled vehicle, if that disabled vehicle is not removed, a lot of people are not getting to work in the morning. So their quick response is going to determine how the rest of the day is going to go for a lot of people. They are the go-to guys. We depend on them on a daily basis, and they perform their job very well.
Our truck is our main tool. We make sure it works well and then it serves us well. The light duty wrecker is usually we use for flat tires, overheat, small vehicles. The medium duties, they're basically utility. Anything we need other than tractor trailers and heavy trucks. Anything that requires heavy boom lifting, winch outs, things like that, we're gonna use the heavy wreckers. Working on the roadway, it's a dangerous condition. You have vehicles flying by you at 60 miles an hour. People aren't paying attention half the times, so you do run the risk of getting hit.
So they never know what's going to happen when they're up there. I mean, there's different types of, disables. There's all kinds of different vehicles. There's trucks. There's hazmat vehicles that are carrying chemicals. So there's always a challenge when they get up there.
We're first on scene a lot of the time. We just try to help people. We try to get the bridge moving, the traffic moving, get people where they gotta go. And we try to get them there safely. It gives you a sense of responsibility, and it's satisfying at the end of the day to know that you are part of keeping this running and keeping everyone safe.
What does a bus maintainer do?
My name is Perry Evel. I've been with the transit system for 8 years. I work at Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing, and I'm working as a BMB, which is a bus maintainer. My responsibilities are basically maintaining the buses, changing filters, oil, electrical, undercarriage, hydraulic system, cooling system. My main pick is brake system. We're specialized in brakes. I think our job is the most critical because if the bus don't stop, people will get hurt.
When an individual comes to New York City Transit as a maintainer, there's different training that they receive. So they'll get training on the bus from the front to the rear, electrical, diagnostics, body work, depending on what their title is.
You have to be a person that cares about your job. You have to be accurate in what you do, especially in my field, where I said, the brakes are very important. It's a safety issue. You check and you recheck, make sure that everything is done correct, and you make sure that your job is done very well. And I'm kind of a perfectionist too, so that helps.
I see our buses on the streets, picking up passengers, taking them where they need to go. Makes me feel proud knowing that they're in a safe bus.
Since I was young, I love mechanics. I never knew that this would have been my job. It's a great thing to work for the greatest city in the world and servicing millions of New Yorkers and people all over the world. It's a great privilege, and I think it's a great honor to work in this city and the biggest bus company in the world.
What does a system operator do?
My name is Sejan Edi, BMT Chief System Operator. I have 27 years with New York City Transit. As a Chief System Operator, I'm in charge of the supplying of DC power, traction power.
The system operator's responsibility is to oversee all the third rail power that we provide to run the trains in the New York City Transit system. The way that we power up the third rail is we get electricity from Con Edison. We'll go through our substation, which is converting the AC from Con Edison's high voltage into 650 volt DC. And then from there, going into the third rail, which power the trains.
A typical day for system operator involves general order. General order, or GO, it's a planned work outage. Normally they're working next to the third rail or nearby, so they want power off, so they can work safely. Any emergency happens on the field, RCC give us a call to have a power off on a certain line, certain track.
The Power Control Center controls remotely all the equipment out on the field. This equipment that we control is called the MTU, which is the Master Terminal Units.
We take power off instantly by operating these buttons on the board. As for RCC requests, we normally take power off from gap to gap for emergencies. Red means the power is on. When it goes green, that means the power is off to that track. It's good to know that the work I do helps to keep the employees safe and the system moving.
I think if there are no customer service ambassadors,
Let's call to order the April Capital Program Committee meeting. Members of the public who wish to speak? Ms. King?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair. We have 7 members of the public registered to speak today. We have 5 in person, 2 remote. As a reminder, we ask that all our public speakers adhere to MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The first speaker will be Bruce Haynes, followed by Jesse Figueroa.
Hi, good morning all. Good morning, Jano. The last time I was here, it rained. That was February, and when I took the Long Island Railroad to Jamaica, and I thought, well, maybe I'll find out what is causing all this rust on the side of the station. Now I know because it's a striking station. It's really an iconic station. It's one of the best in the past 100 years. Well, in my lifetime anyway, there hasn't been a station done so nicely. And it sort of stands out. It's like the Guggenheim, you know, before they changed the extreme contrast, the incongruousness. They changed that and put a fancy pattern to, I don't know, to censor it or something. But so I took a look at it, and it was raining, and I went upstairs to see what could be causing this rust. And there's like 2 inches of water. And it wasn't raining very hard on this big cantilevered thing that sticks out. You can walk on it. It's the second level, the level where you would expect to find elevators in a row, but you don't because they didn't include that. So let's see, and it just speaks to the kind of attitude. Why don't they report this? Because that rust has been there for a year. But I mean, it's the kind of thing that causes the situation at Mineola when you spent $3 billion for 3 tracks when it should have been 4. Up is down and down is up, and they can't. It's a grade crossing to get onto the Oyster Bay branch. I mean, it's that kind of thing. It's got to be 6 tracks, too, from Jamaica all the way to Floral Park. You've got to have 6 tracks.
Remarks. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by Alida Dupree.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jesse Figueroa here, U.S. Army veteran and member of the Long Island Railroad Accessibility Task Force. I like to say I'm looking forward to congestion pricing T-minus 60 days from now. And that's one part. And number 2, keep the job rolling, keep the ball rolling with capital and other good things. And number 3, please be safe out there. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alida Dupree, followed by Kara Girl.
Good afternoon, Chair Jano, Lieber, and members. Alida Dupree, for the record, she and her with Team Folds. Long meeting today, good meeting today, surviving on potato chips and yogurt. Not much in this report, but an item of interest to me is BMT electrical work. A lot of history in the BMT. Some of it predates the original 1904 subway. So 13 substations in this project with some backup components. Hope we can hear more about what this is going to look like. I like hearing the word backup because we don't want the lights to go out. So hopefully this will be the start of some bigger things like battery storage and line side energy storage and demand reduction. So I would say that's certainly the high point of this report is reading about the BMT electrical project. But electricity is foundational. And I have an all-electric home with solar, and I enjoy it. And one reason why I enjoy this system is it runs on electricity. And so capital is very important. And I've been watching videos and press conferences, the Mott Haven presentation, where I was able to see the underrunning third rail. So that's part of what we're doing here. But how do we keep this going? I'm sure we'll have some good reports today about capital. I mean, it's everywhere I go. It's in Omni, it's in new trains, and hopefully some electric buses. And I read something about a new charging system for buses. So anyway, after we have our meeting today, let's continue putting shovels in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kara Girl, followed by Jason Anthony.
Good afternoon. I'm Kara Girl, Planning and Advocacy Manager at the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. This past Earth Day and every day, transit is the sustainable way to get around the region. That means investing in transit infrastructure with capital dollars, like those that will come from congestion pricing, which will make the region even more sustainable by getting drivers out of cars and onto transit. We're thrilled to finally have a start date and can't wait for June 30th. As we face more frequent severe weather and climate-related storms, making the system more resilient needs to be a top priority. We've all seen how torrential downpours, coastal flooding, and extreme heat can impact our century-old infrastructure, and we can't wait any longer to make meaningful improvements to protect our transit system. For years, we've called on the MTA to create a forward-looking plan for addressing the climate crisis. We're thrilled that has come to fruition with the Climate Resilience Roadmap released last week, including climate mitigation strategies, resiliency upgrades, goals to reduce flooding and stormwater around the MTA region, challenges, and more. Seemingly small changes, like raising the top steps leading into subway stations or covering vents, can make all the difference to keep water and floods from infiltrating the system. The 20-year needs assessment laid out the many critical projects that need to get done to keep our transit in a state of good repair, and that will take funding. We're looking forward to working together with elected leaders and our partners in advocacy to ensure that the MTA goes into its next capital program on solid financial footing, including through congestion pricing. With the right investment, we can ensure that future generations can benefit from the transit we depend on today. As we embark on another hurricane season, we hope to see strong coordination between the city, state, and MTA when the inevitable storm does come. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by Christopher Greif, who is in person.
Hey, Jano. Hey, Jamie. Jason Anthony for the record. We know that congestion pricing is an early birthday gift for me, that my birthday is on June 19th, but we shouldn't forget that on June 1st starts the hurricane season, that we should get ready for that, because we shouldn't forget that the past several years we have been getting floods like Ophelia, Ida, among other things. But also, we should be a bit resilient regarding earthquakes, like the one that we felt almost a month ago, even though that the epicenter was in the Garden State. But I've been doing some thinking, folks. And what about if the odds were, if the epicenter of any earthquake, instead of being in the Garden State, was within our doorsteps, where our system will handle any earthquake? That's what we should be thinking about, folks. Well, our infrastructure will handle the force of any earthquake magnitude of 3 or 4 and above. That's my worrisome from now on. So I'll see you guys tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Next speaker, Christopher Greif, followed by Maddie Bucci's Highland, who is remote.
Good afternoon, Christopher D. Grive here in person. As we are getting to the Capitol, I just like to thank, as a lot of accessibility openings at 150th/151 in Brooklyn, which the communities are very happy to see another accessible station being built and finally can get up and down the trains or enjoy a moment of saying, oh, I can get a little fresh air. Oh, I can get there now without stressing ourselves, getting onto another area of buses, or people want to have a little fun going into certain parts of Brooklyn, into Williamsburg or Greenpoint. But we still need to continue the future of getting more accessible stations, update our buses, update our technology, especially the Omni, because we know we have the Omni testing going on still, but I hope to see more Omni features to come out very soon for accessibility. As my fellow colleagues and advocates have been mentioning, Earth Day was a great Earth, but one thing we need to prepare for is prepare ourselves for any storms, any kind of storms, to be ready for at all times, and prepare for any floods that we need to be ready at all times, and for safety as well. As we are now getting congestion prices ready in the next June 30th, I just hope to see more data, more information that we can all give out and share and let everyone know that the congestion price is here to stay. And I'm very happy because since I get a birthday gift tomorrow, I can enjoy getting congestion pricing with more accessibility stations, more buses, and couldn't update our accessorize. So thank you so much and have a great afternoon, everyone.
Thank you. Our final speaker is remote, Maddie Bucky's Highland.
Afternoon, folks. I'm Matty Bucky's Highland. For today, I want to originally was about building autism, but as one speaker pointed out about you have to be prepared because it's a hurricane. With Colorado State University issuing their forecast, there's a 41% chance of a tropical storm hitting New York, a 16% chance of a hurricane, and a 4% chance of a major hurricane. They're forecasting 23 named storms, 11 hurricanes, and 5 major hurricanes. When Superstorm Sandy happened in October 2012, the leadership was under then of MTA Chairman and CEO Joseph Loda, who's that? But anyway, I want to get to the accessibility point. We have to be prepared for these things in advance, though, because it could very well happen. But for accessibility, in my view, is a privilege and is a right, not a privilege. But we have to make our stations more accessible for our children. When I have my children, my grandchildren with me. Anyway, I hope everyone had a great day. Right. And, I want to finish up with this. On behalf of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority and the Autism Awareness Community, we want to thank you for living in a world where we are accepted and understood for who we are. Thank you very much. God bless each and every one of you. I'll see you all tomorrow. Zoom.
Chair, that concludes the public comment session.
Thank you, Ms. King, and thank you to our public speakers. Copies of the March Capital Program Committee minutes have been distributed and are available on the website. Are there any changes or comments on the minutes? Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Ms. Barbas. Second, thank you, Mr. Jones. All in favor? The minutes are approved. Any changes to the work plan, Mr. Springer, Torres Springer?
Mr. Chair, there is one change to the work plan. We're rescheduling the full Omni update, previously scheduled for April for next month, but in the interim, I'll be providing some Omni updates in a few minutes as part of my report.
Okay, I need a motion to approve the change to the work plan. Thank you, Ms. Barbas. Second, Mr. Herbst. Thank you. All in favor? The motion to change the work plan is approved. Back to Mr. Torres Springer.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, members of the committee. I have quite a few updates today. Hopefully, lots of them of great interest to what we're doing as part of this ambitious capital program of ours. Next month, I'll show you a little more on this. This is swapping out the interlockings on the Culver line down at the entrance to Coney Island Yard, which is fascinating, was for the F train entering Coney Island Yard. This is part of the CBTC project, but it's a great illustration of how, as we're re-signaling and modernizing signals and making things work more efficiently, we're also dealing with the state of good repair needs of the system by upgrading those old interlockings. We'll have more to show you on that next month. Let's get to some completions. Over the last month, we opened the Metropolitan Lorimer Complex on the G and the L. These were the third and fourth new fully accessible New York City Transit subway stations to open this year. And then we've completed 3 for Metro North. So that's 7 in total just this year. For this project, this is really exciting. It's the completion of the 8th and final station as part of the first design build ADA package that was issued. This came in under budget. This station was really complex and difficult. Approximately 60,000 riders use this station on a typical weekday. It's the 7th busiest station in Brooklyn. In total, and we always talk about how ADA is not just about popping in an elevator. 6 new elevators, a lot of state of good repair work, 6 new platform stairs, a refurbished street staircase, and 2 new street stairs. All of this got done under budget, and we're always excited to have our accessibility advocates join us at these events, as we always manage to do. So the other big completion was the completion of the reconstruction of 63rd Street Tunnel. You can see the Cornell mascot joined us on Roosevelt Island. After a 7-month outage, service was restored on the F and the M from 63rd Street in Manhattan to Roosevelt Island to 21st Street and Queensbridge. This is the final phase of the direct fixation contract that also included full replacement of running rails, third rail, ties, the concrete foundations underneath the track, all signal and power equipment for that contract for 38,000 feet of track. And here, 63rd Street Tunnel, 25,000 feet of track. So 5 miles of track was fully replaced. We never like to take service out, but we ran an effective replacement shuttle, and by doing so, we prolonged the life of this tunnel and service for many decades to come. This project came in on time and on budget, and we were very pleased to reopen that service last month. We modified the work plan because next month we'll update the committee on the status of a range of fare collection activities altogether, including progress on contactless payment systems on the subways, the buses, and the railroads. Since taking over the completion of Omni last year at the chair's request and treating it like the mega project that it is, we've gotten the critical path elements up and running and are nearly finished with revising the schedule and the commercial terms that go along with it related to that contract. We'll give you a full update on that next month. One example of progress is that we have completed the pilot phase of the rollout of the new OmniCard vending machines. By the end of the day today, we'll have installed the first 65 of the vending machines out of total 900, activated 39 CVMs, card vending machines at 25 stations, and we'll be making steady progress from here as we pick up the pace of that. That's really important because although the great benefit of Omni is to move to contactless payment, we're committed to making sure that everyone can use the new system before we decommission Metro cards, and that includes folks that continue to need to make cash payments and need an Omni card in order to do that. So this rollout is going to pick up steam from here. It also is one of the things that that enables us getting a lot of the bulk groups onto the system, which we'll have news about next month, but is all planned to get done over the course of this year. Of course, the state budget passed last week under the leadership of the governor, and I'll just note that in addition to some of the other important measures that the state is taking to support the MTA on the capital side, the governor has followed through on her commitment and her push to us to advance the Interborough Express project with significant funding for the design, preliminary engineering of that project. So we'll be commencing the procurement for that very soon. We also, another project that you'll recall fared very well, and we had a good conversation with the deputy mayor and her staff about this recently, was in our comparative evaluation, which looked at all of these potential expansion projects on a level playing field, was the extension of the 2nd Avenue subway along 125th Street, perhaps as far as Broadway. So we're funded to begin a study, a feasibility study on doing that. That would involve a significant extension of the tunneling work that we're doing as part of Phase 2, which I'll talk about in a second. And we're looking at the feasibility of that. We also were granted $20 million for some resilience measures on the Hudson Line, particularly dealing with some of those climate-related impacts that we've seen lately in the budget. Speaking of which, we released the Climate Resilience Roadmap last week, and we're very excited to have put that plan out. It's a unique plan in a few ways. It's a multi-hazard vulnerability assessment of our system. So we know that our system is vulnerable to storm surge, sea level rise, heavy rainfall, and heat, among other climate risks. And for the first time, our new Climate Planning Division has taken a big step back and assessed the vulnerability of the whole system to all of those hazards. It's also unique in that we're anticipating a range of actions being taken here. We've outlined that we have a need for $6 billion of investment over the next decade, but also we're incorporating resilience into everything we do. And that's the way to get this work done, is not to try to rip out everything in our system and replace it all at once, but to ensure that when we rebuild track or we rebuild infrastructure supporting the right-of-way, we're doing it at the right elevation. Or when we rebuild a system, a substation, a source of power, some other piece of equipment within our system, we're putting it at the right elevation or submarining it or ensure it's protected. Or when we rebuild a stair in the subway system, we're addressing that issue of what elevation it should be at. So that's the big outline of this plan, but it also sets up a system for us to work with our partner agencies and private parties to protect the system. And we launched this plan at Mott Haven Yard, which sees 98% of Metro North service run through it and has flooded 16 times since 2006. So a really critical priority. We mentioned when we were there, city agency staff were out there with us a few weeks ago, analyzing the problem, determining how we best proceed in terms of making that yard more resilient and limit disruption, and great partnership that we anticipate with the city and other partners on that. So that's our roadmap. These are some of the elements of our program that don't get done without major federal support, as with the $7.6 billion of investment in coastal flood rebuilding and protection since Sandy. We were also pleased that that work will continue as we deal with the more recently acknowledged threat of stormwater flooding, which impacts our subway yards and can be the cause of service disruptions. The federal DOT recently gave us a $33 million PROTECT grant to install a complete stormwater drainage system in Westchester Yard in the Bronx, which is home of the 6 train, carries 500,000 people per weekday. That's our busiest line. And we will be able to add the stormwater drainage to protect that location in the near future. On a similar note, throughout the system, you'll start to see signage noting projects that have been funded by President Joe Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. What you see here is Borough Hall, where the ADA project and station renewal that benefits from federal funding is well underway. Speaking of federal priorities, Construction and Development initiated the pre-qualification stage of the major tunneling contract for 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2 this month. We've been clear in saying that moving this project forward requires the conclusion of the litigation on congestion pricing. But as we move closer to that date, we're ensuring that we're in a position to keep critical projects moving on schedule, and that certainly includes 2nd Avenue Subway. So we've begun the pre-qualification stage for that contract. Before getting to our systems business unit report, an update on some important state of good repair work. As we've talked to the committee before, we're looking closely at the whole Grand Central artery from 42nd Street through the train shed and the tunnel that Metro North travels through, the Park Avenue Viaduct up at 125th Street, right up to the Harlem River Lift Bridge. We've previously discussed the importance of the Park Avenue Viaduct, which, like Mott Haven Yard, carries 98% of Metro North service. We awarded a federally funded contract to address structural state of good repair issues, essentially replacing the viaduct in place from 115th Street to 123rd Street. Through a design-build contract, the contractor came in 21 months ahead of our estimated schedule and will do this work without any disruption to service. The key to that is the yellow gantry that you can see sitting now atop the viaduct, which will lift out the old sections of track and put in the new sections of track on weekends without a reduction in service. We're able to take out one side or the other on the weekend during reduced weekend service. This first phase is on schedule and on budget. We expect to start actually all of the structural work underneath the viaduct, really the replacement of the entire structure, has been essentially completed with the exception of a couple of blocks. And now on the weekend of May 18th, we expect the contractor to start with that work of replacing the viaduct itself with the gantry that's been put in place. That's very exciting. But C&D determined last year that Phase 2, which is, as you can see, above 125th Street, could not wait based on continued structural deterioration. So we amended the capital plan last summer to add funding for this next phase. We've now determined that the most efficient way to proceed is through a change order to the contractor working on Phase 1, and this action is on the CPC and the board agenda this month. This will save us a lot of time because the contractor will be able to start work in parallel on the second phase while completing the first phase. And through avoided duplication of effort, we will save at least $30 million on this work. So happy to take questions on that when Ms. Boudoir introduces the board action items shortly. One more project that I wanted to spotlight that reached substantial completion last month, and it's the type of project we don't necessarily do a big ribbon cutting for, is the line structure component repairs on the concourse line, the B and the D in the Bronx. Line structure component repairs don't exactly roll off the tongue, but it's essential work to keep a system as old as ours running, and this project is a great example of the work we're doing here at C&D to get things done better, faster, and cheaper. The concourse line is an essential service for the West Bronx, serving B and D train riders from Bedford Park to Fordham to Yankee Stadium into Manhattan. It's been there for close to 100 years. In 1925, the Board of Estimate first approved construction of the line as part of the city-owned independent subway. Seen here are photos of that original cut-and-cover construction before the line opened in 1933. And since then, it's been exposed to 100 years of water infiltration, road salt, chemicals, and weight above it, all of which led to substantial defects in the steel structure that supports the Grand Concourse above it. Without reinvestment, nothing lasts forever, as you can see in these images, which is why, as part of this capital program, we undertook the largest line structure reconstruction job in the history of the line. Over the course of 27 months, we comprehensively worked our way up and down the concourse line from 161st Street to 205th Street, repairing and replacing structural steel and contract. And thanks to the innovation of C&D, led by our delivery group and Mark Roche and Syed Abbas, who's, he may have showed up here, he may be busy on his next project. He also completed the 63rd Street track reconstruction at the same time. We were able to work with DOT and the community to provide access from above at the street level. That meant avoiding costly and disruptive track access needs that would have inconvenienced our customers much more. It also meant we were able to get much more work done, period. Anytime we do a project like this, once you open up the concrete, you often find defects far beyond what an external survey could have shown. And this was no exception. We were able to handle many of these defects that we found. The result of this was a project delivered on time and on budget, even as we got more work done than we originally scoped. So we got more done and did it on time and on budget. And while much of this work is hidden in plain sight, for our customers, the results were immediate. We used the outages that were required to coordinate some of the very first renovations undertaken by our partners at Transit. So as we head toward the next capital plan in the fall, which, as you know, will focus on continuing to ramp up our state of good repair efforts, these success stories point the way for what we were able to accomplish. I'm going to transition to our systems business unit, but I'm conscious that I had a lot of updates there. So I don't know, Chair, if you'd like to stop and make any comments or take any
always
questions.
invite the board and other folks to inquire questions, comments. I mean, for me, looking at this just reinforces what I've been saying in a lot of my public statements, which is it's time for the folks to stop judging us by projects begun under Governor Pataki and start judging us by projects this team is doing now. And you just heard about the on-time, on-budget track record of the ADA projects, the 63rd Street Tunnel, track rehab, 5 miles of track rehab, and most recently, that concourse line structure project. On time, on budget. It's a theme you're hearing about again and again. But with that, unless there are questions, we'll throw it to the business unit for their comments.
Great. So we're going to hear from Eric Jones, Vice President and Deputy Business Unit Lead, who's stepping in for our business unit leader, Mark Beanstock, who's out today for the holiday. Go ahead, Eric.
Good afternoon. As you'll hear, systems are at heart of reliable on-time performance. It's all the technologies the team will talk about, but it's also infrastructure that connects them to each other and allows them to communicate. Today's presentation will address 3 aspects of this. First, what systems are and the challenges we face to maintain and enhance them. Second, projects we're working on to address those challenges proactively. And third, the strategic approach we're taking to ensure that we're setting our operating agencies up for success as we add new technologies to the mix. Thank you. What are systems? We'll begin with a scenario we're all familiar with to illustrate waiting on a train on the platform. As you first enter the station, you will find real-time information screens, more security and safety cameras than ever, and newly enhanced fare gates with Omni technology. While waiting on the platform, there is greater access than ever to real-time wayfinding, upgraded and expanded train arrival times, customer assistance with help points, and personal device connectivity with Wi-Fi and cellular. Next. There is more than meets the eye to make all of this happen. These benefits require an array of systems on the back end that work together and depend on one another to operate reliably. All of this in-station technology converges in a local communication room, the central nervous system of the station, through fiber optic, radio, and copper cabling communications. In there, local computer systems process data and share control with operators at the Rail Control Center, now renamed the Operations Control Center, or OCC, and allows for communication with customers in the station. All of this occurs in real time and at a massive scale that is growing as more systems and requirements come online. The subway alone has hundreds of radio antennas, hundreds of miles of radio cable, fiber optic cable, copper cabling, and over 640 communication rooms. Across all of the MTA, there are tens of thousands of critical devices, thousands of critical locations, scores of mission-critical systems, and mission-critical facilities. Systems, though, are much more than a lot of technology or assets. A system is a collection of different elements that together produce results not obtainable by the elements alone. All of these individual assets and the data they're carrying need to be tied together at our command centers to enable us to deliver service on the incredible scale that we do, with approximately 2.6 million train trips and over 1 billion customer journeys a year. To illustrate the vulnerabilities, here's an image from one of New York City Transit's over 4,000 manholes. We see water in the base of the manhole, with fiber optic cable that transport data from many of our systems. while local safety is not compromised, with telecom failures, our ability to manage a highly productive service could be. These systems are critical and they're vulnerable. With such a large network coordinating together of so many different assets and generations of assets installed over the past 30+ years, there's a lot that can go wrong. Maybe a 1990s era piece of equipment goes out and we don't have any spare parts remaining. Maybe there's a break in the cables, exposed as they sometimes are to water. If something breaks down, it can impact our ability to provide customers with up-to-date information or even to run our operations efficiently. For example, while safety was never compromised, we've recently seen outages at our operations control center stemming from the failure of 30-year-old equipment that required us to revert to manual operation of service for hours on end. As our systems age, we need to work hard to avoid this. Let's turn to discuss what the Systems Business Unit is doing about it. The Systems Business Unit was established in 2022 to develop within C&D an expertise in these mission-critical systems and control center operations, which incorporates multiple disparate systems to manage the operation of the subway system. There are three aspects to what we do. One, state of good repair work, replacing old infrastructure and replacing obsolete technologies. Two, adding new capacity, expanding existing systems and adding entirely new ones. Three, optimizing operations, integrating new and old systems with the people who operate them in mind. Beginning with state of good repair, shown here are examples of systems upgraded and improved by the Systems Business Unit. Old analog emergency booth communication systems to new high-speed digital systems with redundant communications paths. Obsolete radio systems to new reliable radio systems for subways communications. Static paper customer information centers to new digital dynamic information centers. Old stations public address systems, which were often hard to hear, to new digital audio public address systems with upgraded LCD screens. Not pictured here, but equally important, we upgrade the copper and fiber optic communications infrastructure, install uninterruptible power supplies, communication room cooling systems, fire detection and alarm systems, access control, CCTV and security systems. All systems and infrastructure necessary to keep our facilities, subways, and bus service operating. All systems upgrades also require upgrading our physical plant and network capacity. Here's an example of a project that is both addressing state of good repair and upgrading an antiquated system. The BMT division's Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition, or SCADA system, that monitors and controls third rail traction power, is being upgraded as part of our new approach to delivering mission-critical systems. We're working closely with MTIT and Transit to modernize field equipment and replace 4 generations of software and green screen technology dating back to the 1980s that is currently operating at our Power Control Center, with a new modern standards-based industry solution. A new backup emergency power control center is also being built under this project as part of our resiliency improvements. The modernization contract for the IRT SCADA is planned to be awarded in 2026, to be followed by the IND. I will now turn the rest of the presentation over to my colleague Paul Corrigan, Vice President in charge of our Industrial and Systems Engineering Group.
Thank you, Eric, and good afternoon, everybody. Continuing with the state of good repair, we'll turn to the Rail Control Center, which is the heart of the operation, and where a team of teams works 24/7 with systems to manage service. It's a mission-critical facility. We've made a number of major performance upgrades in the past 2 to 3 years, including a large video wall so that staff can monitor all train movements in real time, a fully equipped theater space ready for future CBTC operations, increased security systems inside the facility, and hardened backup power for critical systems. For long-term resilient upgrades, we've just begun design of a total HVAC replacement and resilient power system upgrade for the building, as well as mirroring systems to backup sites. We're also working beyond the RCC at over 27 other critical facilities across all of the MTA agencies and are developing plans for similar upgrades at those locations as well. Turning to future needs for systems, for all systems, on the right of the chart you'll see there's an excerpt from the recent 20-year needs publication, which shows a lot of need has been identified for systems to keep pace with a growing service. To help to prioritize needs, we began last fall a deep dive assessment of telecoms, and I'll mention one issue that we've been addressing, that fiber optic plant that Eric showed in the earlier slide. With over 4 million feet across New York City, fiber supports many of Subway's critical systems. A modern installation in good condition may have a lifespan of a few decades. Much of Subway's is 40 years old in a harsh environment and may take up to 10 more years to replace. The fiber also has other useful and functional life concerns, so the needs identified are crucial to address. The overall picture emerging is that we need a significant investment compared to prior programs in telecoms, as well as other systems, and we've begun working with our partners across the MTA to determine the best path forward. Now, we also add new systems and capabilities to support the growth of transit. We see firsthand how technology and data are enabling us to manage operations and the customer experience more efficiently and more effectively. Subway started its modern systems journey in the 1980s with the traction power management system that Eric mentioned earlier. Since then, for over 40 years, decade by decade, Subways has been growing the number and scale of systems it uses to deliver better service. Before very long, the subway will be using the same amount of data as a city of 380,000 people just for the subway, and it will continue to grow. So we need to have the agency, the systems, and the infrastructure ready. One of the major drivers in that data figure are the new security cameras that we're adding, particularly at the fare control areas, which are shown here. Subways have 472 stations, so it makes a lot of cameras, systems, and data to provide for the enhanced security that we need. As a case study, shown here is an $87 million construction project underway to add fare control cameras in 106 stations, with a further 100 stations coming in follow-up contracts. Adding to the thousands of cameras already in service, beyond fare control areas, we deploy cameras in other station areas and on our subway cars. Now, circling back to the beginning of the presentation, that camera data is shared with different users in different facilities. So you see how the user, the facility, the fiber infrastructure, the station, and the camera technology, they all tie together and depend on one another as a total system. So with that concept of tying together in mind, I want to turn now to how we're bringing existing and future needs and systems together in the most constructive way. So, as we upgrade technology and add capability, it takes thoughtful planning to marry the new with the old. The challenge is also more than just technology. New systems, they change the way that we work and perform as a team of teams. So we need to master optimizing our operations with new technologies as a system for greater benefit. As shown on the right, our approach has been asset and project driven to now and worked well when systems were fewer and less interconnected. But with today's challenges, we now need to add a new approach to system management driving capabilities that join technology, operations, maintenance, engineering, industry, and management factors together to develop the best solutions. So to do this, we're establishing a new strategic group for mission-critical systems at the MTA called Mission Systems Directorate. It brings together leadership from C&D, MTA IT, and all the agencies in developing a joint future for systems at the MTA. As its first step, it will focus on telecoms, developing a robust strategic approach and plan for all MTA agencies to begin to work towards. Now, I'll give just 3 benefits of the examples to capabilities that this approach will bring. So first, in customer assistance, improving call reporting and response coordination across multiple teams at the RCC and the field, as calls for customer assistance are at over 1 million per year and growing. In platform safety, improving platform safety with new solutions like track intrusion detection systems, where optimizing communication and decision-making between the station, the train, the RCC, and the power control center are crucial to reducing response times. And in track work safety, improving safety for our track workers on the right-of-way by better integrating traction power status at the PCC with operations at the RCC, as more work than ever is taking place in the field. These are just some initial examples. There are many more complex issues in systems across the MTA that the Directorate will be taking on to benefit the growing MTA system and ultimately the traveling public. And with that, I'll yield back to the Chair, and thank you.
Okay, complicated stuff, but this is where the action is in a modern technology-driven system like ours. So any questions or comments from the board before we turn to the IEC for their review of this group's activities? Okay. IEC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Suresh Payeti, Program Director of the IEC, and I will provide a brief update on the IEC's monitoring responsibilities of C&D's Systems Business Unit. Currently, the IEC monitors C&D's Systems Business Unit through projects reviewed for cost and schedule adherence in the Quarterly Traffic Light Report, TLR. The Systems Business Unit concentrates on implementing new security, safety, advanced communication, and information technology improvements throughout the transit system, providing system-wide upgrades and enhancements that have brought significant service improvements and customer amenities. The IEC commends C&D's recent formation of a task force that has been charged with protecting system vulnerabilities and is undertaking new security measures to protect critical communication infrastructure and upgrade of assets. This creates a path forward to ensure the continued protection and uninterrupted delivery of critical communication technologies and services. Moving forward, to complement the project reporting in the TLR, the IEC will also provide more detailed, comprehensive monitoring of 2 systems projects currently in construction: emergency alarm installations and system-wide Ethernet connection improvements. These IEC reports will be presented at the next Systems CPC board meeting. This concludes the IEC's update on the Systems Business Unit.
Okay, any questions or comments? Mr. Herbst, your first time around, but the IEC is the independent engineering consultant who provides the board with an independent review of what C&D is doing. Thank you. Thanks. There's a lot, very substantive material today, but a lot is being accomplished. So thank you for that. We have, I think we have to go to procurements now, if I may, Ms. Budwa.
Thank you. Construction and Development is presenting 4 procurement actions totaling $246 million to the Capital Program Committee for approval this month. The first item, which President Torres Springer mentioned earlier, is a modification to the contract for the first phase of the Park Avenue Viaduct replacement. The base contract is for the replacement of the viaduct between East 115th Street and East 123rd Street, and that work is currently underway. This modification will add what is referred to as Phase 2, which is the replacement of the viaduct between East 127th Street to East 132nd Street. Adding the Phase 2 work as a change order will result in overall schedule savings of approximately 18 months and overall cost savings of approximately $70 million relative to procuring a separate contract. It will also significantly reduce impacts to Metro North service, the riding public, and the surrounding community. This month's package also includes ratification of a modification to repair infrastructure damaged by a mudslide on the Metro North Railroad's Hudson Line, ratification of a modification for concrete repairs to a 40-foot section of platform at Metro North Railroad's Rise Station, and finally, a ratification of a modification to supply and install signal wiring for the program logic controller system being installed in the Coney Island Yard. These items are described in detail in the staff summaries contained in your committee books, and I hereby submit them for your consideration and vote.
Any questions for Ms. Boudoir? Comments? Okay, in that case, motion, Ms. Barbas. Thank you, Ms. Lopez, for the second. All in favor? Okay, the items carry. I think that concludes today's agenda. May I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Ms. Lopez. Mr. Herbst, thank you. We are adjourned.